Good morning. Where are we live from, Chris?
We are live from Silverton, Colorado, which is where Hardrockers belong in the summer, and it's Hardrock Day.
It is Hardrock Day. A little bit of smoke rolling into the area last night. Looking at Southwest Colorado, Hardrock has made the statement after careful monitoring of the air quality conditions in Southwest Colorado due to wildfire smoke. Hardrock has decided to host the run. This decision was made because of the air quality is currently under an AQI index of 151, a level at which is unhealthy for some members of the general public. However, because the air quality is unhealthy for sensitive groups, the organization is offering deferrals to those in sensitive groups who wish to defer to 2026 due to hazardous air conditions. If you're in the gym, go talk to Dale Garland, get the conversation going with him about that deferral process. But we did implement for that.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm really excited that the run is going on. Yesterday at this time, I didn't even know that was going to be part of the conversation. And then, the fires became an air quality issue, something that the board took very seriously. But based on the advice from the medical director and looking at those numbers, we've got a run coming up.
Yeah, and we'll be monitoring those numbers throughout the day. So there could be more information later on that. But I think we've got a really exciting day coming up here in Silverton. We've got some great front runners out there who are going to be racing for the win. We've got all of our, friends in the mid to back of the pack. We got the Rock there on the screen. So just ready for the day to get started.
Absolutely. I'm really excited. I think there will be some interesting stuff happening at the front, but the sentimental things that I'm thinking about are those folks, the veterans that are going for multiple finishes. Betsy Nye stands out because she is going for her 20th finish. She'll become only the second woman to get 20 finishes, but also the second Betsy to get 20 finishes.
It's pretty amazing that both the Betsies will have over 20 finishes, or hopefully have over 20 finishes after this weekend. So that's really cool news. Do you think back in 1992 they would have expected the run to become what it is today?
Well, no, not to become what it is. I think certainly there was the optimism that the run would be continuing at this point, but to blow up and become this international spectacle with people that come from literally all over the world to make this happen. And not only that, I don't think, remember back, we talked to some folks that were there in the beginning, and there were a lot of them that were skeptical that you could even complete this run in 48 hours, much less the incredibly fast times that we've seen over the last few years.
Yeah, I think that a couple people that we've talked to in the past have said that on the Hard Talk podcast have said that they are just, they were looking around the course and they were thinking, there's no way somebody can do this in 1 day's time. Technically, you have 2 days' time for the race.
Which is good, because there's no chance I was ever going to finish it in 1 day.
Right. What's the closest you've ever gotten?
The closest I've ever gotten to to not finishing, or to finishing in 1 day?
To finishing in 1 day.
I have a 35-hour finish, and but don't bother looking up how many 35 hours and how many minutes. Just it was not 36. So I have under 36-hour finish is my fastest. My slowest, I think last year might have been my slowest at 46 and change.
Okay. We're getting a live look at the gym right now. People are starting to check in. We've got a long line of people. We're going to get them in the bleachers. It is a bit brisk outside, so people are happy to be in the warm gym before they jump out onto the course and get things going. A couple coffee shops in town opened up early for the runners and the crews to grab a cup of coffee early this morning. So I think that it's going to be a really good day out there in the San Juans.
It's going to be a great day. It's important. Everyone has to check in. All of these runners have checked in already. They either checked in on Wednesday or Thursday. Actually, those that checked in on Wednesday had to check in again on Thursday because they had to get their trackers yesterday. And now they have to come in again this morning. I think the team is making sure that those trackers are activated, making sure that they're working. And there are probably a few waitlisters here in the gym hoping that someone won't show up, because it is possible if someone, a checked-in runner, doesn't appear this morning on time, that spot could be given away.
Or takes the deferral that they're offering. We don't have a live look outside yet, but again, it is a bit smoky here. Could affect some of our, respiratorily sensitive runners that we have out there. Mm-hmm. So just, you got a little bit of the glint of the sun, it looks like, starting to come over the Kendall area. Just a a slight glow to the world outside right now. Got the rock lit up. Shout out to Brian Colmo, who's running the race today. He is our finish line coordinator, and I think he's going to be out there and he's going to be out front, kind of going for it, which will be really cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Brian does an amazing job. If you go back to the not even just the early days of Hardrock, but just a few years ago, the finish line looked nothing like what we see on the screen now. This is beautiful. All the flags representing every state and every nation for the runners that are represented in Hardrock this year. Brian told me the other day, I think he said there are 3 states that he doesn't have flags for. So obviously he collects a flag for every new state, every runner coming from a new state. I don't know what those states are, though, that don't have Hardrockers yet.
I don't know what it is either. I don't think it's Florida, because we've got Chris Twiggs here, so
this is true.
He has quite a few finishes and is from the state of Florida, the flatlands, the lowlands.
The Sunshine State.
The Sunshine State. I myself am from New Mexico. The New Mexico flag's flying out there. We got a few people from New Mexico running today, and I think that they're going to have a fun time out there.
I know they will. New Mexico's had a ton of runners, including one of the inaugural class, actually not more than one of the inaugural class of our Hardrock Hall of Fame.
Yeah, that was one of the coolest events of the week, I think. It was in an art gallery here in Silverton, Colorado. Art gallery, old power plant. What's the difference? It was in the art gallery, and it was a lovely ceremony. Tons of people showed up. There was a specific beer for Hardrock, a logo from Ska Brewing.
And actually, I'll admit, despite the fact that on the Hard Talk podcast, I did kind of talk down the fact that it's an IPA. I had one at the event, and it actually was pretty good.
Oh, Chris, you finally are developing some taste.
Or losing it.
It only took, or losing it, yeah. So if you look at the entry list for 2025, just kind of giving you guys some statistics on the field. The youngest 2025 entrant is 29 years old, and the oldest is 67. The oldest is Tommy Stockton.
Is that right?
Yes.
I'm kind of a lot of years we have 70 or over entrants. So Tommy is a baby compared to some of the oldest that we've had. But I'm super excited. I'm super excited for him to get out there and do his tour of the San Juans. Obviously, expect him to come in and kiss that rock.
We had a 72-year-old was in the run until early last week. So that person dropped out, and Tommy, you're the next man up for that slot. So good luck out there. I think you're going to have a fun day. Your training's on point, so get ready to go. But a whole range of people in the 146-person field. 44% of them are previous finishers, and then 56% of the field is first-time lottery winners. So we're representing 14 countries and 28 states. And it's just going to be, another great day in the San Juans. I can't wait for it.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. It's starting to get a little bit lighter out there. A lot of the hard rockers will come in and they'll get checked in first, and then maybe they'll go back out. They'll spend some time with their crew, get a cup of coffee from one of those shops that's already open, or maybe back in their hotel room or Airbnb. That nervous time before the start is it's almost wasted energy. But we know that they're excited to be here, and once we say go, they are going to be able to put all of their energy into moving forward. You can see
folks
in there.
Yeah, everybody's starting to roll into the gym. It's really a special morning just seeing everybody walk around. The people are bundled up in their jackets and their running gear. Their crews are here sipping on coffee. So it's just super special morning.
One of the things that is, I guess it's not unique here to Silverton, but it's certainly different from where I live most of the year, is the extremes in temperature. It's chilly this morning, but it's going to be pretty warm later today. And so hopefully all these runners, they've got their layers on now, but hopefully they can get down to something that's protecting them from the sun, keeping them cool, and then at night it'll get cold again. So that's stuff that they have to think about when they put their gear bags together, their drop bags together, or the things that they're carrying as well. A lot of good high-performance fabrics that go into that. Certainly different from the early days when I think they just basically grabbed a raincoat and a poncho, or a raincoat or poncho, and hoped for the best.
Yeah, and I think we've got some pretty cool storylines of people waiting to get in. I think we have 3 or 4 waitlisters here, or potentially hopeful that somebody doesn't want to start or show up to start and get in. I think Tara Dower's number 1 on the female finishers list. We've got a couple people from the male finishers list here, and then I believe a friend of mine, Devang, he's number 1 on the never wait list.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you're not hoping that somebody has gotten hurt, twisted an ankle or anything that over the night.
Sure.
But occasionally you have a runner who you might say comes to his senses or her senses and says, yeah, maybe this isn't something that I'm ready to do right now. Those people who are in the never category really need to consider that, because once they start, their never status is it's either going to become a finisher, or they're going to end up losing those tickets that they'd accumulated over the years. So it's a real consideration for them.
Yeah, and there's a live look of the outside in Silverton, Colorado here. You can see a little bit of the smoke there right now that we're dealing with in Silverton. So Dale Garland's making a statement currently regarding the running of the event. Sounds like people are still pretty excited to go out there and give it a shot.
Yeah.
Some of the big storylines we have for the day, right? We have former UTMB champion Katie Scheid, or current UTMB champion, reigning UTMB champion. I'll get it right one of these times.
Yes, we could just say UTMB champion.
UTMB champion Katie Scheid out there getting ready to rock and roll on the trail. So we'll see how she does on the women's side. It's going to be a great race. We've got Manon as well on the women's side, as well as some other fast ladies showing up here in the San Juans. Talking about the men's race, we have returning champion Ludovic Pomeray, Mathieu Blanchard, and some other great names out there giving it a shot.
We really do, and as I was saying earlier, Hardrock has become an international event, right? It's not just a bunch of people from the southwest of the United States who are coming in here and deciding to go for a hike together. These are people coming. These are high quality athletes that are coming from around the world to test themselves against these amazing San Juan mountains. And what I've been hearing from a lot of them is these mountains are not like what we see in Europe. This is a different type of beast.
Right, San Juan Mountains. It's wild and tough.
Yeah.
I think one thing that we've heard a lot of when talking to people on the on our podcast that we host is that they're surprised with the remoteness of the San Juan Mountains. There's nobody out there with them. They're very alone on the course. Hardrock doesn't have a mandatory gear policy where they have to choose specific items to carry with them on the course. Really, it's kind of up to you on what you take out there and how you choose to run the run.
It really is, and I think that is another thing that's evolved over the years. Poles, I think probably, if not 100%, close to 100% of the runners here are going to be using poles. That's something they weren't using. This is the 30th running of the Hardrock 100, and definitely in the first running, none of them had poles. That's something that's come on in the last few years. We see now most of the runners are going to be using poles out there, at least on the uphills. Packs, vests, those are things. We were talking, some of us, about one of the folks that was a staple of the race in the early days, a guy named John DeWalt, and he rarely used poles, never used more than a hip pack with a couple of bottles in it, just tied a jacket around his waist, and off he went. And that's the way a lot of these early wild and tough hard rockers were. They didn't need a lot of gear, or they didn't have a lot of gear. And now it's become a much more technical sport with all sorts of high-performance gear. The shoes have evolved a great deal. Some people in the early days were doing it in hiking boots, if you can believe that.
That's quite amazing. Just thinking about going out there. I mean, we've got people out there in hiking boots in the past. We've got a lot of people today running in just a normal road running shoe. And I think that's a good moment to thank our presenting sponsor here, Altra. great shoes to wear out on the trails, lots of grip. Not a road shoe that people will see a lot of on the course, but I think seeing the Altra shoes out there will be quite amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been really enjoying the gaiters that Altra gave us a couple of years ago, and that's one of the features that I like about those shoes is they've got that gaiter keeper on them that keeps the rocks out of my shoes, especially on something like Grant Swamp Pass where your feet are basically buried in rubble and scree.
Right, and you can see behind us one of those gaiters. It's got the little trail gaiter attachment, so it's nice that feature's built in, and that we gave out some pretty cool gaiters a few years ago. Hopefully, maybe we'll give out some more in the future. We'll have to talk with the partner.
I hope so. That's a really neat piece of swag. We are less than half an hour away from the start of the Hardrock 100, which is exciting. It's really neat. Obviously, I know you would rather be one of the people in the gym right now checking in, getting ready to go out for a tour of the San Juans for ourselves. But if we can't do that, this is the next best thing, being here to support the runners and cheer them on as they go out and head out for their couple of days in the woods and in the mountains.
Yeah, take a look at that crowd right now. There's only 146 runners in the field, but I think they all brought a few people with them. Silverton kind of explodes during race week. We had a lot of great events this week. We had the Hall of Fame induction. We had the great women's panel at the lovely town park here in Silverton on Issy Park. We had some hikes that Chris Twiggs here ran. What was the course looking like out there when you went on your hikes?
The course is in really amazing shape. There was a lot of snow early before I started doing the orientation hikes. There was a lot of snow. In fact, the first time I tried to go up onto Virginia's Pass, which is where the iconic Kroger's Canteen aid station is located, I had to turn back because of the snow that was covering the roads at a slope that just I didn't feel safe going out there on my own. By the time we got there with the group that was doing the course orientation hike, we had no trouble getting through that area, but there was still a ton of snow. There are 3 steep pitches of snow leading up to that aid station, and that's the direction that the runners are going this year. They're going to be going up to that aid station. The top pitch will have a rope affixed at the top. The people that work that aid station will put that up there. And my guess is there's still going to be snow, at least in that top pitch. But we know that it's been warm here. We know that the snow has been melting fast. And so that's really just about the only place on the course that I think the runners are going to have to deal with snow or be slowed down by it at all.
But they're going to have to keep their feet healthy this whole run, because there's not a lot of dry spots on this course, right?
No, but that's always the case. Hardrock, you're going to have your feet wet. Your feet get wet going into an aid station and coming out of an aid station, it seems. That's a frustration sometimes. I've certainly had times when I just was really frustrated by the fact that I couldn't keep my feet dry. But that's just the way it goes. You have to decide for yourself when you're out there. Are you the type of person that's going to be changing your shoes and socks often? Believe it or not, I actually remember one year heading the same direction that the Hardrockers are going this year. There's the first big water crossing is up in Arastra Gulch, and there's no getting around it. There's no getting across it without your feet getting wet. And there was someone, I'm not joking, there was someone putting on hip waders to get across the water to try to keep his feet dry. I think he had maybe a 200 coming up later, and he didn't want his feet to be destroyed for that. That had to have lasted maybe about 10 miles, putting those waders on. There's no way he kept doing that, because that would be just untenable.
Yeah, and some people in the past, even I think when we spoke with Anna Frost, Killian took his shoes off at the Arastra Creek crossing, crossed, and then put them back on and started running up the hill.
Well, I mean, Killian, I sometimes believe that Killian could have actually walked on the water rather than having to step in it, but that's really hard to believe. Gosh, I can't imagine how rough the surface is underneath there, the rocks and things like that. I would definitely rather have wet shoes than be stepping on those jagged rocks on the bottom of that water crossing.
Yeah, and it's a cold water crossing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be throwing out some fun facts, because we learned a lot of fun facts on an episode that we talked to Terry Wallace. The first gold in the San Juan Mountains was panned in Arastra Gulch.
Yeah, and Terry said that he actually has collected his own gold in Arrastra Gulch. He's panned for gold there. I know there are a couple of places in the San Juans where you can go with your family and get these kits. Have you done that, Dan? Have you collected gold out here?
No, I haven't. I put my hand in the creek the other day, thinking maybe I'd find a nugget or something, but I didn't actually end up finding anything.
All right. Well, if you had, you probably wouldn't be here right now.
Yeah, true. If I would have found a big nugget, I'd be down at the local gold trader trading it in, and maybe buying one of those side-by-sides we see around out there.
Yeah. Now, I have a question, and I'm sure that you know the answer to this, because when we talked to Terry, he talked about these calderas. And I'll be honest, I don't actually know what a caldera is.
Ooh, a caldera is a collapsed supervolcano.
A collapsed super... So are we in a collapsed supervolcano right now?
Yes. Although our mood is high, we are still sitting in a collapsed super caldera. I can see Ludovic there. We'll be dropping fun facts all day, guys. So just be ready for that. I see Ludovic out there. The hard block run yesterday was pretty cool. Ludo's on the start line. He had his bib, he had his vest, his poles, he had everything with him in the start chute for the hard block run, which is a great tradition here at Hardrock. They line all the kids up behind the rock, and they do a race around the school. It's about 100 yards, and the kids get a chance to partake on the hard block run. The winner of the hard block run actually gets automatic entry into the 2026 running of Hardrock. So,
is that right?
Yeah,
that's fascinating.
Yeah, but they don't meet the 18 age
I was going to
requirement.
say, assuming they're old enough,
yeah.
and and gets permission from their parents.
Yeah, there are a lot of French flags in the comments. We do have a pretty big French field. We have Sherman Grandier. Okay, I'll get it right eventually.
Or Serge.
Yeah, or Serge. We have Serge out there. We have Mathieu Blanchard. We have who else from France do we have? Oh, Ludovic Pomeray.
Of course, our defending champion. And Ludovic is taking the run very seriously. He's lined up some amazing pacers to help him. The last two UTMB champions will be pacing.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, what a dream team to put together. I think one of the things we learned from Ludovic is he really likes running with other folks, with other people. So I mean, I'm just speculating here, but I'm guessing we're not going to see him really break free. If he is able to break free from the crowd, we won't see that happen until he picks up a pacer, because he'd like to be running. I think that's Jamil Curry right there. We just saw on the screen. Yeah, got Jamil Curry
right there. We also have on the ladies' side, we have Katie Scheid leading the charge, and then we have Manon Bohard. She will be out there racing hard, and probably right up there in front. So it'll be cool to see the ladies' race unfold for sure.
It really will. And again, it's not just about the people that are at the front. I mean, that's pretty exciting, but honestly, for the vast majority of people that are here in the gym right now, it's just about testing themselves against these mountains. It's about going 100 miles, climbing 33,000 feet, descending 33,000 feet, being able to cross rivers and climb mountains and go through, in some cases, 2 full nights, and then hopefully make it back here to the rock before 48 hours has expired.
Yep, and we just saw on camera Billy Yang and Maggie Guterl, who will probably be out there on the course, crewing their respective runners. One big storyline for the day is from the front of the pack, Zach Miller. He's been trying to get to the Hardrock start line for a pretty long time. Finally able to make it happen this year. I saw him in the gym. He is checked in. His appendix is no longer there. He is ready to get this thing rolling. I think it's going to be really interesting to see how he does out there.
It really will. It's hard to know. Obviously, a lot of things can happen. We've had, in previous years, we've had people that were expected to win or at least compete for the win who didn't even make it to the finish line. A lot can happen in 48 hours, and a lot can happen in 100 miles, and especially in these San Juan mountains. So it'll be fun to see how things turn out. Wow, some of these runners are really bundled up. I'm sure that won't last long. Once that sun comes up, it's going to warm up here. We've got just about 20 minutes before the start. I know people are getting excited. Crews are heading out. There's Andrew Barney, who is going, I think Andrew's going for his 9th Hardrock finish. He's wearing a camo kilt, as you can see, and he actually, I don't think he's carrying his bagpipes with him, but I know he finished Bighorn a couple of weeks ago, playing bagpipes as he went into the finish. He did go on some of our course orientation hikes. He was a big help there because obviously he's a veteran. He knows these mountains. He knows these trails. But when we climbed Handy's Peak at 14,000 feet, he carried his bagpipes to the top and played his bagpipes up there. And I'm going to say the thin air. I know that some people will correct me that it's not actually thinner, but he actually played his bagpipe up there, or tried to.
Yeah, and to confirm from the comments, Hillary Yang is running the run today, and she'll be out there on the course. It'll be great to see how she does today. All the training's done. All of the drop bags are prepped, packed.
They're not only they're packed, but they're actually at the aid stations. The runners had to have the drop bags turned in by 3 p.m. yesterday, and Brad Bishop, who is our aid station coordinator, he was very clear. There are a couple of aid stations that were going to be loading up and heading out at 3. So if any one of the runners missed that 3 p.m. deadline, their drop bag didn't make it to that particular aid station. That there are crew access aid stations out there, so hopefully crews will be able to get to their runners to bring them anything that they need that might not be in the drop bags, or if they miss the drop bag. So
we got about 5 minutes till check-in ends. So we'll see who else gets into the run. We are waiting for 3 people to check in. I know there's some people in the gym waiting. They've got their gear with them. Tara Dower is one of those who is still on the wait list. I have not heard of any movement, so we'll see. Right? It's probably pretty nerve-wracking to be standing there waiting as number 1 on the wait list. Obviously, we don't want anybody to have something happen to them where they have to drop out for race day, but we do always want to start a full field.
Absolutely. We're going to start a full field. There's no question about that. And there are plenty of waitlisters that are here in the gym waiting for that opportunity. I do remember my favorite first on the wait list person that got in. This was back when there was only one wait list, so men and women shared a wait list. There was no difference between finishers and nevers on the wait list. And there was a wonderful couple, Steve and Deb Perro, who had been around the race for a long time. Deb had actually painted the beautiful logo on the rock out there that everybody kisses. And Deb was number 1 on the wait list. Steve was in the run. They were waiting. It looked like everybody was going to be checked in. Deb was geared up, ready to go. And just at the last second, Steve walked over to Dale and said, "You know what? I'm just not feeling it today. Give my spot to whoever happens to be number 1 on the wait list." And so Steve obviously went around and was able to support, crew, and pace Deb. And Deb was the entered runner that year and got to go around. I don't remember how many finishes they had between the two of them, but they had both finished Hardrock multiple times. It was a really cool story to see happen right there in front of me.
Look how packed the gym is. Wow. That's a lot of people.
It is a lot of people, but they'll be making their way outside here soon. The excitement will be over once we know that everyone is checked in, and if anyone gets in off the wait list, sort of the excitement will be over and people will start heading out toward the rock. It's starting to get brighter out there, as we can see. There are folks out there as well.
You can see Jamil there in the center of the screen with his mom, chatting about what he's about to go out and do. He's 2 weeks off of Western States, so he'll be an interesting storyline to follow for the day.
Yeah, he will. I expect Jamil, I haven't talked to him about his strategy for this year, but I know last year he was very conservative at the beginning of the run. I know he was conservative at the beginning of the run because we were together early on, and he spent the whole first day really being really smart about the way he was traveling. This is definitely one of those hundreds that you can come on strong the second day and finish faster than you started, and I believe he had a pretty significant negative split last year.
Last year, if you look at So last year was in the clockwise direction, where they head towards the creek crossing first. Him and Nick were like the last two people to cross the road, and Nick ran himself into, I think, 8th or 9th place.
Amazing.
That's truly an amazing. I mean, that's the way to run Hardrock.
It is the way to run Hardrock, absolutely. Although I will not expect to see Ludovic in the back going across the road. I doubt he'll be that far back.
It's actually Ludo's plan to go out last this year.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Is that right? Well, he certainly did something along those lines for the hard block run, and I don't blame him. I know you mentioned that earlier. That's one of those things. I've talked to the previous champions, and they're more nervous sometimes about leading that kids run than they are actually out there on Hardrock, because they've trained for Hardrock. They've gotten out on the course and they've trained for those ups and downs, but nobody really trains for running in a massive sea of children who are desperate to get to that rock.
Yeah, it looks like we just had somebody give up their spot to the next person on the wait list. I heard the name, but I did not get the pool that the person came out of. I
didn't hear it at all. I would love to know who that is. That's really
Luda Palma? Something Palma?
Wow.
Let me look. I'm going to try and pull up the...
Yeah, pull that up if you can. That's really exciting that somebody would have gotten in. I see Brian Como down there giving some hugs, getting excited. Rick Hodges is down there just taking pictures. Rick is a 14-time Hardrock finisher. He was volunteering his fingers to the bone yesterday, helping to set up the finish line area. A lot of volunteers are involved here at Hardrock. I think there are something like 5 volunteers for every person in Hardrock, for every Hardrocker, and we need all of them out there.
Yep, it looks like Julio Palma from the male finisher waitlist has come off and is in the race.
Wow, that is
Sorry,
fantastic.
I'm going to mess that up a lot today, apparently.
Wow. Congratulations to him. That's really exciting to have somebody get in last second. Obviously, he was hoping for that. I don't know now. I actually don't know what the policy is. I imagine he doesn't have drop bags out there. I don't think they take drop bags out because he wouldn't have had a number assigned to him.
He could have put him in the pile with his name on him. So if you are that high on the wait list, you can leave your... you can take your drop bags. Like Tara Dower had her drop bags packed and took them over to Kendall Mountain and dropped them into the bins where they have to go. So that way they're out there. Yes, you have to come get them if you don't get in the run, but you're going to have to come get them on Sunday.
Yeah. Well, that's. I'm glad to know that's a possibility then. So they're not going to be left without gear out there. I was worried. I think it was Ludo that told us when we talked to him for the podcast that Hardrock doesn't have any, he mentioned, unlike a lot of the races he's done, Hardrock doesn't have any mandatory gear, and you could just take off just with the shirt on your back, and that's it. So it would make the getting in as a waitlister a little bit more challenging if we required them to go out with just the shirt on their back.
Yeah. And I believe Mr. Twiggs is going to be stepping away for a moment here shortly.
We are indeed. We're going to trade one Chris for another, which is...
I'm swapping Chris's. So we're pulling out Chris Twiggs, and we're going to throw him out onto the streets where he belongs, and I'm going to bring up Chris Warden.
I'll be back here with you in a little bit, Dan. I'm going to go out and do some work at the starting line.
Heck yeah. Everybody welcome Chris Warden onto the stage. Oh my gosh, is that Chris?
I still owe you for that Hardrock lottery prank you played on me, but good morning, everybody.
I think you tried to get me back last year. Hey, welcome to the 2025 Hardrock 100.
Happy Hardrock.
Yeah, happy Hardrock. It's best time of the year. It's like Christmas in December.
But in
Or is it like, well, it's like Hardrock in December. There we go. That's what I'll go with. It's like Hardrock in December. Christmas in July here in Silverton, Colorado. So I'm just super excited to see what goes on for the day. I'm really excited to see all the runners out there, the major storylines that we'll be following. It's just a super, super special event.
Absolutely. It's one of the things, my first experience at Hardrock was in 2021 as we see runners starting to make their way outside. And what I experienced there before we ever started live streaming was just, the observation of the runners at the aid stations at Ouray, at Cunningham Gulch, and you just see how the passion with which the communities embrace this event. It's truly a magical thing. I will say that seeing the the background right now, I am given pause and
man.
concern about the air quality.
So yeah, we made a statement this morning about the air quality. The AQI is in the unhealthy for sensitive persons range.
Yes.
So we did offer deferral to those people who are interested in taking the deferral, who don't want to be out in that sort of conditions.
Yeah.
It's not ideal. I mean, for sure, it's not ideal. But they're going to, looks like we're starting a full field. Everybody's checked in and ready to run. But we did want to offer that today because the main priority out here is safety, right? There's lots of stories of people going over passes in lightning storms, but we want everybody to take safety into their own hands and make a decision that's best for them. So we wanted to give them the option to get into the run later, defer to next year, and have their chance in the San Juans this time next year.
Yeah.
Got an Ohio flag. Shout out to everybody I know in Ohio. See one waving in the wind there. We have representatives from 28 states and 12 foreign countries. I'd have to look back at the list, but it was in that range. I'm just super excited to be here.
Yeah, that's one of the beautiful things about Hardrock as well, is that for as small as the field is, it does bring in an international flavor because I think it's 32 qualifiers, half of them are international.
Yeah.
So that's an opportunity for people who, I've talked to multiple runners who are here for the first time, or their first experience in the United States was coming to the San Juans. And I got to tell you, if you were to pick a first place to experience in America, and this was it, I think that you're doing yourself some justice there.
Yeah.
But, go ahead. Oh, I thought you. So actually, one of the things I was thinking, and this might be, maybe a bit of angle shooting on my part, but when they announced that there were deferrals available, I was wondering if anybody who was searching for true Hardrocker status, who had already run multiple times counterclockwise, that wanted to defer to next year. I mean, I am not familiar with, at least in the time that I've been following the race, where there was an opportunity to automatically defer into the following year's race.
Good morning. Good morning.
It happened.
There has been a few instances of this in the past. Obviously, we have an excellent pregnancy deferral policy or
that's
parental
true, yes.
deferral policy. It is that policy in place, but also, my sinuses appear to be going insane with the smoke this morning. But with the COVID-19 pandemic that occurred a few years ago, we canceled the run, and then the next year, race week, if you had COVID, if you came down with, or run week, if you came down with COVID, we gave people a lottery bypass the following year.
We're very excited.
Just because of the nightmare that travel was.
We're very excited to
at
have
that point
everybody
in
here
time.
this morning.
So really,
Just imagine
we're trying to do things. It's very difficult to get into Hard Rock, and we're putting things in place to hopefully make it so people have as special as a time out here that they want to have. What are you excited about storylines?
6.5 minutes, Megan.
6.5 minutes. I think the
Chance for an American to win this race for the first time in several years. I don't normally get invested in those types of storylines, to be honest. I cheer on runners as on an individual basis, as we see the high school from a distance. I love this.
This is the first time we're allowing drones for the live stream here at Hard Rock. And wow, look at that shot. That is amazing. Everybody's moving into the start chute today. But I agree with you. I am excited about a potential male American finisher being the first person to kiss the rock, which would be awesome. I mean, the last time that happened was 2016 when Jeff Browning won the race. So, and he was actually running in second for 90% of that day. He was.
It's kind of a wild year from the.
Right. Somebody was disqualified for receiving aid outside an aid station, and Jeff won that year. Actually, it was going to be Jeff Browning or Jeff Rome. Who is running today? Jeff Rome, a Silverton local. He's out there in the run. Probably super excited to be out there in his home mountains. I was talking to his boss from the Parks and Recreation Department when we were setting up in the park earlier this week, and she was like, "Well, I gave him the week off to focus on getting the run done. So
Nice. And that is going to be a tall order for any domestic runners, any American runners on the men's side who are looking to break through because, let's be honest, the contingent from France is absolutely
a monster
stout.
field.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, we're about 5 minutes to start here.
Absolutely. We have a
Jordan
reminder
behind the
that,
set just told us that we're
pacers
about
may not
5
start
minutes
with
to the
their
start
runners
here,
unless the
so
runner is 60 or
they're
over.
going to
We
go
do have
out.
a few runners in that
They're going to make a
category.
right-hand
They're
turn,
going
and
to
they're going to
be,
head
they're gonna be starting
towards
with their runners.
Kendall Mountain, which
Otherwise,
is the
pacers
mountain
can
you
pick
can
them up at
see in the
approved
shot
pace
right now.
stations. We also want to
You're
remind
going to head
all
towards
of the
Kendall Mountain.
crews
They're going to
that
make
it
a
is
left, and they're going to head up
impossible
past the
for,
Beaver Ponds
you-
before they
for
start
your
their
runner
first
to
climb
beat you
up
to
Little
Cunningham.
Giant.
So you do not have to
Looking
scramble out of
down
here
the
as soon as
chute
the
right
runners
now,
do. You can take some time, you can get a cup of coffee.
they're
and
getting
then
ready
you
to
can
start,
head
so
out
they
there to
load
see
them
your
all
runners
into the
on
chute.
first crew at first base station.
I'm going to wish good luck to David Koblenz going out there for hopefully his
13th finish?
13th finish.
Yeah, I believe he, on the men's side, would be the dean of the race, having a dozen finishes.
Yeah, so he's going out there. I wish him the best of luck. He's a great running partner of mine in Los Alamos, New Mexico. So really good luck to him. Another person I want to wish best luck to is Brian Como, very good friend of mine. He's the finish line coordinator as well. Great guy. He's wearing all white, and just really excited what he can do for the day. I'm telling you, he's wearing all white, so that way it's easy to find him on the screen. So I think he'll be up there in the front.
Yeah, I mean, he had, I believe, a 7th place finish last year. A very, very good race. Another
2 years ago. So he's ran this direction. This will be the second time running this direction.
Another runner that I'm really looking forward to seeing make yet another trip around the rock is Betsy Nye. Betsy Nye going for finish number 20, the leader amongst all runners here at Hardrock. Looking forward to watching Betsy kiss that rock yet again.
Nice. Yeah. Betsy got recognized yesterday. It was really cool to see her, being one of the longest people standing up there when Dale reads off. How many finishes do you have? And Betsy, he forgot about her for a second because she was off in the corner. So she was standing there a long time, and we're just getting everybody loaded into the start line. We got some front runners there in the front of the chute, and people are getting ready to head off into the San Juan Mountains.
You can see the media also as well. They're going to back off a little bit, so and they'll create some epic shots for print and for video later on, for sure.
For sure.
They need the extra energy, so make sure you show up caffeinated and
Man, what a day. I'm just excited to see it start unfolding. Got about 2 minutes until the start. We got people lined up all over the place, all down the finish chute. We added those pennants. Brian added those pennants this year just to give it a better atmosphere at the beginning, so that way there's a great place for people to stand and cheer on their runners as they head into the mountains.
Thank you for taking care of you for the next 48 hours of your life, and get ready for the experience of a lifetime.
Absolutely. I want to remind all of those that are
See the
doing
media
this
being
for the first
instructed
time,
to
your lives
back
are
away,
about to be
so Dale
changed
is going to give them
forever.
their
There will be the time in your life
final countdown here
before you were a
momentarily.
hard rocker, and once you kiss that
We've
rock,
got,
you
so
will
there's a
forever
classic
be
fire
a
engine there
hard
out front
rocker.
that's going
I'm
to lead
excited
the runners
to
all the
see it
way over to
happen. We
Kendall
really
Mountain. So
hope-
that's a pretty
we really
cool
hope
thing
that
we
we
added
have
this year.
146 finishers this
Excited
year.
to see
Let's make that happen.
that
Be
just
safe
leading
out
everybody
there.
out. Hopefully, it can go
That's
fast
right.
enough
Be safe out there and
to
come back
outpace
and kiss
Ludo.
that rock
Thanks to
under
the
48
feed
hours.
for sponsoring the Skycam. This will be, as Dan mentioned a few minutes ago, the first time we've had drones on the course. You can see the front of the pack there.
1 minute to
Somebody
go.
forget to line up? No, they're jumping in there now. So, all right, look at that. Ready to go.
See a few women on the start. See Stephanie Case. See Katarina Harmut. You can see Ludo on the far right.
At
Second
6:15,
from
we're
the
going to
right.
have a crew briefing in the
Got
gym.
Zach up
so if
there,
you're
I
here in
think.
your
I see
crew, come on into the gym at 6:15. On that fire
All
truck,
right.
as I mentioned, are the
35
inaugural
seconds.
class of our Hall of Fame. All of them are on that, except for run director Dale
I think
Garland.
we'll have a
who was
runner
inducted
cam
to the Hall
embedded
of
in the
Fame.
start
He's
line as
running
well.
around,
So
a little
that'll
bit
be fun to
frenzied
see
here. His
once that
excitement
cam
only
goes
matches
live.
your own.
What the runners will experience for the first bit of the course. It kind of just weaves through the trees for a bit. So, all right,
Yeah,
here
it's
we
a nice
go.
gentle start.
All right, you're going to
13.
help us count down. 10,
10,
9, 8,
It's only a 2-second difference.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right. Sounds like they are off. Heck yeah.
Good luck to all 146 of you.
The 2025 Hardrock 100 is underway.
Heck yeah. All right, there's Zach going out on the front right away.
I'm really excited to see how this race
That's right.
unfolds.
Keep the cheering going.
On that side,
The folks that are
with
starting
regard
out
to
in the
Zach,
back, you're the
you
smart
have two
ones as
guys
far
who
as
are
I'm
known for
concerned.
basically running out
Congratulations.
and basically challenging
We'll see
and
you
daring
in
the field to keep up with them. Whenever you have a runner like that, it's a fun thing to watch. Now, when you have two, you might have a situation like we did a few years ago where Killian, Dakota, and Francois were all running out ahead of the pack, and you could tell that Dakota and Killian were, trading jabs at the front of the pack, and we might see that again here this year.
For sure. Man, look at those views. They're headed out. So they're going to go down, and they're going to take a right onto that street. They're going to head straight across all the way over to Kendall Mountain, and then that is the first place we will see them duck into the woods.
Yeah.
And the next place we'll see them will be potentially over in Little Giant. Sherman Aid Station today. We've got the next place we'll see them is Cunningham Gulch. So
Yeah.
this direction is known as the counterclockwise direction. Hardrock does switch back and forth from clockwise to counterclockwise. In this direction, they get a little bit more time with dry feet. We got Brian running out there up front, Katarina Hartmuth. Who's he pointing at? We've got, I saw Ludo up there and Zach. The field's starting to cruise through. Our cameraman must be getting tired.
Yeah. I mean, they've got all of our camera people out there have a heck of a weekend ahead of them. And as you mentioned, with this counterclockwise, there is a different dynamic to the race. As you mentioned, of course, they're not going to cross Mineral Creek on, mile 2, but also it's the up the ramps, down the walls direction as well.
It is, and that can be considerably more difficult. I mean, when we were speaking with Ludovic, he was saying that he much prefers the other direction, right? The long downhill into Uray on Camp Road really plays to his strengths versus the long uphill that doesn't so much play to his strengths. Do you know who that is in the white on the right there?
I wasn't quite sure, but definitely, obviously, we're so early into the race. But at the same time, if you're leading out with Zach, you're serving notice.
Yeah. All right, crossing the road there. There's Katie, Zach.
Is that
Looks like a North Face athlete, based on the shoes. Maybe. Oh, could be Mathieu.
That's true, yeah. That wouldn't be surprising in the least.
Mathieu in white. Yep, that looks
Bib
like Mathieu
107.
Blanchard. Yep. Thank you for that in the comments. Go Serge. Yeah, we've got Jamon's alter ego out there running Serge. We spoke to him about that on the podcast. Yeah, it looks like they're about to head over the road and start into the woods. So plenty of great coverage coming at you live today from the Mountain Outpost channel. This stream is brought to you by Altra. Great shoes for the terrain. Couple Ultra athletes out there running. Excited to see what happens. There's Steph Case out there running.
I popped on my brand new Lone Peaks for the first time this morning.
Oh, heck yeah. I have on the 275 Olympus. I love the upper. I really do like a Matrix upper. It was on one of my all-time favorite shoes that another brand used to make. And I ran in that shoe forever. I still have a couple pairs that are saved for my Hardrock in the future that I'll be using. But I really am enjoying the Matrix upper on these Ultra 275 Olympuses.
They'll be passing the old Hardrock as they enter the single track here. It's basically under a structure on the left-hand side as they enter the single track. That was the prior Hardrock that had been retired. I believe it was the original one.
It was the original one. What happened was they picked it up, they put it in place in front of the school, and it cracked in half. So one of the owners, the old owner of the Wyman Hotel, he pushed
Roger
it back
Rublik?
together. Yeah,
Yeah.
Rublik. Yeah, he pushed it back together. He put a bunch of epoxy in it. He put a bunch of construction tools in it. He ratchet strapped it back together to let it, so that way it would make it through that one run. It happened run week. Like when they placed the rock, it fell apart. So they're passing by that rock right now.
So as you mentioned, their feet are going to stay dry a little bit longer, but not too much longer because Arrastra Creek is less than 4 miles in. And that'll be their first water crossing here at the 2025 Hardrock 100.
Correct. Yeah, they're just going to go up this little hill, rolls for a really nice long time. There's probably some ice on the bridges in those trees. Pass by some beaver ponds before they start to climb up Little Giant. So, yeah, I agree with the comments there. The Skycam is really cool. These are some really great shots that we're getting of the San Juan Mountains and of Silverton, Colorado. So,
as you can see, the lead runners have hit the single track. They will be on this stretch for about 3.5-ish miles before their first water crossing, and they'll hit Arrastra Creek.
And it looks like I'm switching Chris's back out.
I don't blame you.
Where would you be without a Chris, Dan?
Probably in a much better mental state.
No, that is not true at all. Look at them go already. That is fantastic to see them already up there on the trails. This was a really fun start. I got to get out there and do a little bit of race announcing with Megan Hicks, who is the president of the Hardrock board. That was an honor to be able to do that. But it's a lot more fun just sitting here and chatting with you and watching what's going on the screen.
Yeah, I'm really excited for what's going to be happening today. Some great drone shots that we're getting here from above Silverton with some great shots of the trees there. I've never seen them from above, so this is pretty cool.
Yeah, it really is. That first area is relatively flat. They'll get to the first climb when they start heading up from Arrastra Gulch up Little Giant, and it'll be a while before they make it to that first aid station in Cunningham. So we've got some spectators out there that have just hiked up to cheer them on as those first runners come through on the trail heading out toward Arrastra Gulch. There's some beaver ponds that they're going to go past. They may see some other wildlife in that area. There have been moose spotted not that long ago. Hopefully the moose will not be an issue. We did have some hikers that got a moose encounter that wasn't the best a couple of days ago out scouting the course. And then they'll head up into that beautiful, beautiful morning sky that we have over Silverton this morning.
To answer the comments that we're getting, there is no Tara Dower out there. She did not make it off the wait list this morning, so she is not on the start line.
No, we only had one runner who was brought in off of the wait list at the last moment. And something that I heard when I went down, Megan told me that the runner who'd given up his spot actually handed a token to the wait list runner who got in, and for him to carry around the course, and wished him luck on his tour of the San Juan. So some really neat camaraderie from the runner giving up a spot and the runner getting in last minute on race morning. We told you earlier that it has happened, and here it did happen in Silverton. Look at that beautiful, beautiful morning sky.
I wouldn't call that a beautiful morning sky.
Well, it is. I mean, it might be sunshine filtering through smoke, but it's still pretty. We've got folks still gathering around at the start. We're going to have a crew briefing here in a few minutes. There's plenty of time for the crews to come in and hear from Run Director Dale Garland some tips, some best practices for how they should behave out there on the course. And so they're going to come inside into the gym, get that information from him, and then they will eventually head on out. Most of them will go to Cunningham Gulch to see their runners come into that first aid station. It's going to be a very fast stop in Cunningham for most of these runners. Maybe fill a bottle, grab a little bit of food, and head out. Most runners will not spend more than 30 seconds to 2 minutes at Cunningham Aid Station.
Yeah, and to answer a comment in the comments here on YouTube, I just want to make sure somebody asks if the air quality is unhealthy. Right now, we're in a range where the air quality is unhealthy for those with sensitive lungs, or sensitive airways. So we did offer a deferral to people this morning. If they didn't want to run in this, they were not forced to, and they could defer to 2026.
Absolutely. In fact, we have that statement. I'll go ahead and read it again that was sent out by Dale Garland, and this was after a consultation. And I'll assure you it was an all-night-long consultation with the board of directors. We were all involved in this discussion. And the statement is, after careful monitoring of the air quality conditions in southwest Colorado due to wildfire smoke, Hardrock has decided to host the run. When that statement was read out, by the way, side note, when that statement was read out here in the gym, there was a huge cheer that went up. Everybody that was here wanted to run, so that was fantastic to hear. It says this decision was made because the air quality is currently under the AQI index of 151, a level at which is unhealthy to some members of the general public. However, because the air quality is unhealthy for sensitive groups, the organization is offering deferrals to those in sensitive groups who wish to defer to 2026 due to the hazardous air conditions. Those people should speak to Dale Garland in the gym. I'm not aware of any deferrals that came in under that quality, but I do know that the board and Dale and the medical director for Hardrock will all be monitoring the air quality throughout the San Juans over the next 48 hours.
Yeah, last night at the house, we were sitting there kind of discussing all of the different intricacies associated with AQI, involving the board of directors, and just kind of making sure that we were keeping everybody safe, because I think that's one of the most important things here. We talked a lot about on the podcast to people going out in lightning, going out in harsh thunderstorms and things like that. But at the end of the day, we want people to make the decision that is right for themselves, and to be able to have the option. Hardrock is very difficult to get into, so we wanted to make sure people were comfortable with their decision to go on the start line today.
Yeah, absolutely. We know that Hardrock is called wild and tough, and we know that Hardrockers are wild and tough. But we also don't want it to be unnecessarily dangerous with any factors that are introduced. In the past, Hardrock has been canceled because of fires. The Missionary Ridge fire and all of the fires that were raging in the Durango area several years ago caused Hardrock to be canceled. Hardrock has also been canceled because of too much snow and avalanches. And then obviously the pandemic caused it to be canceled for 1 year as well. So it would not have been unprecedented if the decision had been made not to hold the run. I think everyone here in Silverton, certainly everyone that was here in the gym, was excited to know that the run is happening, and we're getting word out to all the aid stations that they should be, keeping an eye on the runners, make sure that the medical representatives at each of the aid stations is asking runners how they're feeling with regard to their breathing. It's going to be hard for them to breathe up at a few of the aid stations, because a few of the aid stations are up pretty high, but the experienced medical folks at those places will handle those on a case-by-case basis.
Yeah, and actually I was reading about basically how smoke settles in valleys, the physics of smoke. And when they get up higher, they may not encounter as much towards the peaks and the passes on the Hardrock course, because that smoke is settling in the valleys. It is coming in from the La Plata fire just over the Utah border, just west of us, and it is also coming in from the Gunnison, which is north of us. So there's smoke blowing into the valley in Ouray. It's basically following where the $1 Million Highway runs, and dumping down into Silverton and Telluride. They're kind of getting the full brunt of the effects of the smoke right now. Those years that we've canceled due to avalanches, those weren't necessarily due to snow on the course, more so of blocking aid station access.
It was impossible, absolutely. That year, this was 2019 when that happened, and there was a huge avalanche that made it impossible for anybody to drive up into the Grouse Gulch and certainly couldn't have gotten up to Animas aid station. And if we can't set up an aid station there, it's not safe for us to have a run. We've got to be able to support those runners. That particular aid station is really vital because depending on the direction, and that year, runners would have been coming over Handy's Peak and then heading out to...
And it seems like we're going to wrap up and go live to the crew briefing.
Fantastic.
Woo!
Hear from Dale Garland.
Hey, I've kind of had an exciting morning. How about you? All right. Everybody, I'm going to read a couple of short statements, and then I want to turn this over to Brad Bishop, our aid station director, for a lot of what you're going to need to know as crews as you navigate these next couple of days. But I think it's really important. If you notice, there's a haze in the air, in the sky. And so what I'd like to read you the official statement so you know how the decision was made and what the criteria was for the decision. After careful monitoring of the air quality conditions of southwest Colorado due to wildfire smoke, Hardrock has decided to host the Hardrock 100-mile run in 2025. This decision was made because the air quality is currently under an AQI, Air Quality Index, of 151, a level at which is unhealthy to some members of the general public. However, because the air quality is unhealthy for sensitive groups, the organization is offering deferrals to 2026 due to hazardous air conditions. We had nobody take us up on that, just so you know. Okay? All right. So the only other thing I want to say is we're glad you're here. We are excited for you to be out. Cheer your runners on. Crew the hell out of today and tomorrow. But when you come back here, if you would please honor the no race parking signs. Okay, and park over on this side of the building or in front of the building. San Juan County Sheriffs will be ticketing. You'll get a little note and a love note from the San Juan County Sheriff if you're parked in front of the post office or where there's no parking signs. So the best way to do that is to park on the west side of this building or on the north side of this building. Okay? All right? Okay? All right. I'm going to turn the crew briefing over to, you know him, you love him, our aid station director, Brad Bishop.
If I'd known this was going to be on the live stream, I would have combed my hair. So most of what I'm going to share, in fact, pretty much everything I'm going to share is in the runner's manual. If your runner was kind enough to send you the runner's manual and you actually read it, you already know this. So you will be here for the questions afterwards. But I'm going to run it down because I have found that not every runner actually sends their crew the relevant information. So we have 6 crew aid stations out there in the field, starting with Cunningham at mile 9.3 and going all the way to Chapman at mile 84.4. They all have certain quirks. So I'm just going to walk down them in order so you know what you're getting into at each site. At Cunningham is the first place you're going to see your runners. Everyone is very tightly grouped. Pretty much every crew is there at the same time. We have a large parking team out there specifically to help keep the traffic down. It is parking, what do you call it? Parking in line, single file parking, there we go. I haven't had my coffee yet, sorry. Single file parking on one side of the road. You could have up to a mile walk to get to the aid station. Your runners are going much further than that. We don't think it'll be a problem for you. If you want to cut down on the amount of walk, find another crew and carpool out there with them. We have some special designated parking close to the aid station for people who have 2 crew hang tags in their vehicle and 2 crews represented. But you definitely will need your hang tag at Cunningham, whether or not you're carpooling or not. But otherwise, just listen to the parking volunteers. They're trained, they're awesome, and they will help get you in place. And once again, the first runners will get to Cunningham no earlier than 8 o'clock, and it is a 15-minute drive to get there. Even if you're walking, you're going to make it there in plenty of time. So no rush, get your coffee after this, then head to Cunningham. Also, Cunningham has 2 bathrooms. We know everyone except for me is lovely and caffeinated right now, we would encourage you to hit the bathroom before you head out there so that they can be saved for the runners. Of course, if it's an emergency, go ahead and go, but small point. The second place you can see your runners is Sherman, mile 29.8. Sherman is a long drive from here. It is a lovely place, but it is a ghost town in the middle of the woods, about 13 miles from Lake City. To get there with a two-wheel drive vehicle, oh, I should add, Cunningham, you can get there two-wheel drive, no problem. Sherman, to get there two-wheel drive, is roughly 3.5 hours one way. To get there four-wheel drive, it's still about 2 hours, and you really want a good vehicle and knowledge of four-wheel drive roads. Not many crews go to Sherman. You want to make sure you pace yourselves out there, and the break between seeing your runner at Cunningham and Animas is the easiest break in the race where you can take care of yourselves, get a nap before you pull an all-nighter, hitting them at Ouray, Telluride, Chapman, etc. So you can go to Sherman, but I always tell my crew and the crews of anyone else who asks me, you can skip Sherman. You're going to be driving for 4 to 7 hours in your only good spot for a break during the run. If you do head over there, there's a parking team, single file parking, it works out fine. And if you do go over there, two things. It's a long haul for us to get supplies over there and back. So if you do go over there in crew, before you leave, check with a volunteer, ask if there's any extra drop bags from runners who have been through that you could bring back. We'd really appreciate it. It helps lighten the load. Similarly, if you are going over there, I do know some crews, I think Bruce is here, looking for a ride over. So once I'm done talking, anyone who is looking for a ride to Sherman or heading to Sherman, I would recommend meet over in that corner and try to carpool. Third place you can see your runners is Animas. Animas has the tightest parking of any of our aid stations, and it's the place where everyone wants to go. Your runner is really into it at 44 miles in. Most folks hit it before the night comes or just as the night is starting. It's a really good place where your runner needs you. Because Animas can get overwhelmed, we have added what we call the Eureka staging area. So Animas is about 6 miles from town. Halfway out at the Eureka campground, we have a parking lot staffed by volunteers where we ask crews to wait until the GPS tracking shows that their runner has come over the peak of Handies. Animas has no facilities, no electricity, no water, 3 pit toilets, and it's at 11,000 feet. It's not a place equipped for large amounts of people to hang out for a long time. So we put the staging area in there to make sure that they don't get overwhelmed and that you get to see your runner when you need to see your runner. The drive time from the staging area to the aid station is about 30 minutes. It is quite a rough road. You're going to be going about 10 miles an hour. Two-wheel drive can make it, but you better be prepared to hear a few pings on your undercarriage. Four-wheel drive recommended. And yeah, from the top of Handies down to Animas, even the course record holder does that in 90 minutes or more. So 30-minute drive. When you're released, you'll get there at least an hour before your runner, usually more. But yes, if you're doing the Cunningham Animas plan, skipping Sherman, we highly recommend, rather than sitting at Eureka all day, drive the 15 minutes back into town, hang out here. It's comfortable. There's restaurants, there's bathrooms, and then go out to Eureka. Oh, and there's Wi-Fi here, so you can track your runner. Then head out to Eureka when it's close to time, and if you time it right, you may just get released to go straight to Animas. Oh. Hi, Ann. Wonderful tracking coordinator, and Duff. The fourth place you can see your runner is Ouray. So Ouray is it's also a town like Silverton. It's also a small town like Silverton. The aid station is at the park on the north end of town. Once you're in the park, there's plenty of room. There's a softball field, there's gazebos, there's picnic tables, lots of room for you to spread out. Easy place to crew, hard place to park. Plenty of town, plenty of streets. You want to make sure that you're not blocking any driveways, and you're not, and that you're following all parking signs in town. After being in the wilderness all day, it can be a bit discombobulating to be back in civilization. Just make sure you're paying attention to signage when you park. And the most important thing is, if you're crewing there, do not park in the hot springs lot. The aid station is right next to the hot springs. It has a big parking lot. It's a very, very popular option, very tempting. If your runner is later, after the hot springs is closed at 10 p.m., then you can park there, but not before. Telluride. Telluride is the largest town on course, and they have a lot of other activities, unlike Silverton being taken over by Hardrock and Ouray, which today pretty much the same. Telluride has like 3 other festivals going on. So parking can be at a bit of a premium. Recurring theme. The aid station's at the town park. There is a parking lot at the town park. I believe it has a 2 or 3 hour limit. I need to double check that. So if you go to Telluride early and want to hang out in town, park somewhere other than the park to go get your refreshments, and then make your way over once your runner's getting close. They have free public Wi-Fi all throughout Telluride. It's wonderful. There is a large public parking lot about a half mile from the aid station called Car Hinge. It's just open free public parking, a great place to spend all day if you don't mind schlepping your runner's gear a half mile. There was some construction in the town park this year. If you've been there before, the big white canopy that normally the aid station is based under is now about 150 yards from the main aid area. So we're calling the tent the crew hangout spot. And then they're currently over there working with ribbons and stakes and putting in the new orientation. I don't know exactly where you'll be setting up, but just please pay attention. If you've been there before, there are changes. Final crew access aid station is Chapman. Chapman is in a lovely meadow on a rough 4-wheel drive road. Oh, I should mention, Ouray and Telluride, it's paved the whole way. Chapman is not paved. With Chapman, you cannot, very important, you cannot park close to the aid station. You cannot stop and let out your spouse, your fellow crew members close to the aid station. Chapman is on a little offshoot off of Ophir Pass Road. You drive right past, if you take the 4-wheel drive route to Chapman, you're going to drive right past the aid station entrance, and it's very tempting to stop there. Please do not. If the San Miguel County Sheriff catches that, they will, well, Dale's hand will get slapped or something worse. So the parking area is in the town of Ophir, which is 1.8 miles west of the aid station. There's a town hall, parking volunteers, and they will get you situated, and then you do need to walk back up the road to get to the aid station. If you're coming from Telluride to Chapman, then you will avoid the temptation, and you do have time to crew at both Telluride and Chapman if you are prompt without being impatient. So it's 9.7 miles with a 4,500 foot climb to get from Telluride to Chapman for the runners. It's about a 20-minute drive around from Telluride to Chapman, but going through Telluride, it is slow, there's pedestrian traffic. You just need to be patient getting out of town. You will make it there fine to see your runner. If you get a move on as soon as your runner leaves, and walk with a purpose once you park. But be calm in the car. So yes, at Chapman, hike in, and then I was told that at the Ophir parking area, they have put some wood chips down, and they want you to park on the wood chips, not the grass. I haven't seen what it looks like. Our parking volunteers there should know. I was told to pass it on. The final place that you can interact with your runner, possibly, is at the KT aid station. That is a pacer exchange point only, which means the South Mineral Creek campground is the parking area. It's 2 miles from the aid station. One person from your crew can hike in from South Mineral to KT to join the runner, while whoever was coming with the runner from Chapman to KT hikes back out. You cannot send more than one person in. You cannot send additional gear in. This is simply just a change out of personnel of pacers. You can't bring them extra supplies. You can't send clothing out. It is not a crew aid station. It is simply an exchange point for whoever is pacing your runner. Cool? Okay. So, also, at KT, they have a giant drilling rig that is heading into some environmental work project about a mile past the aid station. Last I heard, it was going in this morning. It is 2 lanes wide, and it moves at about 2 miles an hour. They expect it to get there by mid-afternoon today, which is thankfully about an hour before our aid station crew heads in to set up. If there's any delays in their schedule, that will also cause delays on our schedule. We will get the aid station there, but especially for folks in the front of the pack, if you are doing a pacer exchange at KT, be aware there might be heavy equipment on the road that you will need to skirt around, or you'll be on foot, so hopefully you can find a way past them at 2 miles an hour. Yeah, heads up. Beyond the crew access aid stations, a few general guidelines. And then the one other place you can see your runner is for the last mile of the course. You are welcome to join, anyone and everyone is welcome to join their runner from the intersection of what we call the Newt Chute and Shrine Road through town to the finish line. That can be, you can have a whole crowd of a dozen people if you want, come in with your runner. So previously, there was a popular spot to watch your runners at South Mineral Creek, about 2.5 miles from the finish. If you don't know where that was, no problem, you don't need to know, because you're no longer allowed to park there and see your runner. Instead, Shrine Road is on the west side of town. I get disoriented. West side of town. If you see the shrine up on the hillside, Christ of the Mines, that is Shrine Road. As you head toward the highway, 50 yards before you hit the highway, that's where the Newt Chute Trail comes into Shrine Road. There's not parking there. We would ask that you park in town and hike up there, but anyone and everyone can come the final mile in with your runner. Excuse me a second. All right, just a few general guidelines. We do expect crews to be self-sufficient out in the field. Food, water, cell service, whatever you need. The resources at pretty much everything except for the 2 aid stations in town have to be trucked in, and we have enough out there for the runners, for the pacers, for the volunteers. Don't have enough for y'all. So please make sure you have your own water, have your own food, that your kids have their own entertainment. And speaking of kids, we love them. We want them to be parked. We sell future Hardrocker shirts. But at the aid stations, please make sure that they are under your supervision, under your control. The runners, especially once they get to Animus and past, have some brain fog. They will not be paying attention. They will not be very agile. If there's kids running around, likely someone is going to trip, if not more than one. So, and I know from experience as an aid captain that the display of all the candy on the table is very, very tempting. So just please, we love kids. Make sure they are in the appropriate areas. And same thing with pets. I always bring my dog with me when I work an aid station, but in the same vein, dogs should not be in tents where there are food. Dogs should not be in the path that runners are in. We give aid station captains the discretion to set boundaries for pets. General policy is on the website, and if you have any questions, just check in with a volunteer when you get to the aid station if you have your pet with you. 4-wheel drive roads and etiquette. Generally, the basic rule is downhill yields to uphill. If you're driving a 4-wheel drive road like Cinnamon Pass, going out to Animus Forks, going over Overpass, is much harder to get your momentum back heading uphill. So most places are single lane with pull-offs. You find the nearest pull-off. Sometimes that means putting your vehicle in reverse and reversing back to the closest pull-off to let the uphill traffic by. If it's dark out at night, consider dimming your lights, not turning them off but putting them on parking mode if other vehicles are going past to prevent blinding them, and especially same thing with runners. There's a mile stretch from...
We are live here at Arastra Creek. We've had the first few front runners come through on the male and the men and women's side. They're going through Arastra Creek. That water's going to be pretty cold.
It's going to be pretty cold, but as you can see, it's not terribly deep, which is nice. They're going to encounter this exact type of creek crossing several times. The big one, obviously, is close to the end, and there'll be a rope to get them across South Mineral. But this is just kind of one of those little wake-up refresher creeks that you have several places out there. and this is the last one before they head up into the first big climb of Little Giant.
Yeah. They're going to cross. They're going to jump onto a road for a little bit of time. You guys can look at the map progress link to kind of see the exact layout of the course. On the road for a hair, and then they're going to dump onto the trails before it gets really steep, right?
Yeah, and you can see people are getting their poles out because they know that big climb is coming. It's exciting. They're a little bit more spread out than sometimes they would be. Hopefully nobody falls as getting across
That's
that
Chris
creek.
Roberts from Virginia, Missouri right now, I believe. But he had the record for most miles in a backyard ultra for a while.
Is that right?
Yeah, so he's a stud of a runner. Like, he's going to be out there. I don't think he's going to be off the front. I don't think he has the speed to keep up with the guys up there. But he definitely has the grit to keep up with them. So it'll be cool to see what he does throughout the day.
It really will. I mean, it's going to be cool to see how everyone does. When we were sending the runners off, one of the things that we said is we would really like to see 146 people kiss the rock this year. If we could get everyone around safely, having a good time, and finish under 48, that would be absolutely amazing. Unfortunately, some people may not be able to make it all the way around, but obviously everybody is still out there at that first 3.5 miles heading up, and we'll get aid station in a second.
Yep, got a lot of people coming through the creek now. Really, bunches here. So they're coming down a little bit of there's Stephanie Case right there in the blue shorts.
Board member Stephanie Case. Love to see her here. I'm sure daughter Pepper is out there cheering her on.
Looks like a great day to be in the San Juan Mountains.
It's always a great day to be in the San Juan Mountains. I hear, I'm never here in the winter, but I hear it's always a great day to be in the San Juan Mountains.
What are the temperatures looking like for today? Are we going to have some heat issues out there?
It's going to get hot. And I mean, if it's hot where you are, it's hot. And if it's hot for you, it's hot. I think some of these runners are coming from areas where it's been a lot warmer than what they experience here. For me, being out here, it's not so much about the heat, it's about how dry it is. Because I come from someplace where it's quite humid, and this is a dry air, and the hands start to crack, the lips start to chap. It's almost as if sometimes the mountains don't want you to be here.
Yeah, I believe the top 3 right now are, I believe I saw, just going off of visuals that we saw in the beginning there, was Mathieu Blanchard, and then I saw behind him Zach Miller and Ludovic Pomeray.
Yeah, wow. Well, we expect them all 3 to be up there close to the front for the next 20 hours or so. We see more runners still coming across that creek. You can see the reaction as it gets, their feet get wet, and they're a little bit shocked at how cold it is.
John Moyer is in Lake City, said there's a bit of smoke in the air right now. Is it looking like it is here in Silverton, John?
Yeah, we did have the statement that came out from Run Director Dale Garland, and runners that were that had a compromising situation that caused them to be concerned about their breathing. I forget exactly the way that was worded, but they were offered a deferral if the smoke was going to be an issue for them. We did not have anyone that took him up on that, so everybody that was here was ready to go, and they're all out there now.
Oh, we got somebody picking a better line. I believe that's Mike Wardian that just took a better line through the creek, and then he's headed back up. He's headed up the trail, so it's he's out there running. We interviewed him earlier this week, and that was a fun interview to do with Mike.
Mike knows the course. If he is taking a different line from other people, he's probably right. The sun is now up above Silverton, Colorado, as you can see. I think it's going to be a nice day. We're hopeful that those fires get under control and the air quality improves. Obviously, we're concerned about those that are out there fighting those fires and those that are going to be impacted in the area, not just those of us that are visiting the San Juans for this amazing event, but also those that are living in the area and are having to deal with all of this. Yeah,
and we're appreciating the updates from everybody around the course, looking at the air quality. just giving us updates from where you're at. That's awesome. Thank you very much. We really do appreciate it. And I just want to give a shout out to all of the volunteers that are here helping out. Not only are we worried about the health of the athletes, but we also want people who have potential difficulties with their respiratory systems from our volunteer pool, right? We want everybody to be comfortable here at Hardrock. So shout out to all of our volunteers. Couple race updates. Tara Dower did not make it in. So the one person came off the wait list this morning. Only one person in the male finisher pool. So.
That's right. Didn't have. It would have needed 13 people in the male finisher pool for me to leave your side and head out there. I was pretty far down the wait list, but I am really enjoying my seat right now, getting to see all of this that's going on and the action in a way that I wouldn't get to if I were out there joining them.
Yeah, Chris, the only vest you're wearing today is that yellow one you got on right there.
It's a nice vest, though. I like it a lot. It's an honor to be on the run committee. It's an honor to be on the board. It's an honor to be here in Silverton when all of this action is going on. And that's something that's true for, I think, so many of us. We see a lot of veteran hard rockers, people that have been out there and done the Tour of the San Juans and kissed the rock, and they come back to volunteer year after year after year. And that's important. Once you're a hard rocker, you're always a hard rocker, and hard rockers belong in Silverton, Colorado in the summer.
Yeah, and lots of people coming through the creek now. Really, the middle of the race, a lot of the mid-packers, a lot of the middle of the race coming through. We're not sure who mid-packers are yet. I think that's still going to take a while to develop. We're only 40 minutes into the run, and you have 48 hours to complete the Hardrock 100 endurance run. They don't call it wild and tough for no reason.
They do not, and it is wild and it is tough. Part of the wild nature of Hardrock, there's a lot of wildlife out there. Runners are likely to encounter moose, certainly a lot of marmots. We have had runners that have seen bears out there during Hardrock. There was one year on the road from Sherman out to Burroughs Park that there was a beautiful, just a magnificent bighorn sheep walking along the road. Of course, I never do Hardrock carrying my phone, so I didn't get a picture of that, but it was just an amazing experience. Mountain goats out there. One year there was a mountain goat hanging out at the top of Grant Swamp Pass, just waiting for the runners to come up and looking at them like it was worried that it was taking the runners so long to make the climb. So lots of amazing wildlife that's out there, and of course some two-legged wildlife as well. There are people, believe it or not, Dan, there are people that are out there on the trails and on the Jeep roads that don't even know that Hardrock is going on.
Right, yeah, we've been doing a ton of outreach over the past couple weeks with the San Juan Mountain groups that are other users on the trail, because there are more people than just us out there.
Yeah.
And we need to make sure we're maintaining a respectful relationship amongst these people, because if we abuse this landscape and these lands, then we'll lose them.
Yeah, we really will. We don't want anyone complaining that Hardrock is misusing the environment. We certainly cross through a lot of Bureau land management and Forest Service land and a few places some private land. We want to be respectful of that, and we want to make sure that we're always doing things that show that we are in tune with nature and not in battle with it.
Yeah, and it sounds like the crew briefing just wrapped up. They have that right at the beginning here, so that they can see their runners off, come in and get some information. Dale and the aid station director, Brad Bishop, they talk a lot about access, like how to get to certain aid stations. It is very hard to drive around here sometimes, especially if you don't have the right vehicle. If you got a rental car, I mean, those go anywhere. So you can take those. You could take a Kia Soul out to Animas Forks if you wanted to.
I saw a Dodge Caravan up at the KT aid station the other day. I don't know for sure that it was a rental, but if I owned that, I would not have driven mine up there. I took my Jeep up. That's why I have a Jeep, is so I can get to places like that. But yes, I've heard horror stories of people taking the wrong type of vehicle up to these places. Fortunately, the first aid station, the place where a lot of these folks that were just at the crew briefing, there goes John Sharp coming through there. John's a veteran hard rocker from San Antonio, Texas. And here comes Andrew Barney in his camouflage kilt about to cross that cold water. But that first aid station that they're going to be going out to, Cunningham Gulch, pretty easy to get to. Just about any vehicle can make it up there, Dan.
Yeah, Chris, there's somebody in the comment who just told us we look good. So, I mean...
Was that your girlfriend or was that my wife?
Oh, neither.
Oh.
No, thanks for the compliment. Yeah, you saw a Corolla at the Handy's Peak Trailhead. That's amazing. I saw a comment in the comments about seeing a Lynx out there on the course, so that's pretty sweet.
Oh, that's really awesome. Are you keeping up with we're getting a lot of comments in the chat that are in French. Are you keeping up with those, Dan?
I am for the most part. Trying my best.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to keep the conversation in English, but we do have a lot of French runners out there, especially toward the front. We know that a lot of those top UTMB runners choose to come here and test themselves against the San Juan Mountains and just see how fast they can make this tour. We also have a lot of folks that are not all that interested in or certainly not capable of doing those sub 24-hour times that our leaders are going to do. We've got 48 hours, so it's going to be a long time. If you're here with us that entire time, I hope you've got lots of caffeine to keep you awake as we follow these runners all the way around the San Juan Mountains.
Okay. Yeah, lots of stuff going around the San Juan Mountains. We'll be live at Cunningham Gulch eventually, and we will have lots of great updates from the field. We don't have a top 3 yet. We have not seen anybody come over Little Giant yet. Iron Far has not updated any of that coverage yet, and I believe the Livestream does not have anybody up on that part. There's Dave Koblenz just coming through the aid station there.
You and I will both get to spend some time with David Koblenz later today and tomorrow. Some of the runners are gingerly stepping across the creek. Again, really cold water, but not dangerous. It's not very deep for them. And there won't be any more water crossings now for them for a while, actually. Their feet will have an opportunity to dry out before the next water crossing. I think the next time their feet will get wet and they will cross water actually won't be until after the Maggie Gulch aid station. Their feet will definitely get wet when they get into Pole Creek.
Yep. And then Dave was taking advantage of a policy that we have here at Hardrock. For anybody who's participating who's over 60 years old, they can have a pacer for the entirety of their run. Mm-hmm. So his daughter Amaya was there with him and was pacing him for the first section.
Yeah, that's pretty exciting. It's something I'm looking forward to. I'm not in that 60-plus category yet, but knowing how long it takes for new hard rockers, for new runners to get into hard rock, I think the chances of my kids who would love to do hard rock, the chances of them doing it on their own are slim, like everybody else trying to get in, and their best chance of doing the full tour of the San Juans will be once they are with me for the whole distance when I'm 60, if I'm lucky enough to get in at that point.
Yeah, Chris, how many hard rock finishes do you have?
I have 17 hard rock finishes and 17 starts. Last year was my 17th, so I'm certainly hoping I can get to 20 and certainly hoping that I can keep doing it once I hit that 60-plus category. I know there's some of you out there that have been waiting for 10-plus years to get in. You're in a different lottery than I am, so save the hate.
What is your favorite part of the course in this direction?
My favorite part of the course in this direction, well, it's easy to say the last 2 or 3 miles would be my favorite part. That's the area that runners they know they're going to finish. They can see the finish line in their minds, and they can relax. It's a sacred time that they're with the pacers or maybe even just with themselves, sometimes with other runners. Also, Ouray, Colorado obviously has a very special place in my heart in either direction. I spend my summers in Ouray, Colorado, and have even before I was a hard rocker, and so that Bear Creek Trail coming down into Uray, the beautiful shale switchbacks, 13 switchbacks. I've counted, and it's the same number of switchbacks whether you're going up or going down, and that's just a fantastic spot as well. An easy day hike for people that are in the area to get up there, but unfortunately that trail, Bear Creek Uray, is closed right now during the week. It's only open on the weekends. They have opened it for Hardrock. Of course, we're running on a weekend, but they also opened it early on Thursday so that our aid station folks, if they were going to travel up that way toward Engineer Aid Station, could access the trail that way.
We're going to go to an ad break for here just for a second. We'll be right back.
Focus. Exhilaration. Euphoria. Running is dope. Experience a new high. Altra. Stay out there.
TheFeed.com presents Athletes in the Wild. Of all the wild animals, the athlete is the most ferocious. A high-strung, muscle-clad creature with two speeds, beast and nap. These creatures require constant feeding, gels, bars, electrolytes, supplements, protein, and they forage at the feed, delivered fast like them. Please feed the animals. Shop today and get a free animal bottle at thefeed.com.
Hey there, we are back at the 2025 running of the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run. I'm Dan Ryan.
And I'm Chris Twiggs, guy who is really happy to be here for the Hardrock this year. We've got runners that are still crossing Arastra Creek. I'm really glad we've got a camera out there so that we can see them getting through there. We're trying to get some audio from the folks there as well, and we'll get that to you as soon as we have a stable connection.
Yeah, we are out in the field. It looks like we've got somebody standing there at the creek. Maybe he's going to push some people in.
I don't think that's going to happen, but I do think that the runners are enjoying that brisk, cold water as they cross it.
Yeah, looks like somebody's pausing to check to make sure they don't want to come through the creek. Looks like Jamil was right behind him or in front of him. No, that's not Jamil.
No, but here comes, I think this is Tina Uri coming through. She is going for, gosh, how many finishes does Tina have? I feel like it's 9.
Looks like we've got David in the field coming at us live.
So the runners are still coming through. We're trying to get audio out there. I don't know how many runners are left to come through, but they'll all make it to Cunningham. They've got plenty of time to get over there, get acclimated. It's kind of that first climb is always a challenge. Your lungs are starting to understand the challenges that they're going to be facing. 33,000 feet of climb out there, Dan.
Yeah, and it looks like somebody just had a lot of effort put into trying to get across the Arastra with some dry feet. So
they're not going to do it with dry feet, that's for sure.
How far across do you think it is? Do you think they could jump?
No, and I'm glad no one is trying it there. It's just not worth it. I've seen people on some of these water crossings waste time, frankly, trying to find the best line, trying to step on logs or rocks or things like that, and that's actually more dangerous than just walking straight through. Some of these logs, some of these rocks are covered in moss and they're not stable, and I have known people that have fallen in when they're trying to do that. You're better just to slog right through.
Yeah, and it can be super detrimental to your race if you're to fall in this early in the day. I mean, could you imagine just getting a little bit hypothermic right there at the beginning?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem. I have a feeling by the time they get up on Little Giant, that sun is going to be shining on them, drying them off.
I would say it's significantly less than 30 feet across. It's probably 8 feet, 10 feet.
Yeah, probably more like 10 feet. No matter what, I'm not trying to jump
No, I'm
that,
not
especially
trying to
wearing a
jump that.
pack of, I've got a few pounds of gear on me. I would hate for any of that to fall off as I tried to jump.
No, Tara did not end up getting in. There in the chat, just keep answering that one throughout the day. We did have one person get in off the wait list this morning, and opened up an option for the smoke policy to have a deferral due to the air conditions that we're having here in Silverton, Colorado.
Opened up that option, but no one took us up on that, which is just fine. I see some cheering in the chat. It says, "Go Betsy, number 20." Of course, that's for Betsy Nye. She is looking to get her 20th finisher. She'll be only the second woman to get 20 finishes at Hardrock, but she'll also be the second person named Betsy to have 20. Of course, Betsy Kalmeyer, who's a 5-time champion of Hardrock, she has 21 finishes. So it'll be interesting. We won't count our chickens before they're hatched, but it'll be interesting to see after Betsy and I gets number 20 if she'll go for a tie with the number of finishes that Betsy Kalmeyer has.
Yeah, so she would have 4 more after this year that she would need to complete to catch up with Betsy Kalmeyer?
No. Betsy Kalmeyer has 21, so just one more, and she would tie for the most female finishes. Now, the most finishes in Hardrock is Kirk Apt, who has 26 finishes.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty amazing. And, of course, both Betsy Kalmeyer and Kirk Apt were inducted into the inaugural Hardrock Hall of Fame just a couple of days ago.
Yeah, and it was a really special ceremony over there in the old powerhouse. It was great to see such historical hard rockers getting recognized for all of their hard work, all of their dedication to the run, right? We had previous presidents of the board, previous people who have ran the event multiple times, people who have just kind of dedicated their life to this run. A lot of the founders of the run were inducted into the Hall of Fame. They've created something super special here in Southwest Colorado. I know that coming here every year is one of the highlights of my year, if not the highlight of my year, to be here in Silverton for a few weeks to be participating in this event.
Absolutely. Mine too. We had a question in the chat asking how the Hardrock Lottery differs from the Western States Lottery. I can't speak for Western States, but as far as Hardrock is concerned, we actually have 4 separate lotteries. It's all conducted as one, but there are 4 categories. We have a category for women who have never run Hardrock before. We've never finished Hardrock before. A category for women who have finished. A category for men who have never finished. And a category of men who have finished. And so that's how it's broken down. And as far as the men-women split, the percentage of women who are selected in the lotteries is reflective of the percentage of women who have applied and are qualified for Hardrock. Got some beautiful scenery there, but we don't have any audio coming from Araster Creek at the moment.
Yeah, trying to get you some live audio out there on the course. Back to us in the studio. Sorry that you guys have to stare at us for the morning.
It's okay. I love that we chose these yellow vests. It kind of blends in well with the walls behind us.
Well, we're usually on a radio show with each other. This is true. So you don't have to see our faces.
We have faces meant for podcast.
We have faces for radio.
We do indeed. Well, we're super excited to have you guys all here watching with us. We're now almost an hour into Hardrock, which means we've got at least 20 more hours to go, I would guess, before we have our first finisher in Silverton. But we've got lots of opportunities for you to see the runners out there at the various aid stations and with some amazing drone footage that we have out there as well.
Yeah, and just kind of looking at the breakdown of the lottery this year, we had 145 who were selected. One person bypassed the lottery. Technically, there were 2, though. Stephanie Case took advantage of
She had a pregnancy deferral, yes.
Of the pregnancy deferral policy that we have. 64 that were selected were from the finishers division. 82 were from the nevers division. And then based on that, the percentage that applied to the run this year in the lottery, so of the 3,022 applicants, 21% of those were women. So we, in the field, in the run field, there's 21% represented on the start line.
Yeah, absolutely.
We had 829 international applicants from 75 countries this year. But for the running, 44% of the 146 are Hardrock finishers, 82 are first-time lottery entrants. We have our youngest person at 29 years of age, and our oldest is 67.
Oldest is 67. We've certainly had older people entered in years past and older finishers, but we hope that particular finisher gets through, and we hope that all of our runners make it all the way around the San Juans and get back here under 48 hours. You know, Hardrock is not just about the runners, it's not just about the volunteers, it's also about the communities that we run through. And Hardrock every year makes charitable donations, and I'd love to read off some of the information about those donations that were made in 2025. This year, those donations were split among several worthy, we've got Jameel Curry there on the screen. These donations this year were made to several worthy recipients. $6,000 this year were given to the Joel Zucker Memorial Scholarship Fund. This is a scholarship that was named for a hard rocker who is memorialized in a plaque up on Grant Swamp Pass. $6,000 to that scholarship fund. $5,000 were given to Durango Trails. $5,000 also to the San Juan Mountain Association. Give $1,000 to San Juan Search and Rescue. $1,000 to Uray Mountain Rescue, $1,000 to Hinsdale County Search and Rescue, and $1,000 to San Miguel Search and Rescue. Obviously, those search and rescue organizations are vital to safety out here in the San Juans.
Looks like we've got Dale Garland in the studio. If we could bring him up on the couch, we're gonna pop onto some mics with him and talk about the run, talk about all the stuff that's going on, and get him involved. So if you want to grab a mic there, Dale.
I'm really glad that things must be going well if the run director has nothing better to do than to sit and
talk with you two. You bet.
Oh man, you want to sit here and talk with us? We've been talking all week.
Yeah. How you doing, guys?
We are doing great. So the first thing, we've been talking about a little bit about the smoke in the area, and we know that there was a statement that was given,
right?
And there was a deferral option that was available.
Right. Nobody took us up on it. Yeah. So, you know, and I think, you know, looking at the commitments of time and money and energy that people have put into getting here, I'm not that surprised, but. Still, I was ready to say probably 2 or 3, but, you know, hard rock runners are tough.
Wild.
And wild and tough. Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine anybody coming out here and not wanting to do this event.
Right.
But that being said, there was someone who gave up his spot this morning.
Yeah. Ryan Birch, who has kind of reached a new phase of his life, so to speak, and slow to recover from some injuries and things like that, wanted to kind of go out in style and offer his bib at the last minute to capture the emotion that is the 5:45 checkout, you know, and he gave his bib to Julio Palma. Yeah.
That's fantastic. There have been some really memorable last-second bib swaps. I mentioned earlier, my favorite, of course, was Stephen Deb
Perro, you bet. Yeah,
pretty exciting. Has that always been something? Have people always been able to get in last second like that? If someone
since we've had a lottery, we've always had that option. Yeah, we've you know, because things happen, right? Food poisoning, somebody steps off a curb,
someone gets parked in at South Mineral Campground.
Somebody gets parked in camping. So you know, it's kind of our hope to give the Hard Rock experience to as many people, and if we can get one more in, you know, then we do.
We're always going to start a full field. That's absolutely right.
Full field.
Yeah. So other than the small glitch with smoke, which we're going to continue to monitor that.
Right.
Another thing that was unique this year, we had a fire truck out there at the start.
Yeah.
How did that come about?
Well, for everybody watching this, I don't know if you guys have talked about the the inaugural Hall of
little
Fame
bit,
and
a little
that
bit.
kind of thing. So we were looking for ways to maybe make it a little bit more celebratory at the start and share the celebration of their induction into the Hall of Fame. And Silverton has two things happen. Silverton has this great vintage fire truck that they bring out for parades and whenever they want to kind of show it off a little bit. And then Chloe Shulman, who's our corporate partnership coordinator, is a big fan of fire trucks, and so she saw it, and so she came up with this idea. It's like, well, what if we, what can we do with the fire truck? And sure enough, and out of that came this idea. And the retired fire chief Gilbert Archuleta said, "Sure, I'll do it." He gets to drive it, and so we piled all the Hall of Fame inductees onto it, and off we went.
We're all just kids at heart, aren't we?
Exactly. Exactly.
Well, and you're being really modest because you keep talking about them and they when you're talking about the Hall of Fame inductees. But congratulations, you also were inducted into the and appropriately so because you've been with this event from the very, very beginning.
Right. Yeah.
Can you?
Yeah. We were just talking about because Gordon Hardman, our founder, and his wife and my dad just happened to be, I was running Western States, and they just, out of pure luck, happened to be at the same aid station at the same time and got to talking to each other. And one thing led to another, and pretty soon my dad was voluntold me to get involved. He's like, "Oh, Dale would love to get involved with that." And here I am.
Or spend the rest of his life hip deep in all of this stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we really do appreciate all the hard work that you've put in, and all those folks. I mean, these people were not just inducted into the Hall of Fame because of good looks and charm. They all put in a lot of hard work.
And I think one of the things at the celebration on Wednesday night that Megan Hicks, our board president, pointed out was the people who were inducted and were really. It's the old saying of standing on the shoulders of giants. So we have really been able to continue to evolve and continue to grow and continue to make Hardrock a better experience for everybody based on the everything that that Charlie and John and Gordon and Lois, and Betsy and Kirk did. And we're a better organization for them being part of it.
Absolutely.
Completely agree, yeah. This morning, the mood in the gym, everybody was really excited to be here. It was just a really fun time to see everybody piling into the gym. Did we only see one person come off of the wait list this morning?
Right, just Ryan Birch. Yeah, that was the only one. Yeah.
Although there were many that came in off the wait list over the last
and they
few
were
days.
ready to go. And it's all, guys, it's always that thing of, it's a gut check for me. It's like, oh, you're ready to go and everything, and it's like, sorry, and you kind of like shit, you kind of,
I know,
turn your head and that kind of thing.
Absolutely, but that doesn't mean just because they're not in Hardrock, that doesn't mean they can't get out and enjoy themselves and they can't be productive this weekend.
Our community and our runners are so resilient; they find other ways to get involved.
Oh, absolutely. Some of
those. It's the old Brian Colmo saying, "You don't have to wear a number to be part of this family."
You do not, and I guarantee that some of those folks that were geared up and ready, they're going to be stationed at Animas Forks or at Uray, and just kind of letting the volunteers know if someone comes in without a pacer and might need some help over this next section, I'm here for them. Exactly right.
Yeah,
lots of runners have taken advantage of that, and I think that's fantastic.
And Chris, and you, I mean, You've had kind of that experience of both as a runner, but then as a, dare we say it, a disappointed lottery applicant.
No, it's very, very much a disappointed. And in fact,
but being able to see Hardrock in a variety of ways, and kudos and thanks to you for your volunteerism and leading our hikes and things like that.
Absolutely. Well, and I'm not the only one. I mean, there's so many others. Kirk Apt, who has the record for the most Hardrock finishes. He came back and he volunteered last year and again this year. Now that he's decided that he's not going to be entering the lottery anymore, and that's fantastic. There's so many amazing Hardrockers that come back because this is in our blood. We can't imagine not being
it's here. Where every Hardrocker should be in July.
Exactly right. Yeah. Exactly right. So very true.
Right.
So how will you be spending the rest of the next 48 hours, or 47 now?
47 hours now. Yeah, 47 hours. there's always a few little details to kind of iron out, but I do like to get out and see what is going on. So we have it's kind of become a tradition. My family, when they came down, and now friends who come down, we do it. It's called Day with Dale, and we go to the aid stations and things like that. And I try to make it to as many as I can. I don't really have an agenda. I'm not here to see. I'm not here to see any one particular runner. I'm here to see the field, and I'm also not here to manage or to check up on how the aid stations are running or anything like that. I'm here as a fan and as a spectator.
Now, if he pulls out his clipboard, you may want to get a little bit worried, aid station.
Or my cards.
Or his cards.
Well, I was going to say, you do take.
He's going to be auditing
you do
the
take
aid
notes,
station.
though.
I do take notes.
Take notes.
I do take notes.
So what is?
But those notes are for things that I want to share with the rest of the Hard Rock community at the awards. At the awards. Yeah.
So, and that's an amazing fact about Dale Garland is he's going to pretty much say something personal that he's remembered about every runner who's out there. He's going to be with every runner at the Rock when they kiss the Rock. He'll stumble out of the breezeway from the gym, go over, make sure the person's greeted. Because there was a great story of the first or second Hard Rock when somebody got to the finish line without somebody there. Can you explain that one?
Yeah, it was the first year we finished. We had a small camping tent, or excuse me, a camping trailer, and an old beat-up Army tent. And it was raining. It was terrible weather, and we, Molly Hardman and I, it doubled as not only a shelter but also as our communication center. We've come a long ways, but we were sitting there, and I heard a knock on the door of the trailer, and here's this guy who said, "I just finished. Is there anybody I should tell?" And you just feel like, holy, it's like you just did this amazing thing and there was nobody there to say hi or congratulations. And so we've kind of become known for having somebody there at the finish for everybody.
Yeah, and it's usually Dale Garland.
It's usually Dale Garland.
Yeah. which is fantastic. We will get back to showing you the runners out on the course in a little while once we've got something to show you. You talked about standing on the shoulders of giants, which is what Megan Hicks talked about when she was referring to the Hall of Fame inductees. Right now, our runners are standing on the shoulders of Little Giant as they are making their way to Cunningham Aid Station. Yeah. This is a question we've asked a lot of people, and I don't
know who my Susie is.
I wasn't going to ask about your Susie. But I was going to ask, do you have a favorite part of the course? If there's a spot that you could just, you close your eyes and you imagine being at Hard Rock, if it's not here at the finish line at Silverton, where do you go?
That's one of them. The finish line is one of them.
Sure.
The other ones, the parts that I have a personal connection to, either because of places that I've shared with friends and family or my wife, that kind of thing. So up in the basin around Joel's Memorial and the Island Ice Lake, which is always one of my favorites. With my wife loves it there, so we always have great memories there. Handies. My wife's first 14er was Handies, and so that's always kind of a special, meaningful place. But there's just so many great places in the San Juans. I mean, it's Mother Nature's most beautiful gift. So it's tough to pick one.
Yeah.
So during the Day with Dale, what is your favorite part of Day with Dale when you go to an aid station?
It's about seeing the runners and just cheering them on. I love that part. I love and again, I'm not there as the run director of Hardrock. I'm there as a fan and watching these people live out their dreams and live out their their days. So that's the best part.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
I can tell you the earliest that I can remember experiencing being out there and seeing you during the run was, I think, my second Hard Rock at Ouray. I was at the aid station. It was the middle of the night, and I looked at you and I told you, I'm never doing this again. You can write it down. Tell my wife.
I might even still have that card, Chris.
You might even have that card. I said this was the stupidest thing I've ever done, signing up for it the second time because I knew what I was getting into.
Right.
Thank you for not holding me to that.
Right.
And Dale, thanks so much for coming on and chatting with us.
I look forward to it. And thanks for all you guys that you do for us and for the Hard Rock community. I really appreciate it.
Well, we've received way more from Hard Rock than we could ever give back, but we will try.
Right.
seeing our runners out there on this is the Jam Jam cam. We're seeing from Jameel Curry what he's going through out there on this road up to the top of Little Giant.
Jameel moving through the course. Headed up. It gets pretty loose towards the top of Little Giant, to say the least, right?
Yeah, it does get pretty loose. There's one section that is on the uphill side that is really sketchy, I'll say. And especially with as many runners that are going through it as we have all at once today, there could be some slipping and sliding. I don't think anybody's going to get hurt in that area, but something about Hardrock, this is not just a regular 100-miler. The trails are not as groomed as what somebody might expect on some of the other courses.
Yeah, it's definitely different here in southwest Colorado. Lots of mining history around. Lots of hardy people have come through this area and made their living, and died here, right? So lots of tradition here, lots of toughness here, and we're excited to see how the race unfolds today. Looks like we've got a commentator out here in the field. Oh, there's a shot from Cunningham.
We're looking up. We don't have any runners coming down there yet, but we will have them coming down kind of in line with that waterfall you see there. They won't actually be following that same line down, but they won't cross that water until they get close to the aid station.
Yeah, so there's a basin up there that they'll come down out of, just a little basin, and they'll kind of follow that waterfall right down. You can, once they come over like the scale here, they will appear like an ant on the screen, and we probably won't even be able to see them, frankly. But they appear like an ant on the landscape while they're moving in, and it seems to take them forever to get down into that aid station.
But they're going to be moving pretty fast. Most of these runners are really fast downhill. Hopefully they'll all be able to stay on their feet as they make it into Cunningham Aid Station. I think I misspoke earlier when I said they'll keep dry feet from the Arastra Gulch until they get up to Pole Creek. That's not true at all. There's a water crossing coming into the aid station, so they will enter Cunningham Aid Station with wet feet guaranteed. How's our tracking working, Dan? Are we able to see where the runners are?
Yeah, just taking a look at map progress now. It looks like about 15 minutes ago, Zach Miller was still in first, and looks like David Alaya, I think I'm saying that name right, A-Y-A-L-A?
Sure.
He's moving through. Zach Miller, Mathieu Blanchard. I don't see Ludovic on there, though.
Well, as we have heard, it is not a race to Cunningham. So people are going to be going out there fast, maybe, slow, maybe, but it's what we see in the second half of the course that's really going to decide the finishing order and the podium. Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, that'd be fantastic.
We just got some news from Dale. We're going to bring Ryan Birch onto the stage shortly. He's the one who gave up his spot on the start line to let somebody else run. So we're excited to hear from him. Right now we're still at Cunningham, waiting for the first runners to come through. All the first runners are through Arastra Creek, which is mile 3.3, and are headed up and potentially over a Little Giant at this point.
Certainly over a Little Giant. Can't stay on that Silverton side and make progress on the Hardrock course. People are asking in the chat where different runners are. We'll have updates as they make it into the aid station. We'll have good times for all of them as they get there. All the runners that started are still out there on the course. No one has dropped out in the first 5 miles, and I don't expect anybody's going to drop out at the first aid station either.
Yeah, I would hope not. Otherwise, they probably shouldn't have started the run if they drop out there at the first aid station, unless something major has happened.
Well, and
obviously.
people could get hurt. I mean, there are slips and slides that happen. It was early in the race one year that Killian got his arm pulled out of the socket and ended up having to finish the run in a sling. So things do happen. Not always are they things that are going to take you out of the run, though.
Yeah, and we are getting some great updates from iRun Far. It looks like the top of the climb, they had Zach Miller in first with Matthew Blanchard, then Ludo and Ayla, and then Jamam and some other runners were there as well.
It's really great that they have folks out there to keep us updated throughout the course. Of course, on our live feed, we're going to have some really great video from other spots on the course as well, not just the aid stations, but all of our official splits will be at our aid stations, the first of which is Cunningham Gulch, which is we can see here on the screen.
Yeah, and it looks like onto the stage joining us, we have Ryan Birch. He's got a Hardrock finisher jacket on. So we're going to have a talk with him about what it meant to give up his spot in the race, in the run, and what his thought process was going through that. So welcome on, Ryan.
Well, yeah, thank you for having me, and it's been a bittersweet time. A few months, well, long story short, I've been having knee issues for about the last 2 years, and I kind of came to the crossroads of pain and not being able to train effectively. And I had put off going to the doctor because I knew it was probably going to be some news I didn't want to hear, and it was time to get that news. And with those changes in my health, I knew I'd kind of have to let go of running, as well as then give up my spot. And as much as I wanted to do this race like anyone would, it was time to pass the torch. And so in doing that, it was very symbolic of me to come here today and gift my spot to the runner that was first on the wait list, to really honor that spot, to give them the opportunity to have a much better experience, because it wouldn't have been the experience I wanted with my current state. So it was an honor just to gift that spot to Julio this year.
Yeah. Do you know Julio? Did you know that he was the first on the wait list?
No, I don't know him, and it was kind of luck of the draw. And in May, I had met with Dale just to let him know my intentions too, so the race could also prepare that, knowing it was going to be a last minute entry. And we kind of had some ideas of who it could be on the list, but it was. I got to meet him for the first time before he started his journey. So
that's great. How many finishes do you have?
I have a finish from 2016 and 2023.
Awesome.
Okay. So those are opposite directions. So you're a true hard rocker. You got to finish clockwise and counterclockwise. So one of the things we love to hear from people that have done hard rock is, what is your favorite part of the course out there? What's the spot that you're going to be thinking about today?
So going back to my 2023 race, I had a very strong friendship with Bill Duper.
Yeah.
And another piece of that, just to show Bill Duper's character, is I served in the U.S. Army National Guard, and Bill, while I was at basic training, would send me his odds of Leadville and Hardrock on who his picks were. And so I'd get these letters when I was in basic training from Bill. It was very meaningful. But anyways, in 2023, I got to run, and this was my first running since Bill had passed. And going up Grant Swamp Pass, I had just gone through my second full reset because I was having a very challenging day on the course. And going up Grant Swamp Pass, I got the assist from Bill Duper where it just felt like he was pushing me up that climb. And so I just have some very great memories in that area that were very just spiritual, symbolic, and
Yeah.
I got to spend some time with Bill right there.
Bill Duper's really known as a super fan of ultra running, both at Leadville and at Hardrock. He's sorely missed, and you really are following along in his footsteps, being such a great fan of the event that you granted someone an entry. It's something that none of the rest of us had the ability to do. That's pretty special.
That's amazing. Yeah, thank you so much for speaking with us and sharing your story. And I'm sure Julio is moving through the mountains with an extra push this morning, hopefully from Bill.
Absolutely. So how are you going to spend the rest of the weekend?
So this morning I'll be watching Tour de France. And then from there, my partner Katie, her brother, is pacing a friend, so we're going to be helping in some of those crew duties. And then there's a few other things that'll happen, and I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, well, that's fantastic. Thank you so much for what you did today. It's really inspiring, and thank you for sharing all of that with us, and I hope you have a fun time this weekend. Hopefully the Hard Rock entertainment will be at least as compelling as the Tour de France for you today.
Thank you for having me today.
Yeah, thanks
Absolutely.
so much.
We really appreciate it. So you can see the map progress on the screen. We've got runners that are streaming their way toward Cunningham Gulch. We'll have official splits once they arrive there.
Yeah, the French are taking a tour of the San Juan Mountains this morning. We've got a lot of runners from France up there in the front. So they may not be at the Tour de France, but they're at the Tour de San Juan.
And truly, the Frenchman, the Frenchman that comes out on top, whether it's the winner of Hard Rock or not, will be a king of the mountains. All of our runners are going to be kings and queens of the mountains this weekend.
Yeah, in the previous direction, so last year the course record was taken by Ludovic Pomeray, and then in this direction, the course record is currently held by Francois, who just set the Nolan's 14 record, which is insane how much time he knocked off that thing. So will we see a record fall today? I'm not sure. What do you think, Chris?
I think the course conditions really are warrant it. But as we know from watching a lot of other events, sometimes when you're racing other people, you're not necessarily going for the fastest time possible. And we know when we interviewed Ludo about his course record last year, he never even paid attention to his splits. He never paid attention to how much time. In fact, he told his crew not to talk to him about time. He was just racing for the win. And so the only way I think we're going to see a course record today is if we have a really competitive event.
Yeah. And I think the people all off of the front are completely capable of doing that. I mean, we have Serge, we have Ludo, we have Zach, we have Brian, David, we have just a lot of people out there who are capable of throwing down some quick times on this course. It just depends on what day they have.
Yeah, but I will say from being out there and leading those course orientation hikes that the trails are in really great condition. We did have a little bit of rain over the last couple of days that will get the trails moist, which is actually better because when the trails are dry, you don't have a lot of grip and you can slip and slide. Katie Scheid talked to us about how much she hated the dry trails when we talked to her. So they're not experiencing that right now. They're going to have some good firm footing, I believe. And so far it doesn't look like they're going to have thunderstorms.
No, so far. It would probably be good if we got some rain in the area just to knock down the particulate matter that's currently in the air.
Mm-hmm.
We've got a great race occurring on the women's side as well. To quote Mr. Dylan Bowman, you've got the Katie Scheid's chasing the ghost of Courtney DeWalter out there, running around the course. So we'll see if that course record falls. Courtney has the course record in the clockwise and counterclockwise direction, so we'll see if Katie's capable of knocking that course record down as well, like we saw it at UTMB.
Yeah, but again, it's going to depend on whether she's going for that course record, if she's going for the win. And the risk, if she goes for the course record, and if there are no other women around her really vying for that, the risk is that she could just fly too close to the sun, and then one of the other women in the field could swoop in and get the win. And we've seen that happen. When Courtney ran her first Hardrock, she wasn't able to finish.
But Icarus is a story about flying, not failing. It's definitely not a proverb about failure and flying too close to the sun. They made flight in ancient Greece, so hopefully Katie can go out there and crush a course record.
That was a little bit of a stretch, but
Yeah,
we'll take it. We're seeing a live shot out here of the road up to the top of Little Giant. And that'll be the last road they see for a little while. They'll hit a trail pretty soon, and then they'll be on trails quite a while. The next road that they'll be on, I believe, is when they get to Sherman, and they take that long, hot road between Sherman and Burroughs Park.
And that is just a long, dusty, dry section of the trail, right?
It really is. And if we don't get any of that rain, it can be absolutely miserable. And a lot of times that's where they will encounter folks out there in Jeeps and ATVs and side-by-sides and things like that. And as kind as those folks are, some of them will wave and smile and kick up tons of dust.
Looks like we've got somebody with a camera headed up this climb here. It doesn't look as steep as it actually is in person. The ground cams, I think, don't do the course as much justice as it deserves with how steep some of this terrain is. Truly an impressive place to be. Most of the 14ers from Colorado are in the San Juan Mountains. How they formed, how they're here, is just really, really cool. The history, the land usage, the mining history, just all of it.
Well, and the mining history is really what is impressive to me, because as remote and difficult as some of these locations are that the Hard Rockers go to, a lot of the areas they follow, most of the areas they follow are on old trails used by the miners. And they'll actually cross in front of big pieces of machinery and things that the miners got up there, heavy things that they hauled up there. And once that mine closed, those were just left. So they're beautiful monuments to this mining history of the San Juan Mountains.
Yeah, it really is an incredible area. I think the statistic is there are 8,000 mines that run within 20 feet of the Hardrock course. I think we learned that at a talk earlier this week during Camp Hardrock, that there are a lot of remnant mines in this area. So the runners will be making their way past many of those.
Yeah, they absolutely will. They're going to be making their way down this slope that we see in front of us here. This is a really steep descent. They'll be flying down it, absolutely. And this first climb, Little Giant, is a serious wake-up call to these runners. Hopefully, most of the runners have scouted this location, but we do know that more than half of the runners at Hardrock this year have not finished Hardrock before. So hopefully they came out, they did some orientation hikes, and they know what they got themselves into. If not, they're learning right this minute.
Yeah, and then they're going to come down this. They're going to come into the Great Cunningham Gulch aid station, get a little bit of aid. Nobody's going to stay there very long, and then they're going to head up Green Mountain.
Green Mountain is a section of the course that was added in 2004. Prior to that, the runners would follow a road up into Stony Pass, and then they would continue over Buffalo Boy Ridge into Maggie Gulch. But in 2004, the climb, actually in that year it was a descent on Green Mountain, was added, which keeps runners on trails. It's a much more beautiful section. And for those of you that are familiar with Hardrock and may have watched it in this direction in the past, there are no no domestic sheep up on Green Mountain this year, and that's good. There have been a lot of years when domestic sheep were grazing up there. The sheep are not a problem, but the dogs that guard the sheep can sometimes get a little bit defensive about how close the runners get to the sheep on the course. So we've had to warn the runners in the past about what to do if they are encountering those sheep dogs. Thankfully, this year there's no
No dogs out there.
no dogs out there, no
Just-
sheep out there.
We just got some dogs in Zachville.
That's true. And any sheep that they encounter will be bighorn sheep that are, of course, free to go wherever they want. The story is that if a hard rocker is able to get on a bighorn sheep and ride it around the course, that is considered an official finish. As far as I know, no one has succeeded in this. This could be the year.
Watch it. Some people might show up with some sheep feed and start taming some sheep, and I'd be pretty worried about. They are majestic animals. They are so beautiful.
They're gorgeous.
And so cool to see out there. All the wildlife in there is really cool to see, but I'm probably most comfortable seeing the bighorn sheep,
Well,
just
and
because of how special it is to see one as well.
Absolutely, and of course, it's the logo of Hardrock is the bighorn sheep, which I think exemplifies the wild and tough nature of all of these hard rockers.
Andrew, you are correct. Angry dogs are the best pacers.
They may not be good at pacing, but they might be good at getting runners moving a little bit faster.
Looks like some more updates are rolling in from Iron Far regarding the air quality. Some great field reporting going on by them, so super appreciate what's happening there. Runners are still starting their tour of the San Juans. We're only an hour and a half in. We are potentially 21 hours away from our
20.
first finisher. Who could it be? We don't know.
Absolutely not. But what runners will be getting in, will get official splits when they make their way into the aid station. We know that a few runners are on their way down. It will not take them long to get down this, not nearly as long as it took them to climb. We will continue to monitor the air quality in all of the cities and at all of the aid stations, but the decision was made that Hardrock would be a go. The air quality average in the region was below the threshold for a cancellation. We're grateful for that. Yesterday at this time, I didn't even know that was going to be a consideration, and then it became something that we had to pay close attention to.
Yeah, it was a really big discussion last night with the emergency response team about how we handle this. And we did a lot of research. We called a lot of advisors and just made an informed decision on how healthy it is to host the event.
Absolutely.
And obviously we will be monitoring the conditions as they continue. Looking at some of our notable women entrants, right? We have Katie Scheid. We have Manon Bohard from France. We also have Stephanie Case, Canadian. Katarina Hartmuth. She was third at Hardrock in 2024. Second at 2023 UTMB, as well as some other great results across the board.
And she's been here in Silverton training for quite a while.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Taking it seriously. I happened to be close by when she was chatting with some of her pacers and her crew. They're putting together a plan to give her her fastest finish.
Yeah. And just, talking a little bit about what they're going to be encountering today. There's 13 times on the course that they're above 12,000 feet. There's 6 points above the course that they're above 13,000 feet. And then obviously the high point is Handy's at 14,000 feet.
Yes. Earlier you were talking about the 14ers in the area, and Handy's Peak is the only 14er that Hardrock goes over, but you can see a couple of other 14ers from there. Looks like our camera now is that. I think we're up at the top of the climb. This is a beautiful, basically a land bridge that goes from kind of one peak to the other, and then you continue down into the aid station. It's a rocky area. You have to be careful with your footing, but it is a beautiful, beautiful descent into that.
And I think one thing we probably haven't talked about enough yet is the wildflowers.
Oh my
Hardrock is known for its wildflowers. When you finish the run, you get a picture of the run as your reward at the finishers meeting, and it's it's just really special because of the beauty of the course. But I love the flowers.
Yeah, absolutely. The wildflowers have come in. I know a lot of people have been taking hikes up in the Ouray area, up into Yankee Boy Basin, up near Governor Basin. Beautiful, beautiful flowers up there. And a couple of days ago, we had what Betsy Kalmar called a curmudgeon's course marking hike. Some of the folks that have been around Hardrock for a long time, they marked the course from Cam Traverse Aid Station into the finish, and they said that the field was just full of these beautiful, beautiful flowers. I don't know all of the flowers that are out there. These yellow flowers, though, are abundant. They're the purple columbines, which are just gorgeous, and we're going to have some opportunities to see a lot of those. The runners are going to have an opportunity to see a lot of those out there on the course. Not all dust and dirt, but lots of beauty as well. We're an hour and 39 minutes into this. We've got a long time to go before we really know who is going to be contending for our podium here at Hardrock. You can see some of the mine tailings out there. You can see some snow is still out there on the mountains. They're not going to have to cross a great deal of snow, but there are a couple of sections where we know for sure it will be most likely Handy's Peak. There'll be a fair amount of snow up there, and I know from leading a hike up there last week that when they get up toward Kroger's Canteen at Virginia's Pass, there is a ton of snow up there. And unfortunately, they're going to be climbing up that. In years where they're going the other direction, they'd get to have a fast slide, a fast glissade down the snow. This year, it's a lot more climbing in the snow sections, which is going to be a little bit slower. Obviously, the runners in the back are going to have the advantage of getting to trump through the steps of the runners that are going through first. We should have the lead man coming into Cunningham in just a minute. We've got some folks out there that have spotted him making his way down. I'm not sure who it is, but we'll see really soon. Someone in the chat is pointing out that Stephanie Case and Mathieu Blanchard are Canadian. You can actually look up the nationalities of all of our runners on our tracking, and you can see a picture of them so you can know who they are. Stephanie, I've had the honor of working with on our board of directors. She's an amazing asset to Hardrock, and super excited to have her come back after the birth of her daughter this past year.
Yeah, so who do you think we're going to see first down into Cunningham? Oh, it looks like we have Katie Scheid actually running right here at the top. So it'll be interesting to see who we have as the first person to come into Cunningham.
Yeah, and I haven't seen any reports of who it is. We know that Zach was in the lead earlier. But once again, as we've heard, this is not a race to Cunningham. There's no premium. There's no bonus for getting into that aid station first. But there is a lot of pressure on runners to look strong as they come in. And that's not just true of the people that are in the lead. All the runners want to look good because this is the first time that their crews will see them. They want to show that they're happy to be there. They want to show that they're healthy. They want to show that they're moving well. And for a lot of runners, this will be the last time they see their crew until tonight when they get up to Animas Forks.
Yeah, because they have that long section over in the Sherman area that they just have to it's just a really long drive or a really tough drive over Cinnamon Pass to get over to that aid station. So a lot of people opt to take advantage of the great resources that our aid stations offer to get over to take care of their runner over at Sherman.
Exactly right.
So who do you think is going to be coming in first to Cunningham?
I think it's going to be Zach. That's who we know was in the lead first, in the lead earlier, but I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of daylight between him and the folks that are right on his heels.
Yeah, usually through Cunningham we see people right next to each other coming into Cunningham. We don't really start to see any gaps form. I remember the year that it was Dakota, Killian, and Francois. That they were very tight all the way through mile almost 60. So it'll be interesting to see how the race unfolds today, and I really hope we get a good competition going.
I hope so too. More than anything else, though, I just want everybody to finish. I would love to see 146 finishers. I'd love to see everybody make it around. You always hate that someone who has set out on this huge undertaking. You always hate if they're not able to complete it.
Yep, we got some great wildflowers there. A lot of yellow flowers and red flowers and columbines everywhere, all over the course. We did a lot of trail work this past weekend on the course and around the area. And honestly, yeah, the trail work is fun and helpful for the organization, but it's mostly just an excellent place to be on those busy weekends.
It is, and it's a lot of team building too. A lot of the folks that I've known at Hardrock for a couple of decades now are people that I first met when I was out doing trail work. And of course, trail work is a requirement. Hardrock does have a service requirement. It doesn't have to be trail, but it has to be some service to an ultra or service on a trail where an ultra takes place. A lot of runs have that type of requirement, and I'm glad that Hardrock instituted that several years ago to make sure that we're all being good stewards of the lands that we are making use of.
Again, I want to take this time to thank our presenting sponsor, Altra, for putting on this great live stream and helping us make it possible to bring all of this footage to you from the San Juan Mountains. It is an incredibly remote place that is incredibly hard to film in. There is no cell reception in any of these places, so we're relying on some pretty cool technology provided by the Mountain Outpost folks to put on this event, put on this broadcast, and just so shout out to Altra for helping us put this on.
We've come a long way from the days when the runners would head out and their crews, their families wouldn't know anything about what was going on with them until they hit an aid station. But thankfully, at the aid stations, people have always been able to see how folks are doing. People have always been able to see the progress that the runners have had because of our amazing ham radio operators that are at each of those aid stations calling things in.
We got another runner here. Who's that? Is that Kyle Curtin?
Kyle Curtin.
He's another favorite in the race, in the front of the race, because he's a Durango guy and he's been waiting for his chance to run this event for a pretty long time, and he's been putting in some absolutely massive training blocks. There's Jeff Rome moving down through,
local,
and then I'm not sure who that was in the pink hat, but yeah, Jeff Rome's a local. He's gonna put up a stellar time. He's one of those guys you can just kind of fly under the radar. And put down a massive Hardrock effort. Kyle Curtin, again, a Durango guy. He's got a dog named Tom and his partner has a dog named Freddie. So shout out to his dogs. We're a big fan of dogs here at Hardrock. But Kyle and Jeff are moving down the slope down into Cunningham. Still waiting to see who will be coming in first. Right, we're not far back. What would you say the distance for the descent is here for an elite runner?
Well, gosh, the distance or the time, right? Because
the time.
They're going to be
about to come off this shelf, and then a bunch of switchbacks down into Cunningham.
They'll be down in 20 or 30 minutes, easy. Okay. And it's a fun run as well. It really is nice to get moving. I always put on gloves at the top of any of these climbs, but especially this one because if you slip and fall, you hate to lose skin off of your hands, especially this early in the run when you've got so much farther to go. You can see runners stretched out there on this trail. The trails up on Little Giant are fantastic.
We just had the first person come through. It looked like it was white crossing the creek, so that's Mathieu Blanchard, if I'm guessing based on the kit and that quick glimpse we got there. Hopefully we can get another view here to see that person come through the aid station.
Yeah, we'll know for sure when we see the splits pop up. Well, and here we are.
That looks like Mathieu cruising through. Wow, that is fast. Hour 47 minutes to Cunningham.
That is
there's
fast.
Zach Miller shortly behind him.
And they're just splashing right through. You can see nobody is going to be looking for logs to stand on or rocks or anything like that. They're going to be rushing straight through that water and not spending much time in the aid station at all. Maybe refilling a water bottle. Hopefully they've been drinking.
Zach coming in. He's going to probably do a real quick aid stop and head on out. It looks like he's running a bladder today in his pack. I can see the line coming down. Is he going to do a pack swap, you think?
No, I don't think so. I think he's just heading straight through.
No, he took his pack off when he was coming through there. What's the next aid point? It's going to be 6-ish miles to the next aid station.
Yeah, and that's Maggie, but there are no drop bags there.
Now we got Pikachu.
I think that's
down.
Pikachu.
Is that Katarina? That looks like
It
Katarina.
looks like
Hartmuth
Katarina
from
Hartmuth.
Germany moving down through. She's been out here a really long time.
She has. She knows these trails very, very well, and she's going to take full advantage of this course.
I don't think I've seen Serge come through yet, though.
I have not, but then again, we're not seeing everybody. Well, the best thing for folks that are tracking runners and want to know where they are is to look at the official splits that are popping up on our tracking site, and you'll know who's there.
Yeah, it'll also be interesting to see when Serge comes out versus Germain.
Versus Sherman. We do know that Germain's Susie is Serge. We know that that's the person that he's competing against. You can hear cowbells being used at the aid station to encourage the runners coming through. Somebody's asking, did Germain Collangier start the race? Yes, he did. He's registered as Serge, though. And if you want to know the backstory of that, you need to listen to the Hard Talk podcast.
Oh, looks like Ludo's coming through the aid station.
He is indeed. Again, not a race to Cunningham. This is an opportunity for us to see where the runners are, but I don't think we can read too much into where they are.
All right, guys, Jeff is ready whenever you are.
Oh, looks like we got Jeff Browning out here.
We do. Bronco Billy.
Hey, you guys. We just had the top 3 men come through. Let's see, we had Mathieu was in first. He probably had about maybe 30, 40 seconds on Zach Miller. And then Ludo's probably another minute and a half back. Here's fourth, David Aiello. My man. Good job, David. Yeah, I used to train with him in Bozeman. Course record holder at I Am Tough. And I know he's been here a month training. He's done soft rock. He's one of my dark horse picks to move up later.
What do we think of the splits? What do we think of the times coming into there?
We should have Katie Scheid coming through here pretty soon. Good job.
There's Serge.
147. I'm not sure who that was. I don't know him by face. That's Germain. Okay, that was Germain that just went through.
A lot of people in the chat.
Sorry,
have been asking
I had not seen him up close. Didn't know what he looked like.
He's actually going by Serge in this run.
What's that?
He on his bib.
Yeah. So one of the things we're dealing with today, you guys, air quality is pretty bad. Here we go. We got some more runners. Yeah. What's up? Yeah, we're really, really hazy. It smells like campfire smoke here in the valley at Cunningham. And I looked at the weather forecast today, and it looks like it's supposed to continue 5 to 10 mile an hour, 20 mile an hour gusts out of the northwest. So we're probably we're gonna have smoke most of the day and tomorrow. I think the winds are supposed to stay out of the northwest, which will bring in smoke from those fires.
Hey Jeff,
unfortunately,
what would be your strategy in this smoke?
I'm not getting it.
Jeff, I don't think Jeff's able to hear us.
Oh wait, I can hear you now.
Okay, what would be your strategy in the smoke? Would this impact the way you approach the run?
Oh man, this is I've never had to deal with it here. I have to say I'm glad I didn't get picked this year to run. So you have to kind of go easier, I feel like, in the smoke, or you're just going to wreck your lungs. Mm-hmm. I mean, I think my air quality app was showing like 160 here in this area. So, like we're getting into red at 200.
Yeah.
So not good. So I don't know what my strategy would be if I was in this. I definitely wouldn't. I'd be a little nervous on what it would do to my lungs.
Yeah. So you would be spreading that peanut butter a little bit differently maybe on the toast.
Definitely spreading. I mean, I'd be spreading it smoothly no matter what. You don't want dry toast at the end.
So what do you think of these splits? What do you think of the times coming in? We're at an hour and 53 minutes, and we've had the first, I think, 4
Yeah,
men
I think
come
147 was Mathieu. He's moving, and he looked kind of hectic, like he was already racing.
Yeah, this
And
is not the time to race.
Exactly. You know too. It's just that you got to really spread it and just relax. Ludo was really relaxed. I did talk to Zach Miller a couple nights ago. He was camping up here in Cunningham with me, and he was saying he said he was gonna lay back, but he's not laying back very much right now.
Yeah, I think I heard you saying.
I think Ludo looked the most relaxed of the guys.
Yeah, well, he knows what he's doing for sure. I heard you saying a minute ago you were the last American to win this.
Yes, someone told me. Billy Yang told me that this week. I didn't realize it. Yeah, so I guess I am.
Yeah. So, do you think there's a little bit of added pressure for Zach trying to become the next American to win?
Well, of course, there's pressure because of last year's thing with the appendix, right at the last minute, him having to pull out. I think this year he's really focused on this race. He really wants to win it. I'm just hoping that he's not getting too caught up in Mathieu's early hot pace.
Yeah, for sure. This next climb out of Cunningham going up Green Mountain, it's no joke.
Oh yeah, it's a kick in the teeth. It is the first 1,500 feet to the first basin. The first wall, I guess, is in 1.3 miles. 1,500 feet and 1.3. And then you have a basin you can run in a little bit, and then you have to start climbing up green, which has got maybe 3 pitches, where it's kind of stair-step climb up above tree line.
Yeah, before they drop down into Stony Pass for a little respite.
Yeah.
So are you able to see the runners coming down?
This is coming in now. We can see runners coming down. I'm trying to get who is coming.
And we have not seen any women come through yet.
Not yet. But this might be Katie coming. I can't tell from here.
Oh, there's Steph Case coming down.
Stephanie Case coming down gingerly.
Not Pepperly.
Of course, not her daughter named Pepper. Stephanie, a proud mom, really excited to have her back here out on the course. I think she's going to do really well. She's a very strong runner, as we know.
Hey, can you guys tell who that is? Katie. So we have Katie coming in, if you guys can hear me in the studio.
Yeah, we can. That's not unexpected. That's great to know that she's running well. I'm sure that's exactly where she wants to be, in the lead.
Hey, Jeff, we're getting a couple questions in the chat. What's the weather like there? Once Katie comes through.
Here's nice. Katie crossing the creek. Good job.
She looking calm?
Well, she's smiling.
Oh, good.
So she just came through in 1:57. I don't know what Courtney's time is through here, but if you guys have a split.
Katie probably knows.
Let's look.
And if I'm not mistaken, the guys are ahead of course record pace right here at 1:47.
Courtney was in to Cunningham at 2:01 and out at 2:03.
Cunningham 2:01, 2:02.
Yeah, so Katie's running a couple of minutes ahead of course record pace at the first aid station.
And then Francois was in at 1:53.
Say, what was Francois? Sorry, say that again.
1:53.
1:52. So they're 5 minutes ahead of course record pace. Whew. In the smoke?
In the smoke. Yeah, they sure are.
I have some predictions. It's called fading. They're going out too fast.
Yeah.
We'll see. They're going too fast. 5 minutes ahead of course record pace.
Yeah.
At the first aid station. That's a little fast.
It certainly seems aggressive.
Yeah.
Does it look like Katie was taking some aid there? Did the guys take aid there, or did they just run straight through?
Most of the lead runners will probably have crew here, so they'll just do a handoff with bottles, maybe a little bit of nutrition, and then they're out. So there's not really a stop here. Nobody will be really eating here. They're just probably getting a resupply of gels or something, and then a bottle swaps.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I've always done here.
Yeah, pretty wise.
So
I always felt like
Katarina coming in.
Oh, Katarina not far behind Katie.
Yeah, she's not that far back. Yeah, maybe 2 minutes by the time she gets down here.
Both seem
maybe
to be
3
under course record pace currently.
So she's right on course record pace.
Cool.
So it's still pretty hazy over there. It's not clearing up at all with the sun?
No, it's really hazy. Smells like campfire smoke. Like I woke up in my camper this morning to smoke smell. A Kyle Curtin coming through.
That means Jeff Rome should be
Giddy
right
up!
behind him.
Kyle's another one that'll run strong. He'll move up. He'll run smart today. Yeah, this is his backyard. He's from Durango.
So you feel comfortable with his split coming through? You think that's the right move?
Yeah, see, that's like that'd be right around Courtney's pace. That's a smart pace right now. You know, the other guys are maybe, already 13, 14 minutes ahead of him. Lead was.
This mountain, right, Jeff?
There's so much real estate to make up. And the problem with one of the things I was talking to Zach about this week, there's Jeff Rome coming through.
He's chased you through there.
He has the other way in 2018. Well, it shouldn't have been a race. Let's just put it that way. It shouldn't have been that close. I went backwards in the middle of the night because I thought I was off course, and did an extra hour worth of going backwards and then repeating what I'd already run.
Yeah, the rules committee has looked at this, and we're not going to subtract an hour from your time that year.
Yeah, I know. It's my fault. I should have carried my phone with the GPX. I didn't.
Kyle was spraying water on his neck, it looked like. Is it getting warm there?
No, it's not warm here. It's chilly this morning. My hands are freezing.
The sun's starting to creep down the
Sitting right here on the
wall
creek, it's cold.
So maybe they were just in the sun and a little bit warm.
Yeah. So I guess it wasn't Katarina, we thought. So we thought we saw Katarina, but that was not. I'm going to correct that. So we have another runner coming down now. We can see, but not close enough to tell who it is yet.
Okay.
so I won't make any predictions until I can see.
Well, we've got a split screen. We can see up at the top that a lot of runners have crested and are now making their way down through that beautiful hillside.
Yeah, it's only 2,600 feet and 2 miles. I went up it last night, and it's in pretty good shape.
Yeah, no
there's
snow
only a
really
couple
up
of
at the
really
top.
loose, spots in couple sections, but for the most part, it's in pretty good shape.
Have you been out on most of the course, Jeff?
I've just been playing. I went up Handy's earlier in the week, and I've been up towards Green Mountain, but I went south on the CDT down towards Highland Mary Lakes.
Beautiful area up there.
Is that Katerina? Oh, that's
Looks like
Manu.
David's taking a good crew stop before starting this
Manu.
long section. Nice bandana.
Yeah.
And here's Katerina. That was Manu and Katerina are together, basically. They're just maybe 40 meters apart.
So those would be our second and third female.
Yep. There's our top 3 women have come through now. And they seem to be running really smooth and smart. Didn't look like they were pushing hard. So looking calm and collected right now.
That's fantastic. That's the way things need to be at Cunningham.
Yeah, exactly. I did make the mistake in 2007 at my first Hardrock. It was in this direction, and I was young and stupid and chasing Scott Jurek and Carl Meltzer. And I came in here in third, and I came to the aid station, and I already had Elvis leg. It was shaking. I ran that hit downhill a little too hard. I was like, ooh, this is not good.
No. Well, it's easy to thrash those quads at this course because there's so much runnable downhill.
Yeah, and this is a really steep plunge, and there wasn't really anything for me to train in Bend, Oregon at the time that steep. And I'd never been on the course before. I didn't come scout. I'd never been here to help anybody. I just came cold turkey and ran. It's still my slowest 100.
Yeah, that's not the way I would suggest people approach Hardrock. I think people need to get out here and get some course knowledge for sure.
Looks like we're
Well, I got in the first year. That was before it got profiled in Trail Runner magazine and started getting popular. So it was really easy to get in. You just had to apply pretty much.
Mm. We're seeing Katerina Hartmuth get nutrition from her crew here. She's taking some extra time to make sure she's well hydrated. She's been here in the San Juans, specifically in Silverton, for quite a while, several weeks, really learning the course, learning the route. And I know she's looking to do something special here, but she wants to make sure she gets everything she needs at the aid station. Now she's heading out. So, Jeff, you learned a lot from your first Hardrock, I suppose.
I did. I learned that you can take a nap at Chapman.
We might have lost Jeff.
And
we
rally.
haven't lost our feed. We can see Katerina heading out. We can see other runners that are coming in. Some folks having some fun on the downhill. Hopefully everybody stays safe. Apologize for the roller coaster ride we just took you on with the camera.
Still looking at the creek here. We're going to have some more runners coming through. A bulk of the people come through pretty close to the front of the race just because this is still very early in the run. Is that Anna's? That's Hannah's. Gary, he won the he's wearing the Pikachu hat. So he won Fat Dog 120 a couple years ago. And I think he could potentially be a outlier in the run. It looks like he's going to swap out his belt and potentially go to a pack because we've got such a long section coming up. I bet there it looks like he's loading up a pack, and we'll be running out on that. Great guy. I've done commentary with him at Run Rabbit Run. Really a good dude. His daughter's there. His wife's there. His partner's there, and he's drinking yellow Gatorade. So.
Yeah, really excited to see him here at Hardrock, and a lot of runners are going to do just quick swaps of gear. Here, they only take what they need for the first 9.3 miles, but they've got a long section. They won't see their crew again. Some people will see their crew at Sherman aid station, which is around 27 miles, but most of them won't see crew again until they get all the way to Animas, around 42 to 45 miles. But there are some other aid stations out there. The next aid station the runners will come to after Cunningham is Maggie Gulch, and then there'll be another one up at Pole Creek. It's awesome to see the toddler there cheering for Dad. We've got a lot of people that bring their families out here to Hardrock. There's some nice aid stations that the families can spend time at, especially Ouray and Telluride. There are plenty of things for the families to do as they're waiting for Mom or Dad or whatever the runner is to come through.
He's cheering his daughter up there, it looks like. There's definitely places for people to go do things in Silverton, Telluride, Ouray, get some good food while their runners are sucking down pierogies and just kind of enjoy their time in each one of these beautiful towns.
Absolutely. We're really grateful that some of the merchants in the area have been gracious to offer discounts to our volunteers as well, because we have 600 plus volunteers, and that's a great way to thank them for what they're doing, is with a little bit of a discount or a free coffee at some of these establishments.
Yeah, so thanks to all of the local support the community gives us, as well as the corporate partnerships that are help making this live stream possible, including Altra in the feed.
Absolutely. Yeah, we know the coffee shops in Silverton are getting a lot of business because we saw a picture from the line earlier. And it's why we're not as caffeinated as we maybe should have been, because of the long lines to get coffee here in town.
Yeah, definitely waiting for those cups of coffee.
Actually,
to get
they
here.
just arrived.
Oh, they just arrived. That's some timing. Talk about getting some good coffee from the Coffee Bear here in the studio. So thanks to Chris's son for making us for helping us be caffeinated.
Awesome. I feel like I could go at least another 10 minutes now.
Yeah, definitely good to go now.
We've got a bunch of runners coming down into Cunningham. This is our first aid station, 9.3 miles. This is a crew access aid station, so a lot of the runners will have family and friends there, and there'll be a lot of people just there to cheer the runners in. We heard cowbells earlier. We've got Bronco Billy Jeff Browning out there that was providing some commentary. We may get him back a little bit later, although we've already seen our top few men and women come through. So the front runners are established for now. Jeff's commentary, he felt like maybe the men especially had taken things out a little bit too fast and that we might see some fading. So don't expect the order into Cunningham to be the same as the order into Silverton.
Right. They came in under course record pace, and it looks like Aurelien Dunan-Palaz, he came in, he did not set the course record in 2023. He did win, but he came in at 1:48, so they were about a minute quicker than that through Cunningham, both Mathieu and Zach. Ludovic probably running the smarter race. He is a couple minutes back from them, but as Jeff said, he looked a lot more calm, cool, and collected. Obviously, Ludo's been out here doing so many soft rocks, so I think that his experience on the course really is comparable to nobody else's out here because of just how much time he's spending on the course. He's a true student of the course. Courtney DeWalter came through in 2:01 in 2023, and then this year it looks like Katie Scheid came in 1:57, so she's about 3 minutes ahead of that course record pace, and we'll get more check-ins as they come through the next aid stations. They'll go through Maggie, Pole Creek, Sherman, Burroughs, and we will probably see them again, hopefully at one of those remote aid stations. We're able to get some Starlinks out there and get some people out there with cameras to do some live streaming.
That'll be great. I love that we have this sort of coverage to see what's going on. Katie hasn't spent as much time on the course as some of the other competitors, but you absolutely cannot overstate her accomplishments in ultra running, and she could definitely do something really, really special here this year.
Yeah, you can just tell from the video, like the haze from the smoke. So shout out to these runners for being tough in these conditions and going for it.
Yeah, they were offered a deferral if they felt like they were, if they had a documented respiratory condition that could be aggravated by the smoke, and no one took advantage of that. Everyone that was here was ready to go. They understood what was going on, and obviously Hardrock will continue to monitor the air quality in all of these cities. I think as they're moving over toward Lake City and toward Sherman, they should be moving further away from the smoke. So hopefully we'll get some clear pictures and they'll have some clear breathing as they're going up through Pole Creek. That's an area that's absolutely runnable for these front runners. That's the section that's between Maggie Gulch, which is the next aid station they're heading to after Cunningham, and Sherman, which we've been mentioning. High ground, but very runnable for those folks. And if it's clear air, I know that they're going to make up some time there.
Yeah, and if you look at the open split time results, it looks like our top 3 men are Mathieu Blanchard, Zach Miller, Ludovic Pomeray, followed shortly by David Ayala and Germain.
Serge.
Yeah, Serge. And then we've also got, I just want to give a shout out to Brian Colmo. He's the finish line coordinator for Hardrock. So the finish line that people will be coming down and kissing the rock at, that's Brian's creation. He does all the graphics for Hardrock and helps out myself a lot on media stuff and helping with formalizing our image here at Hardrock. So shout out to Brian. Super proud that he's running in 6th.
Brian is such a talented runner and an amazing man. He's just such a great person. I hope that he did not do too much over here on the starting line. I know he had a lot of help and he had a lot of people around him reminding him not to do the heavy lifting himself, that he was in Hardrock and his priority needed to be having a good run. I was fortunate to have lunch actually with him and some of his crew a couple of days ago, and he's just really excited to have another opportunity to run this event.
Yeah, I'm just happy to see him out there. And then top from the female side, we have in first female, slightly under course record pace, is Katie Scheid, followed by Manon Bohard, and then Katarina Hartmuth.
Yeah, and it looked like Manon and Katarina were basically together as they came in. Katarina took a little bit of extra time, as we saw earlier. She took a little bit of extra time at the aid station, but then she ran out of there once she got everything that she needed. I imagine she'll catch back up with Manon, and maybe we'll see those two women work together as they stalk Katie.
Yeah. It's going to be a great day here in the San Juan Mountains. We're still early, 2 hours have elapsed on the event. We've been live with you for about 3 hours now. So you're stuck with us for a bit longer, that's for sure.
This is Stephanie Case. Big smile on her face as she was tiptoeing her way across the water. She is an amazing woman, an amazing runner, and look at the smile you could see there on the screen there for a second from her photo at check-in. She is just thrilled to be here in Silverton, or now to be in Cunningham.
Yeah, Stephanie coming through, looking like she's having just a great time out there.
I think so. Dan, you can say Germain Rongier, tous les autres qui viennent de France. We're very excited that they're here. Les Français sont arrivés in Cunningham and in the San Juans.
We're going to let Chris do the next segment completely in French. I won't say a word because I will not do well.
Well, I'm told we've got a bunch of people watching us on the live stream. We might lose half of them if we went straight to French, but we won't lose all. We have a lot of French commentary in the live stream. Apologize for not being a native French speaker, but I'll do the best that I can, at least on pronouncing some of these names. including Mathieu Blanchard, who's running very well.
Looks like Stephanie is getting crewed here. Is Pepper there with her?
I don't see Pepper in sight. You know, this is actually a big thing that people have to decide when they're running Hardrock is do you want your kids, do you want your family to be there at the aid stations? And I know of at least one person who DNF'd here at Hardrock when coming into an aid station, and the kids were not having a good day, and the kids were a little cranky, and the parent decided, well, I guess I need to be more of a parent than a hard rocker right now. It's tough when you get pulled in different directions that way.
You're getting some shout outs for your French speaking there, Twigs.
Am I? Well, that's good to hear. Stephanie is certainly a French speaker. She comes from Canada, but she lives in France. And but she's made the trip over here this year. Thankfully, she made the trip over as a runner. Last year, she came over just as a board member and a volunteer, and helped out with the I Run Far coverage last year as well.
Yeah, definitely appreciating the positive comments in the chat. Like, we really appreciate that stuff. What we're trying to do here at Hardrock is just promote a inclusive, fun environment. So we do appreciate the positive comments and keep the good vibes coming for sure.
Absolutely.
Looks like Stephanie's headed out, moving down the trail. The person who's right behind her in the red vest looks a lot like a cosplay Zach Miller.
It does. It really does. And I don't think that's who it was, but she kind of tapped him on the shoulder and ran on by.
That's pretty funny.
It is. Stephanie is going to head up this road. You run past this little vault toilet that's there, and then head up a very steep trail up toward Green Mountain.
Yeah, and it gets a little bit of a ball-bearing type slickness to it there at the top right because of how the stones are setting on the other stones.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. That is correct. And how your feet set on the stones that are on other stones.
Yeah, I'll paint you a word picture here at the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run live stream, that's for sure.
We still have runners coming through. It'll be a while before we get everyone into Cunningham, but we fully expect everyone will make this cutoff. There is a cutoff here at this aid station. Not all the aid stations have cutoffs, but this one does. You don't have to rush. It's not a race to Cunningham, but we want to make sure everyone gets through here, and we cheer them all in as they make their way up onto the second climb of the day.
Yep. And if the runners are coming down into Cunningham and they are just exasperated and really huffing and puffing, then they need to slow way down. I think a friend of mine who's in the race right now, Dave, he kind of says it best in Jeff Browning's analogy about your scoop of peanut butter. In a podcast episode with us, he told us, you want to imagine your race effort as a piece of artisan sourdough toast that you're slowly spreading peanut butter over the toast. You don't want dry toast.
Don't want dry toast.
You don't want to put it on too early. So we don't want to see a lot of runners coming down in here huffing and puffing and applying the peanut butter too hard too early.
Yeah, but at the same time, there's no need to panic. If you come in, I mean, Jeff did say that when he came into this aid station his first year, he had Elvis legs, right? He was shaky. It's not over at that point. There's plenty of opportunity to recover. I know I myself have come into Cunningham faster than I should have, probably because I wanted to show my family that I was having a good year. But then as soon as they couldn't see my face anymore and I started climbing out of there, the smile was gone because I knew that I had gone a little bit too fast and it was going to be a tough climb. But there's plenty of time to recover, and not just on this next climb. For a lot of these runners, they're going to have to go into the second day, and they're going to have an opportunity to recover once the sun comes up as well. So there's nothing to panic about at this point. It's way too early for that, and just about anything can happen to make these runners get stronger throughout the day.
That's for sure. And obviously we are hosted out of Silverton, Colorado. That's where the run starts and ends. And we've got a few local Silvertonians running. We've got Amanda Grimes.
Yep.
She has finished Hardrock. She's going for her 5th finish. We also have Jeff Rome. He's going for his 4th finish. And this will be the first 2 times. Hey, there's David Horton. He is the first winner of Hardrock. So he was the first person to ever. Well, they didn't kiss the rock that year, but he was the first finisher.
He's not the person sitting in the chair.
Correct. He was the guy up to his right. That is Chris Roberts. So he is from St. Louis, Missouri. Excellent runner. He has a lot of very strong results in his own regard. He has won.
Pausing for fact check.
Yeah, sorry. Pausing for fact check, and to make sure the internet works.
Runners are very happy as they're coming through here. They get the opportunity for some high fives. They're actually sitting in the chair there. That's maybe a mistake, sitting in a chair this early. That's okay.
Yeah, so Chris actually just ran Western States a couple weeks ago, and he ran it in 20:05. Excellent result from Chris. So really good work there. He's won the Grindstone race. He has won. Hopefully I don't quote it wrong, but I'm pretty sure he's won Hellgate at least once. He's entered in Barkley a few times to give that a shot. So really just a very strong runner. Most of his 100-mile efforts are under 24 hours. He also held the record for most backyard ultra yards ran, I believe that's what they call it in that world. Yards ran at a backyard ultra for a little while before it getting broke. I think he ran 374 miles at one point. So really no stranger to large feats of endurance, so I'm wishing him the best of luck out there.
Absolutely. We've got another runner leaving here. She's from Spain and is really excited to be here. She got out on the course and did a few of the course orientation hikes so that she could learn her way around, and just took a few seconds there at the aid station with her crew, and now she's heading out. Most of these runners will break out the poles. For this next climb, Green Mountain is pretty steep, as we heard Jeff Browning explain earlier, and you get pretty high up there pretty quickly. Someone asked in the chat if Katie Scheid has started. Absolutely she did. She was our first female through this aid station and a little bit ahead of course record pace. As we've said, she's chasing the ghost of Courtney Dauwalter out there, and we'll see if that's wise or if that's a mistake to go out as fast as she has.
I think Katie knows what she's doing.
I think Katie knows how to race. She absolutely does.
Absolutely, for sure.
Yeah.
She's just an absolute stud in the ultra running world.
Yeah.
Very talented runner with what she's been able to do across all the events. Western States winner and I believe course record holder. Ultra Trail du Mont Blanc winner. She won Canyons last year, the 100K at Canyons. All of these results are number one. Grand Raid, La Reunion, Diagonal de Fou, the 170K. Just amazing.
Just amazing.
UTMB in 22.
We just saw Andrew Barney coming down, running in his camouflage kilt that is his trademark. He'll be making his way through. He's not contending for the lead. He's not looking to win or anything like that. He's just looking to get around and kiss the rock once again. I think this is his 9th Hardrock, and I know that he is excited. He just did Bighorn, and he signed up for the Ouray 100, which is next weekend.
There's Tom Stockton coming down from the trail there. He's our oldest participant in the run this year.
That is fantastic. And it looks like John Sharp from San Antonio, Texas, coming down. He's been out here quite a few times, moving okay coming down. Got a big spread. You can see all the food that's available at the aid station. Not a lot of runners taking advantage of too much food yet. I think those aid station volunteers are going to be able to eat pretty well once the last runner comes through. One of the things that we heard from aid station coordinator Brad Bishop is that they really want the experience for all of the runners to be similar. We want all the things that are available to the first runner coming through. We want those options to be available for the last runner through as well. So that means that everything is there for them. Here's Jam Jam.
Jamil cruising through, obviously ran Western States a couple weeks ago. He said that he rolled his ankle at mile forward.
Wow. You know, the advantage of Hardrock is that if you do something like that, there are lots of creek crossings that you can pass through, and that kind of numbs your foot. I've had that opportunity. Actually, broke a toe during Hardrock one year, and because of the cold water, it was really refreshing and kept it from being as painful as it would have been otherwise. A lot of the runners out there are going to have small injuries at some point along the way. Most of them will power through. I've seen people that have finished with broken fingers. As I mentioned, I had a broken toe. We've seen a lot of people come in bloody from various falls. It took a lot of these folks many, many years to get here, and they're not going to let something like that stop them. I'm loving the bighorn sheep hats out there. That's pretty cool, pretty exciting. We need to get some of those for the live stream next year, Dan.
Absolutely not.
Now I'm definitely making it happen.
Yeah.
It's absolutely going to happen. We'll write it into your contract. Do you have a contract?
I don't.
Oh.
I'm just here. I'm just happy to be here. It's where Silverton belongs. So, man. It's where Hard Rockers belong in the summer, Silverton, Colorado.
Silverton, Colorado.
Guys, the caffeine has not entered my bloodstream yet.
Well, we are very happy to be here. We're happy to be watching Hardrock live in progress. We're coming up on 2.5 hours since they took off from the Rock in Silverton, and we figure it's going to be about another 19 hours or so, maybe longer, before we have the first person come through to kiss that rock. In between, they're going to be traveling 102.5 miles. They're going to climb 33,000 feet. They're going to descend 33,000 feet. They're going to get a high point of over 14,000 feet, which is Handy's Peak. The low point in the course is 7,800 feet at the beautiful Hot Springs Park in Ouray, Colorado, and hopefully they're going to make a lot of fun memories while they're out there.
For sure. A lot of people are sharing this event with family, friends. It's taken a lot of people a really long time to get into this event. There's a couple people who only had one entry in the lottery here, and we're welcoming everybody all the same. But a lot of people who have been here, who have been in the lottery for a pretty long time, and they are getting their chance to take their tour of the San Juans and share this magical, special place with their loved ones, their friends, and the people who make the ultra running community whole.
Yeah, absolutely. Families will be here to crew their runner or to meet them at different points out on the course and cheer for them. But a lot of them have family members that are pacing them. Last year, I had my wife pace me from Ouray to Animas. I had one of my sons pace me from Animas to Cunningham, and I had my other son pace me from Cunningham to finish, which was really one of my dreams early on, to be able to basically have family run with me out here throughout the course. And we know a lot of runners are taking advantage of that. I talked to one guy who got in on one ticket who's having his son pace him the entire way, or trying at least.
Yeah. Here goes David Koblenz went through, so shout out to him and his pacer.
Very excited to see David out there. David, because he is over 60 years old, he's able to have a pacer the entire way. Other runners are going to have to wait until around mile 43 or so, which is where Animas Forks Aid Station is. That'll be the earliest they can pick up a pacer.
Yeah. Is that a dog?
That is a dog, which... that's also, I think we saw that runner coming down with a camera. I think that may be media and not a runner. Of course, we won't, the runners are not allowed to have dogs accompany them out on the course.
Right. This event is all on public lands as well. So if other people are out using the trails and using the area, we are ran on a 99% United States Forest land and Bureau of Land Management land. So shout out to our great public lands and how we are using them for this great event. So if other people are out using the trails, dogs are allowed in the San Juans, people are allowed in the San Juans, and hard rockers are allowed in the San Juans.
Absolutely. And we're really hopeful that these public lands can remain public. We're grateful for all the people that have become invested in that concern and have made it known to their elected officials that we want to keep those public lands public.
For sure.
got our last few runners coming down. Crossing that water is a great milestone for them along the way. They get to see their crew. They get to load up on a little bit of food and water and then head out. It really becomes hard rock once you've gotten through this aid station. The nerves are gone. That first climb is over. You've seen your family, and now you kind of can put your run plan in place once you've left this aid station.
For sure. And a cool fun fact about the aid stations is they all have a unique food option to that aid station. So every aid station is going to offer a unique food item. I don't know exactly what they have at Cunningham here. Is that Becky Bates?
That is Becky Bates, who's the course record holder for the women's 60-year-old age group. She's from Canada. She's been out here doing a lot of trail work, so she's been giving back to the race as well. You see she's bib number 6, so any of the runners that are single or double digit, what that means is they finished Hardrock last year, and the numbers are in the order that they finished. So that's why Ludo is number 1, Becky is number 6, so that means there are only 5 people in the run that finished last year ahead of Becky. That doesn't mean she finished in 6th place last year, that she's expected to finish in 6th place this year. She's a fantastic runner, a wonderful human being, excited to have her down here from Canada, and know that she's expecting to do really well out there.
Looks like she's cruising right through the aid station. Hardrock also prides itself on having what they call concierge service at each aid station. So there's ideally a volunteer for each runner when they come into an aid station. I think Brad gave the statistic of there being 4 volunteers for every runner this year.
I think it's actually more than that.
Probably like 4.3, but you can't have half a person.
You can't have half a person, but those the concierge service at the aid stations is really amazing. I mean, what that means is that when a runner comes in, now here, this runner on the screen has crew there, but for the runners that come into an aid station without a crew, there will be a volunteer who follows that runner while they're there in the aid station, make sure that they get everything they need. If they need something from a drop bag, they'll get them their drop bag. If they want food, if they want water, if they want coffee, they really look after them, take care of them, and then when the runner leaves, then that volunteer moves on to the next runner that comes in. So we have plenty of volunteers at each aid station to make that happen. And that means when they get to a remote aid station where there is no crew access, those runners are still getting plenty of service. It also means that runners can feel comfortable telling their crew they don't need to go to someplace like Sherman. And I don't want to talk bad about Sherman aid station. It's an amazing aid station, incredible volunteers there, but it is hard to get to, and so the runners can feel good coming in there knowing they're going to be well taken care of, and the crew and family can feel good knowing that the runners are going to be well taken care of at those aid stations.
There's Hillary Yang and her not her partner, but her friend Megan. I met Megan. She was camping with some of the crew, but she's got a great crew there. Billy's got to be there with a camera somewhere. Hillary running her first Hardrock and starting her journey through the San Juan Mountains.
Absolutely. And we can see on Hillary's shoulder, you can see that orange tracker. And so that's how we know where the runners are and how you've been able to keep track of them if you're watching the tracking live. It is not a perfect thing. Sometimes those trackers ping and it looks like they're on the wrong ridge. Sometimes it looks like they're not moving, but they really are. But they're definitely better than nothing. They've given the runners the crews an opportunity to have a pretty good idea about where the runners are in between aid stations. And more than that, there is an SOS button on those trackers. And so if the runner is in distress, we hope it doesn't happen, but it has happened. It did happen last year, that if a runner is in distress, they're able to push that button and assistance is on the way. Of course, if a runner has to do that, they're no longer in the run.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting some feet taken care of, a vest coming off, doing some good crewing here at this aid station.
Absolutely. Was she changing shoes there?
It looked like it. Maybe she's so I was talking, there was Anna Frost. I was talking with Brian about his strategy, and he said the last time he did this, he didn't do a great job taking care of his feet. And his goal this year was to take better care of his feet. So it's good to see Hillary taking care of her feet early. Because they are going to stay dry for a pretty long time after
From here,
right?
yeah. So they did this. We can see the water on the screen. They've crossed the water to come into Cunningham Aid Station, but there's not a water crossing between here and Maggie. There's a little bit of muddy area going into Maggie. Sometimes your feet would get wet, sometimes not. I don't think they'll get wet now going into Maggie, and they won't hit water again until they get to Pole Creek. So they've got a couple hours that they'll be able to keep their feet dry once they change.
Here's a media member going through the water. Looks like got some cold feet. Don't drop the camera. I'm glad everybody's enjoying their time out there. It's a fun event for everybody involved, and it's just again a special place to be.
It really is a special place to be, and we're so excited to have all of these folks out here supporting the runners and paying attention to the runners. It's an amazing experience. As I told the runners before they headed off, I was given the opportunity to be on the microphone outside at the start for a little bit, and I told them their lives, especially the ones that are doing this for the first time, their lives will be forever changed. They will mark their lives as the time before they did Hardrock and the time that they became Hardrockers.
Is that Katie Azimuth there, crewing Hillary? Looks like it. Nice work. Looks like she swapped at least socks out for a dry pair and is starting to move back onto the course.
Absolutely. Someone asked, do ghosts get trackers? I wonder if that refers to Katie Scheid chasing the ghost of Courtney DeWalter.
The ghost of Courtney DeWalter and the ghost of Francois Dehane do not have spot trackers on them. They did before they had to, they perished.
Yeah. Well, but there is, I think on the tracking, we do have a 48-hour marker. We have our the marker that we know the runners need to stay ahead of.
There's the snail on course. I forgot about the snail. So if you look on the map progress to meet aid station cutoffs, there's a snail that's on the course. We haven't actually put that guy out there in a costume yet, but you don't want to be caught by the snail.
And my understanding is the name of the snail?
What's that?
Susie.
Oh, that's good. I like that.
Yeah.
Is that?
Someone very happy to be here. I can't hear what he's saying. We can't hear what he's saying, but he's happy to be leaving Cunningham Aid Station.
The runners look warm and the crews look cold, so it's probably somewhere in the middle.
That's actually the great place to be, right? If the runners, if the crew were comfortable, then the runners would be a little bit too hot.
Yeah.
That time will come.
And this year, so the direction they're headed this year, they're going off the steeps and up the ramps. So what we mean is a good example of that is like headed up Camp Bird Road. They're going to be going uphill for a really long time when they leave the Ouray aid station. And then on the other side, they're basically going to jump off of Kroger's Canteen.
Yes, and they need to be careful jumping off of that because we did have a runner a couple of years ago that continued on down the valley in front of them, which is not on course. So they need to pay attention that after they leave that aid station, they'll be making a right turn to go around the basin before they head over the Wasatch Saddle and down into
right
Telluride.
over Mendota Ridge, right?
Mendota Ridge, that's it, yeah.
Mike, there's two fires burning. There's one in the La Platas, just at the La Salles, I believe, actually, just over near Moab, across the Utah border with Colorado. And then the other fire that's burning is in the Gunnison, the Delta area of Colorado. So a lot of that smoke is being blown down into or over into the San Juan Mountains and settling in these valleys. There was actually a major discussion last night about the health of runners and making sure that we are good to go for the race. We had a set point of a go no go on air quality, but this morning, since it was still in the unhealthy range for people with respiratory issues, we did offer a deferral. Nobody took the deferral, but there was the option for it this morning because, again, we just want to keep everybody safe and healthy here at the Hardrock 100.
Absolutely, we do. We were taking things very seriously. I'll admit I did not expect to be up all night looking at my group text with the board members, but that's the way things worked out. I think we're going to hear from Jeff Browning here again
for a smoke update.
Yes, we hear you now, Jeff. Tell us about the smoke. Well, that's really good news. Of course, it's ironic that as they get up higher and it's harder to breathe, that's where there's no smoke. But it's good that they'll be out of it and not be breathing that stuff in.
Wow.
Yeah. Thank you for that update. It's fantastic to know that they're going to get up and out of that. Does it look like most of the runners have come through by now?
If you can see in the background, if you guys have me on screen, I don't know.
Yeah, it's coming close.
But you can see the sun line coming down. We're freezing on the creek. It's very cold. My hands are numb.
Hey Jeff, what's the mood of the runners coming through the aid station? Everybody pretty happy?
Yeah, everybody seems pretty calm and collected and happy. You know, we're only 9 miles in. They better be smiling.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think, a lot of people wait a long time to get into Hardrock, and I think they just like to sit back and enjoy it. I know that's what I'd be doing if I had waited that long.
Oh, looks like we have M1 coming through now. Up at the next aid station through the pass. Mathieu Blanchard moving through. Looks like he's cruising, still going in the lead there. He's through Stony Pass, and he's going to start cruising towards the next aid station. See how far behind him Zach is. Mathieu looking good, moving up. He's going to keep climbing for a little bit and then start a big descent, right, Chris?
Yeah, well, is he past Stony Pass? He's past the road?
He's at the road at Stony Pass.
Okay, so he's got to go up to Buffalo Boy Ridge, and then he has another fast descent down into the Maggie Gulch aid station. But there's definitely more climb than descent right now. You don't descend very far into Maggie, and then the next climb is actually pretty short. Even you could do it, Dan.
Oh, that was mean.
I'm sorry. Stony Pass is a great spot, and it's definitely one of those places. There's no crew access there or anything, but it's a spot that a lot of people go up to sightsee. You don't see any flowers up on that hillside, but we know there are beautiful flowers up in that area.
He's cruising uphill. What altitude are they at?
That's a very good question. They're below 13, but he will climb up at Buffalo Boy Ridge. He will climb up close to 13,000 feet. So they're probably in the 11,000 foot range right there.
Amazing.
Certainly a challenge for those of us that come from sea level, but there have been some pretty successful hard rockers.
There's Zach Miller.
Oh, you can see the flowers right there.
Zach Miller cruising through. It looks
like 2 minutes
he's
ahead,
backed off of.
Let's go, Zach.
The pace a little bit.
Looking
not
good,
much there.
Zach.
He's in a hurry.
Let's
Who
go,
do we
dude.
have out there in the field?
We've got really the camera quality is really good here, and you can see the sun is hitting them up in that pass. You can see the trail markers there next to him that he's following, but Zach knows this course. He's been out on it. He's not going to get lost. He's going to have a good time on this climb.
Woo! Let's go, man. Yeah, have you guys got audio in the studio?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, rock and roll. Nice work. Excellent. Cool. Well, we are up here at Stony Pass. Incredibly beautiful place to be. Mathieu Blanchard came through in first place, 2 minutes behind Zach Miller, who just went through. And right now, Ludwig Pomret is coming through. Nice work, Ludo. Ale. And he is, third place coming through Stony Pass. Looking very good. Obviously, it's been 2 hours, 48 minutes elapsed. No one's running together. They're all separated by, Mathieu is 2 minutes ahead of Zach, and then Zach is a minute ahead of Ludo as they roll through. Now, fourth place is coming through as well. David Atea, I think. How you doing, man? Looking great. Have a good day out there. So another minute back from Ludo is fourth place. And then fifth place, Sherman. He is coming through right now. Again, just like 30 seconds back. Let's go, Sherman. Good stuff, man. Allez. Nice work. This is Fox News, yeah. Yep. Fox News. You keep rolling, mate. They're all running separately. Like no one is running together. They are keeping their own race going. Like sometimes you can see a lot of crew kind of sharing the trail together. They're all leading the race, or they're all kind of in second place together. But this is 100% not the case. Everyone is just kind of on their own mission. It doesn't look like anyone is sharing the trail in the regard of, hanging with each other, talking, kind of working together. It looks like it's just every human for themselves out there at the moment.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised by that.
Yeah, because we've seen it before where, last year even, Ludo ran with Francois, and I think there was Diego Pazos might have been in there as well. They kind of were a trio. They were kind of moving together, but there's significant and obvious gaps between everyone in the top five right now.
Yeah.
No one is hanging out and having a picnic together.
Yeah, that does surprise me, because when I talked to Ludo, he said that the thing he enjoyed the most about last year was the cat and mouse game that he was able to play, and so it just seems like it's a little bit of separation here. Maybe that will change later. We did see a couple of the women. It looked like Katerina and Menon might have been working together, but Katie was certainly on her own when she came through at Cunningham.
Yeah, and I think we also take into account, we've literally seen these guys blow through in 100-meter stretch of trail. So it's hard to draw conclusions from what they did on the hike up here. And, they might have just been separated by running a little bit more freely on that downhill leading into this point.
Yeah, that certainly could be the case. And we don't have an official split here to go by at Stony. We know that both male and female leaders were ahead of course record pace at Cunningham, but we won't get another official split until they get into the next aid station at Maggie.
Yeah, but it's a beautiful morning up here on Stony Pass. So we're sitting up here at 3,800 meters, which you guys will have to help me out there in the studio. But I think that's 12,000 feet or something. 12,000.
Yeah, I can't do meters.
It's 12 something. Let's go on there, man. Nice work.
You have another runner coming through there?
Male just flowing through here at Stony Pass. But yeah, as I was saying, beautiful morning here. Like the breeze is minimal. When it does pick up, it's cold for someone standing around, but for these guys, it would be just perfect weather.
Yeah, and it looks like you're out of the smoke where you are.
Yeah, it's pretty clear up here. For sure, it is hazy as you look out into the distance. But the smell of smoke here, the taste of it in the air is very minimal. But it's definitely around. Like, yeah, it's definitely around. As I said, there's a light breeze here, and that is obviously helping out the smoke situation. It's kind of blowing it off pretty quick, but it's such a beautiful morning. The sun is nice and warm. It's like pleasant if you're standing around. So I guess for these runners, as long as the wind isn't too high, it would probably almost feel like a little bit warm in this sun right now.
Oh yeah, and it's going to warm up. It's going to get hotter for them definitely when they get up into the Pole Creek section.
Yeah, it's gonna well, there's, and literally, you know that saying, oh, there's not a cloud in the sky, which is usually kind of a bit of BS because there is one cloud or two, but I'm telling you right now, there is not one cloud in the sky.
Not one cloud in the sky. It does look beautiful here on the screen as these runners are climbing up after crossing Stony Pass. And we're also seeing on the screen, we've got some of the people middle and back of the pack that are making their way across the water down in Cunningham. They'll be in your area in a while, but right now we've got a conga line of folks coming through the water into Cunningham. (12,592 feet, someone in the chat is telling us. Let's hope that's accurate. I'm sure it is.
Hey, man. Yeah, Brian Como coming through.
Brian Como, wonderful to see him coming through.
Right on, man. Let's go,
He
dude.
looks happy. I'm glad to see him running happy through the mountains.
Hey, the leader went through like 11 minutes ago. Right. Nice work, man. Keep that up.
Giving Brian an update on how far back he is from the lead. I'm not sure he's terribly concerned about that.
Yeah, he said he's just doing his own thing.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm not interested.
On the split screen here, we've got Garth Reeder. He's a Los Alamosian. I think that's the right word. Coming down into Cunningham. He's looking good. He's moving strong. Nice work there.
Did I see Dale Garland there briefly on the screen maybe? Down in Cunningham?
Man, he gets all over the place.
He said he would. He said he would take a little tour.
I am digging Brian's outfit.
It's looks comfortable. Brian looks comfortable out there. A lot of love in the chat for Mathieu Blanchard, Sherman and Ludovic Pomeray. The French certainly have arrived in the San Juans. That's been true for a couple of years now, but they are dominating. But Zach Miller is in the mix, as we saw, and he's aspiring to be the next American to win this event, since first one since Jeff Browning.
Yeah. And don't forget about David Ayla up there.
Yeah, absolutely. Dark Horse could be a spoiler.
Bulk of the field moving down into Cunningham now. Lots of high fives, lots of crews. Most crews aren't going to Sherman, so this is really going to be the last time people see him until Animas Forks late tonight. There's Katie Scheid rolling up.
Yeah, she is running all alone, as we've been hearing. Most of the folks at the front are kind of separated, and Katie definitely no one directly in front or behind her. She's doing her own thing. We'll see if she's able to keep that separation. But yeah, make sure she doesn't miss the turn.
Katie asked me if this was the aid station. And I'm like, no.
It's a little early for the aid station.
And there was support given to her.
No support given. That's important. We definitely
That's
not
great.
allowed to provide any support up there, and of course, with cameras on the runners, they're going to be extra careful of that. We saw Jamil Curry going into an outhouse down in Cunningham.
It's like Jamil's coming through Cunningham. Woo! And he's out. Woo! Oh, he's
No,
in
he's-
a. Oh,
yeah,
I was a bit behind on
You're
my
a bit behind on
computer
the
screen.
feed.
Apologies.
He's ducked into the outhouse, which I think is. I don't know if he needed that or if he was doing that just to stay on brand.
Jamil, that's not the Mountain Outpost.
Katie's making her way up.
Cruising.
Using those poles. Poles were really not a thing when I started doing hard rock. My first one was in 2005, and I can't remember a single person using them back then. But now it's hard to find someone not using poles out here.
Maj, how's the mood of the runners coming up through there?
Yeah, I mean it's pretty good. Sherman, he's the only one who pulled a good joke, so that's kind of in character, which is good to hear. But yeah, I don't think like Mathieu Blanchard leading the charge. I mean, he always comes across sometimes like a bit serious, but he definitely kind of had his game face on and didn't give too much away, which is totally fine. Total respect for that.
So Jeff said he was looking like he was pushing a bit hard, and he thought that the guys up front were pushing a bit hard. Did they seem like that there to you at all?
I guess what I could take from Mathieu is that he was just charging, like he was just kind of focused and wanted to be where he was, which was leading the race, and he was just kind of getting on with business. I definitely wouldn't say he was relaxed and like accidentally found himself in first place. I think he was definitely putting himself there. But you know, everyone seems pretty relaxed when you say g'day or hello, as you would say in English. And yeah, I mean, Katie's leading the women's race. Very standard in regards to her reply. You know, seemed very chirpy and happy, so that was great. And yeah, I think everyone's doing well.
Yeah, what Jeff said is he felt like Mathieu was he was already racing when he came into Cunningham.
Yeah, I'd agree. It's still the case. Yeah, definitely.
Absolutely. We've gotten a ruling. G'day, technically, g'day is English.
Okay. All right. It's kind of, yeah. It's refined English. Maybe we say it that way.
It's certainly, well, we really appreciate you being there to say good day to all of the runners as they come through and giving us an idea of how they're feeling. You said Sherman was cracking a joke as he went through?
Yeah.
Was it a good joke?
I said, well done, mate. Keep it up. And he goes, this is Fox Sports, right? This is Fox Sports. We're on Fox Sports right now.
No.
Which, of course, this is basically Fox Sports. I don't know exactly what Fox Sports is. I don't watch a whole lot of TV, but I assume it's probably the biggest sports channel in the world, and that's why it's previewing Hardrock right now.
Well, we know a lot of people are paying attention, either watching on the live stream or tracking. People will be checking in later. We're really delighted that we have this available, this live stream. We're grateful to Altra for their support in making this happen. And it gives us an opportunity to really check in on the runners at various points on the course, which is something that was not available just a few years ago. So this is exciting.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, Chris. I heard you mention before the rise in technology here is pretty incredible. As hiking poles came into the sport, so did Livestream here in America. It's kind of,
yes,
it's kind of interesting.
It is, and I'm grateful that it's here. Both of those things, polls and Livestream, very important. gorgeous views. I'm jealous of you being out there and seeing all of this stuff firsthand as we're sitting here at the table behind the mics. But thank you for bringing us all of this beautiful coverage.
Hey Maj, how's the smoke up there?
Yeah, it's good. Like, it's not aggressive and it's not heavy here, but we are high. We are on the pass, so every now and again the wind and the breeze here picks up, and you can feel it. It kind of makes you feel a little bit cold, but the smoke up here is very minimal. You can still, there's a slight smell of it for sure, but if you look off into the distance, it's very hazy. You can definitely see it, which I'm sure, I don't know if you guys can see that through the footage coming through, but yeah, it's definitely around.
Yeah, no, it looks really clear from what we can see.
Yeah, well, it's definitely, as you look off into the distance, into the kind of the valleys and that, there is a fair bit of haze there. But right here, yeah, it feels pretty minimal, which is good.
Absolutely. You've got some nice flowers up there in that pass as well. We know that the runners are going to get to see some real beauty out on the Hardrock course. This is not an ugly course. This is a beautiful place to spend a weekend.
Yeah, it's incredible up here right now. I've been on this course a fair bit in the last few years, but coming up here today, I think it's probably one of the most incredible display of wildflowers I've seen out here. Yeah, it's really, really stunning.
If you had to pick a
And there's
single
a solid
favorite
crew up here as
wildflower,
well.
which one are you picking?
What's that, sorry?
Which wildflower is your favorite?
It's a great question. I'm working on the answer for that one. There's a lot of good ones.
Yeah, I think he means which type of wildflower. I don't think he's asking you to find one specific one out
don't
there.
pick
as
'em.
That one to your left.
I won't do that. It's but I also, this is Stony Pass. This is where we are, and it's really, really obvious why it's received the name Stony Pass. It's incredible up here. The rocks that are kind of crumbling down and the formations of the rocks up here are really stunning. And it's honestly given me some memories of what, like, being in the Dolomites in Italy. Like when we're up here checking these out, it's really incredible.
Yeah, it's a beautiful area. The path that they're coming down from that pass as they came over green is a path that they've only used since 2004. Prior to that, the runners would have been coming up the road, the same road that you drove up. Once they got to Cunningham Gulch, they would have followed that road up to Stony Pass, and then they would have made the climb over Buffalo Boy. So it's really nice that they've been able to stay on trail and go through this beautiful terrain rather than having to go up a dusty road.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, when you look at where they've come from in that direction, I mean, the only thing you want to do is just run that way and go and explore it, because it just looks so, it just looks so stunning. And it's really open too. The path that they're using that you're describing there, Chris, is super faint as well. You really need to be 10 feet away from it to really make out the path that runs through the grass. So it's it's not overly used, and it just makes it feel like you're running in open country in a way. And that's, it's just beautiful. Like it gives that element of like, where am I?
You're right. It's not a well-worn-in path. It's not one that a lot of people would go on. In fact, probably the only people that are going to go through that area are hard rockers or those that are associated with hard rock. So it stayed unspoiled.
Yeah, and that's so cool, isn't it? Because yeah, like so many of the trail races that exist in the world now are on really well established trails, or they're really well defined paths, and being out here and seeing how faint it is. I guess, as long as it's environmentally sensitive, and as long as it's not being too disruptive, using like going off trail, I guess it's a good thing, and it's an amazing element to the experience of being out here and being able to run this race or train on this course.
Yeah, absolutely. Training is certainly important, and we've had people that have been out there, done soft rocks over the last few weeks. We had course orientation hikes up there, and obviously every inch of the course was permitted. So whether we're going across Forest Service land or BLM land, we've had a course that's permitted. They're going on trails that are approved, and in some cases we've been doing approved trail work to make sure that these are maintained properly.
We've got a solid crew of runners coming through right now.
Yeah, a few folks working together, it looks like.
Yeah, three all at once. Trying to get a read if that. It's definitely some of the local crew. Kyle Curtin, Jeff Roan was in there, I believe.
Jeff Roan, absolute local favorite.
How you going, guys? Good? Loving it?
Starting off the day. Yes, sir.
Great to hear. Have a good day out there.
That's a little weird. Yeah, very weird. It's a little weird between smoking again.
All right, so Kyle Curtin, Jeff Roan, and Adam Berendt coming through there. All those guys together, teamwork for sure. Like they're chatting together, and yeah, they're having a chat now as they stroll up that climb. So all those guys enjoying it. Adam's the only one who said anything.
Yeah, that's some of the best stuff out there when you can meet up with people on the course, whether you intended to or not, and just spend a few miles together. You can really create deep friendships and good memories, especially when you're going through challenging terrain.
Yeah, those guys are definitely working together, which is cool. Yeah, I believe that would basically roll out our top 10 men as they come through here over Stony Pass. And within that, we also had Katie Scheid, so that would be 11 runners through here at Stony Pass.
Wow, it's awesome that Katie is running so well, mixing in there with those top 10 men, but history tells us that the top 10 we see at Stony Pass probably are not the top 10 we're going to see here in Silverton tomorrow. Have you seen any wildlife out there? We don't see any on screen, but sometimes up in that area you definitely see marmots and pikas. Those will be up there occasionally. You'll see some deer up in that area. Hopefully nothing more dangerous than that. So once again, we've got top 10 men and our top woman that are through at Stony Pass. We still have runners coming in down at Cunningham Gulch, and they'll all be heading in this direction and on. The next aid station that they'll hit will be Maggie Gulch, and that's not a crew approved aid station. So it's a minimal aid station. Runners will still have plenty of food and drinks and things that are available to them before they continue on toward the next crew access aid station, which is around 27 miles down at Sherman, which is the closest aid station to Lake City, one of the 4 cities that we acknowledge as part of the Hardrock course.
Looks like we've got people close to coming into the next aid station. We'll be seeing lead split times through there if we don't have a live feed there. Excited to see kind of who's in the lead and how far behind Zach is. Can you see what bib number this is headed into Stony Pass there? Looks like Manon. Yeah, moving through. Oh, we have Mathieu at the Maggie aid station. Looks like he's in first still. We'll have splits popping on here shortly. To see what the time difference is between him and Zach. And then Katarina's coming across Stony Pass. So it looks like we have our top 3 ladies through Stony Pass as well as our top 3 men. Ludovic Pomeray is in second at Maggie's. So that is a slight change with Ludo in second now. Mathieu is out of Maggie. And then there's Zach coming in. He's in third at Maggie. There's less than a minute separating them all still, I think. So Zach just cruised right through. He didn't even stop.
Yeah, they've loaded up at Cunningham, obviously. I would usually top off a bottle there, but this next section is really, really runnable. You can cruise up to the pass, and then you come down into Pole Creek, and it's just, other than the creek crossings that are in there, it's really runnable all the way down to the Pole Creek aid station. Often you'll see herds of elk up in Pole Creek, which is kind of neat. I've never known of anyone to have a negative interaction with elk up in there. But just a beautiful area. We're really grateful to those aid station crew that have made their way up to Maggie. It's not the easiest pass to get into.
Yeah, super huge thanks. They actually swap out with the crew over at KT every other year. The guy who usually runs Maggie on a clockwise direction here. He likes to have the longer shift, so they are out at KT this time around, and then we've got this crew here at Maggie.
That's really neat that they get that experience with the runners in both directions. Looks like they're in clear weather there at Maggie. I was a little bit worried since they do have to come down from Buffalo Boy Ridge in there. I thought it might be a little bit smoky like we saw over at Cunningham, but that doesn't appear to be the case. It looks pretty clear there, and you can see that some of the volunteers are just in T-shirts, so it must be warming up there as well.
Yeah, we saw a few people taking ice bandanas out of Sherman, so maybe they wanted those for this long section here where they're going to have more sun exposure in a pretty dry section.
Yeah, that's really smart. It's easy to get burned up here and not realize that it's happening.
Yeah. Looks like we're going back to Cunningham to see how everybody is doing moving through there. Going to check in with Bronco Billy.
Hey, you guys. Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so we had Betsy Nye come through. So she's just turned 60 this year. This will be her. If she makes the cutoff, she'll be her 20th finish. I also heard you guys talking about Pole Creek wildlife. I have a wildlife story for you guys.
Oh, we want it.
I think it was 2018. In the other direction, I was coming through Pole Creek at night and saw 2 mountain lions. I've been screamed at by a mountain lion across the Pole Creek one year. So there was 2 mountain lions. I was solo, no pacer, caught movement in my right above me. And if you guys are familiar with that area, you're kind of you're traversing a big slope. So they were on a kind of an overlook above me. 2 cats. One stood up, paralleled me for about 10 meters until I faced it off and yelled at it. And it stopped, and I kept it blinded, and then I backed away until I couldn't see it anymore. And then I'd run about 40 yards, scan behind me with my light to make sure that I didn't see any glowing eyes and it wasn't following me, and burned a lot of matches for 20 or 30 minutes until I got to Pole Creek Aid Station.
Well,
so
Jeff, this is Chris Twiggs.
There's some wildlife up there. That's one of the wilder parts of the course.
Yeah, this is Chris Twiggs, and one of the advantages that I have is that I'm always so far behind you when I'm coming through there that you've already scared stuff away.
Yeah, I mean that is the downside to being up front. You do scare up all the wildlife.
Thank you. On
Especially
behalf of the middle and back of the pack hard rockers, thank you for taking that on.
Well, that's all I had. I just had to share that story with you guys.
I appreciate that. So we've still got runners coming through there at Cunningham. Do they look in pretty good spirits as they're coming into that first aid station?
Yes, we did. How are you? Good job. Yeah, thanks, guys. That's it for me.
Thanks so much, Jeff. We appreciate you checking in with us there. Runners still have quite a while before the cutoff there at Cunningham. In this direction, the absolute cutoff is 10:45 a.m. and local time we're still at about 9:20. So we've got a little while before anybody would be worried about missing that cutoff. I don't think anyone's going to miss it there. And then they're on their way to Maggie. And there is no cutoff at the Maggie aid station.
Yeah, and if we're taking a look at splits for this year, and I think we're going to compare them to the last time we did this direction, Mathieu Blanchard, he was in Maggie 9:13, left at 9:14, and if he's chasing the ghost of Francois Dehaene, Francois was in there in, it looks like 3:22. Hang on, let me look at the right elapsed time here. Woo. He was in there 3:13, 3:14 at Maggie, and then the ghost of Francois Dehaene would have been there 3:22. So it looks like he's there about 6 minutes faster. He is also there in a similar amount of time that Aurelien Paland was there. And again, Aurelien did not get the course record that year.
No, course record is still held by
Francois.
By Francois.
So Francois was more conservative through that aid station by about 6 minutes.
We have some wildlife on the screen here. Looks like it's well behaved. Hopefully there won't be any negatives.
Oh, is that Chad's, his dog Nari? Oh, she looks like she's just happy to be there.
I think so. Maybe a little bit confused about all the activity. Maggie Aid Station in this direction is a quick stop for these runners. In the other direction, often you see people having to spend a lot of time here because of storms and other sort of activity.
Is that Serge? Or is that...
The screen isn't clear enough for me to tell.
And then the time we're looking for Katie Scheid coming down in there. If we're looking at Courtney's course record from 2023, she was there in 3 hours and 44 minutes. So time elapsed is 3:22, so we should be seeing Katie at any point, especially if she's going after that record.
Might be a little early to be racing at this point, but if you're going after a course record, you've really got to go for it. You've got to let it all hang out. And it looks like perhaps both men and women are have some folks that are going for that this year. It's a perfect year to run fast. If the smoke doesn't bother you, then you can really make a lot of time. The course is in great shape. The trails are really holding up, and I think we're going to see some pretty happy runners with the condition of the trail and the day that they have to run.
And the top 5 men right now are all under Francois' pace from 2021. So that's, 2021. So that's pretty amazing how quickly people are, how quick they're moving through those aid stations. It could spell disaster for them, right?
It could. I don't think we're going to see all of them self-destruct. I think they're testing themselves, and we're going to find out who is up to it today. This is really more about the course. It's really more about who can handle the ups and the downs and the altitude and the technical terrain. It's not just about racing against other people. It's about managing yourself on this wild and tough hard rock course. You can see some mine workings there at the Maggie aid station. We were talking about that earlier. It's amazing, these huge pieces of mining equipment that have found their way up here when the mines were in operation, and then most often when the mines close down, they're not going to pack these big things out of there. So they're really neat monuments to the hard rock miners that are at the spirit of this event and were the inspiration for it.
We have the top 6 men through Maggie. Gabe Joyce is the last one that we had go through. He is the only one who is not under course record pace, and he's just missing it by a minute. So really a bunch of the top 5 men are just going out hot on that course. We should be seeing Brian Colmo at any point into this next aid station, and then hopefully by F1 or potentially Kyle Curtin as well.
Absolutely. And Brian obviously is a sentimental favorite for us. Dan and I both work with him on the run committee. Just an amazing guy who has put so many hours of work into making sure that this finish line is perfect for the runners. And it's the starting area as well, of course, that people would have seen on the live stream earlier. And so we're grateful to all of his hard work and really excited for him to have a chance to get out there and challenge himself on this course, which he's done before. He came in out of the finishers lottery. See a medical volunteer there on the screen. Every aid station has a medical person that is there to advise and to help and to make sure that the runners are in good shape. I doubt there are going to be any serious issues for the medical volunteers to handle when they come into Maggie, but certainly at the nighttime stations and further in, there may be runners that are experiencing breathing problems because of the high altitude. There could be runners with minor injuries, hopefully nothing terribly serious, but we're doing what we can to make sure that they stay safe out there. All of our volunteers, of course, are there for the health and safety of the runners.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the snow's too bad right there. Not the snow, the smoke.
Neither snow nor smoke is all that bad there. And we have a runner coming in.
There's Katie Scheid and Brian Colmo.
Coming in together.
Nice.
Yep, great to see both of them. It looks like Brian is wearing his Wimbledon-approved white running outfit.
You know, it makes him easy to see, so I'm happy to see it. All right, is Brian who's gonna take off first, Katie or Brian?
It'd be nice to see them work together, maybe be able to do well, but Katie's not gonna wait around. She's gonna head out.
Nope, she's gone. Brian looks like he's getting a little bit of additional aid here. And then, oop, is that watermelon? Looks like a piece of watermelon.
Yeah. You know, the hazard that Brian faces is that he's so much a part of this event that he's got friends at every aid station.
Yeah.
And so he has to say hello, get some high fives and some congratulations. That could cost him a couple of extra seconds at every aid station.
So if we're looking at splits, it looks like Katie came out of the aid station at 3:27. So if we're comparing that to the 2023 Ghost of Courtney DeWalter, she's 20 minutes ahead of course record pace.
That's significant.
That is significant. By the second aid station, she's got 20 minutes on Courtney. If I'm doing my math right, I really hope I'm doing the math right.
You do have a degree in something approaching math, I think.
I hope. Yeah, so it looks like she's about 20 minutes ahead of Courtney's course record pace from 2023.
As
Courtney was in
Floridian?
at 3:46, and Katie is out at 3:27.
There you go. As a Floridian, I appreciate the Surge Storms reference in the chat. That's not the Surge that's running here, but it would be an interesting race if it were. I agree with Ben in the chat. He says taking a few seconds for a high five or a hug is a time deposit that pays out later in the race. I agree. And we also, kind words to the aid station folks. That's important. One of the things that's new this year for Hardrock, which I think is an awesome addition, is that all the runners were given stickers, Hardrock stickers that say "You are awesome." And the runners will be carrying those with them and doling those out to perhaps a volunteer that helps them change their socks, or someone that fills their water bottle right when they need it. This is an opportunity for the runners to thank the people that are out there at the aid stations. And I know that when those aid station workers receive something like that, or even just a kind word, it means a lot to them. These volunteers are volunteers. They're not paid to be there at the aid stations. In some cases, they had to camp out overnight at some of these aid stations. They'll be there for hours and hours and hours in the cold or in the rain or in the hail, and they're basically doing it for a free t-shirt. So the kind words that the runners are able to say, or that crew members are able to say to the aid station workers, that really matters.
I hope there aren't a lot of people carrying those stickers. They're going to be pretty mushy by the point that they hand them to a volunteer.
This is why God invented Ziploc bags, Dan.
Okay, true. That's a couple extra grams, though.
It's worth it. What is the deal with the Ghost of? What we mean is that those runners are not in the race, but they're chasing them as if they were there. We think that Katie is probably going for Courtney's course record, and so that's what we mean by the Ghost of Courtney DeWalter. Absolutely, Courtney's still alive and well. She's just not here defending her title, and so we'll have a new female champion this year, and we'll see who it is. Right now, Katie Scheid is in the lead, but there's still a long way to go.
And while we have the picture-in-picture up, I mean, just look how much clearer it is at Maggie compared to Cunningham. The smoke is just settling in that gulch and really settled in there, and it is easy to see how different it is between those two locations. Maggie's quite a bit higher than Cunningham and is a little bit more protected from that smoke blowing in. So it's good to see that it's clear on a lot of places in the course.
It is, and hopefully it'll clear up there at Cunningham as well. Our runners and the crews and the volunteers, they'll all be through. They'll all be done there in a little over an hour. But there are still a lot of people that go up there and camp, and we want them to have good air quality as well. Hopefully that'll be the case.
Thanks, Esther, for bringing me my second refill of caffeine. It's much appreciated.
Can you do math now that you've had more
Yeah,
caffeine?
it's a lot better now.
No doubt.
I'm pretty amazed that they're flying that far under the course record pace.
I'm
mean,
shocked.
it could be successful for them, or it could absolutely be horribly detrimental for them. We're going to see how it plays out over the next 20 hours to see how these runners do. Is there a potential for Katie to go to be the first female under 24 hours?
Well, I will tell you, I spent a lot of time talking with Katerina Hormuth, who's in second or third. She's been kind of in that range so far this morning, and she absolutely believes that the women's course record should get down below 24, whether it happens this year or not. But she believes that there's no reason why the women's course record should be so much slower than the men's. And we can see with Katie running so well that she's in the mix with those top men. So this could be the year that gap between the men's and the women's course record changes. Whether she brings it all the way down under 24 or not, that obviously remains to be seen. But these women believe that that's possible, and I think they're right.
Here we go. We have the top 10 women through either Maggie or Cunningham. Katie Scheid, followed by Manon Bouhard, Katarina Hartmuth, Stephanie Case.
I don't know. It's not a name that I can say. I'm sorry.
Amber Weibel, Dandelion, Becky Bates, Eliza, and
Hillary Yang running in 10th, which is fantastic. Becky Bates is 62 years old, an absolute amazing woman who's been out doing trail work. And actually the trail work that she was doing is in the section that she is covering right now. We should see some more runners coming through Maggie here soon. It's a pretty big gap right now, actually. I think the last runners we saw were Brian and Katie. So they've put some distance between themselves and the folks behind them.
We have on the men's list, it's gone already. Never mind.
It was gone a while ago.
Oh, was it? I'm looking at two screens, man.
I know you are. I know.
Yeah, I mean that front pack is going to break away pretty good from the rest of the field. So I think that gap's just going to continue to grow throughout the day.
It may, or we might actually see some folks that get caught up with them. We've seen a lot of runners that have been able to come on really, really strong later on. Nick Corey is one example of somebody who was able to really come on strong, and half Jamil, of course, as well, has shown us what can be done with negative splits here at Hardrock. So I still believe that the top 10 we saw come through Cunningham are not necessarily the top 10 that we're going to see at the finish.
Yeah, Becky Bates was 7th in 2024 and 2023. So I'm gonna put money on 7th in 2025.
Well, you may be right about that. I'm looking at the tracking. It appears like we have maybe just one more runner who has come into Cunningham who needs to depart. I don't see a departure time for Tim Finocchio. And everyone else that's come into Cunningham has departed, and it looks like everyone, it looks like everyone is in. We're going to go for an ad break here in just a second, and we'll be with you again in a moment.
TheFeed.com presents Athletes in the Wild. Of all the wild animals, the athlete is the most ferocious. A high-strung, muscle-clad creature with 2 speeds. TheFeed.com presents Athletes in the Wild. The wild athlete mid-migration. Fueled by carbs, guided by caffeine, and always hunting for electrolytes. This one senses dehydration. The most cunning of beasts stock up at the feed. A one-stop watering hole with thousands of fuel, hydration and recovery options delivered straight to your cave. Please feed the animals. Shop today and get a free animal bottle at thefeed.com.
Focus. Exhilaration. Euphoria. Running is dope. Experience a new high. Altra, stay out there.
Hey, welcome back to the 2025 running of the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run. I'm Dan Ryan.
And I'm Chris Twiggs, Hardrock board member, 17-time Hardrocker, and a guy who's just really happy to be here with the live stream and watching our runners as they're making their progress. Most of our top runners have made their way through Maggie Gulch, which is the second aid station. And we can see on screen a few more runners that are coming in. I think this is the camera we're seeing still up at Stony Pass.
Yeah, we got still a lot of runners coming through Stony Pass. We have most of our front runners through the Maggie aid station. This looks like Steph Case.
It does indeed. Looking stylish with that. Is that a cheese head hat she's wearing? Oh no, it's just a hat that's turned up the brim a little bit. And she's smiling. She's happy.
She looks like she's really enjoying her time out there. But we have our front runners through Maggie's. We have our front runners through Stony Pass, and they are on their way to the next aid station. They're running under course record pace currently on both the male and female side, so we'll see if they can hold that out for the day. They're chasing the ghosts of Courtney DeWalter and the ghosts of Francois Dehaene.
Right, indeed. We're excited to see Stephanie getting through that Stony Pass area. And she's followed on by several folks that are doing really well out there. Hopefully everybody is staying safe. We did get a report that we had one runner that was in a little bit of distress. We don't have an update on that, but we know that they're going to take care of everyone at the aid stations and make sure that they are healthy and happy. They should be. They should be having the time of their lives out there. So I'm embarrassed that the woman who is running right behind Stephanie from Spain, whose name I cannot pronounce, she was out on some of our
Usui?
Yeah. Is that how you would say it? Okay, Usui?
Phonetically, Usui.
Usui. So she came out on some of the course orientation hikes. And,
oh, amazing.
Yeah, she's a teacher from Spain, and she's really enjoying her time out here. She's been trying for a while to get into Hardrock, and she did the right thing to learn the course some before she had to put on that number. And you can see her following close behind Stephanie, those two of the women that are in the top 10 right now.
Somebody said in the chat, they said the vibe between this and Western States is so different. The race is nice, and race is nice and serene. Well, hopefully things get pretty wild later. If people keep running at these fast paces, we'll get pretty excited shortly. It's just such a different pacing structure at Hardrock compared to Western States.
Oh, it is. I mean, you're in it for the long haul, right? Nobody's going to be finishing this before sunset. That doesn't happen here. So we're going to have runners. All the runners are going to have to go into the night. And so that factors into their strategy as far as what they're going to be carrying with them and whether they're going to use pacers or not. Most of these runners will have pacers that will join them most likely at Animas Forks aid station, which is still a good 20 miles away for these runners.
Yeah.
See a lot more people coming now into Maggie.
There are two people that I know. That's Katarina. No, that is Manon. And one other person, Kyle Curtin.
Kyle Curtin.
Okay, so Kyle's got a red hat on today.
Mm-hmm.
So that I know of, there are two people doing, three people doing the double. There's Jamil, Chris Roberts, and I thought there was one more. There might just be two then.
That are doing the Western Hardrock double. That's a hard thing to do. I know a lot of people that have done it, and I frankly, it's not something that I think I would ever be physically capable of to bounce back from Western to do this. They're very different types of events, but it's amazing. I do know that I think I mentioned earlier that Andrew Barney is doing this, and then next weekend is going to do the Ouray 100, which is here in the San Juans as well. Of course, Hardrock passes through Ouray, Colorado. And so he'll be attempting that one as well. A couple of years ago, I know that Pam Reed did a triple. She did Western States, Hardrock, and then did Badwater, which of course wouldn't have been able to do this year because Badwater was before Hardrock this year.
Right. How are things looking up there on Stony Pass, Mash?
It's good. I don't know if you can hear me, but it's great. Nice work, gents. Looking good. Yeah, there's a good vibe. I should find a better word than vibe. It sounds like I'm a teenager, but it's a great atmosphere. Runners happy. We saw Steph Case come through just before, and what I have always said is Uxi Frail from Spain, I believe, who has equally to Steph had an incredible ultra running career, and she's an absolute beast and has been for many, many years. I think if you went through and looked at her results from the I don't know, maybe like 5 years ago or so, a total beast in this sport. So Steph came through, Uxa came through, and yeah, we've got a whole bunch of other gentlemen kind of in that 10th to 20th place rolling through. Stoke is high. People are happy. Like, beautiful morning. Hardrock 100. I mean, if you are having a bad day, you wouldn't want to complain about it because, I mean, it's pretty good.
Looks like you're still a little bit cold up there.
Yeah, I think maybe I'm just wearing this more for the sun protection rather than the weather. But yeah, as I mentioned a little while ago, if a breeze comes through, it's a little bit chilly. But I mean, for these runners right now, it's going to be feeling warm because this sun is up and this sun has got a bit of a kick to it, and it's it's obviously very exposed up here.
Yeah, it is, but the runners are flying through. They're not spending too much time there in that section. They've got to climb after they leave you, and then we're seeing them pretty quickly after Stony Pass make their way down into Maggie Gulch.
Yeah, which is really amazing to hear the audio come through and hear the update on everyone rolling through there. Did anyone roll through that aid station together? Are they still keeping a safe distance from each other?
Katie and Brian moved through the aid station together. Katie left right before Brian, and then Brian must have been socializing and left shortly after that.
Right. So everyone's still sticking to the COVID protocols.
Yeah, the first few guys were definitely spread out.
Yeah. You guys can see we're going to swing the camera around, and you can see the climb that you were just mentioning before, Chris. And there's a bit of a conga line happening up there with crew going up, making their way over the road here at Stony Pass and up the next climb.
So, Chris, they're going to go up and to the left, right? Yeah, I can see somebody going that direction.
They'll go up. This is pretty steep through here, and then they get on a pretty nice trail, actually, that just most of their climb is right here at the beginning of this, and then they turn to the left, and they just follow a really nice trail up to the top of Buffalo Boy Ridge, where they're able to see the aid station and run down to it in Maggie. It's not the most challenging climb. They've actually, the two climbs they've done already today are a little less challenging than this one, but everything adds up. Some people in the chat are talking about how much climb there is or the altitude here at Hardrock. This event is the equivalent of going from sea level to the top of Mount Everest and back. The average altitude of Hardrock is over 10,000 feet. High point, 14,000 feet at Handy's Peak, and the low point is only 7,800 feet down in Ouray.
Yeah, not to mention how many times that you go over 12,000 feet and 13,000 feet, contributing to that altitude, right? You're 13 times above 12 and 6 above 13, and then obviously that visit up Handy's Peak that takes its pound of flesh from the runners. They'll encounter that about mile 40, right?
That's the hardest part for me, is going up Handy's, especially in the direction that they're going. Is this Katerina coming in now? I think so. I think that's Katerina Hortmuth into Maggie, getting some hydration.
Colin, you're in Hardrock. You're doing it, man.
It's great that we have this camera out at Maggie's. This is really quite great. Just the amount of locations we've expanded to over the past couple of years is really amazing.
It is, and you can see that she doesn't spend a lot of time there at the aid station. Early on, the runners are stoked. They've got so much energy, and so they're really just refilling bottles, maybe grabbing a snack off the table, but not spending a lot of time there. I think they'll spend even less time down at the next aid station after Maggie, which is Pole Creek. Pole Creek is a really remote aid station. People have to camp out there the night before Hardrock. It takes a lot of work to get the stuff out to that aid station. But we're really grateful for the volunteers that get out there and make that happen, because it's a long stretch between Maggie and Sherman. Sherman is the next major aid station. It's the next place that these runners are going to be able to see their crew, if their crew go out there. And they have absolutely everything you could want in an aid station when you get into Sherman.
Yeah, and then they have a pretty long section on a dirt road headed out of Sherman, where things could potentially get pretty hot for them. So hopefully, as we know, Sherman will take pretty good care of the runners. And if you haven't used the bathrooms at Sherman, they are very nice. There's candles. It's a pretty nice place to be.
Absolutely. I will say that if you go there as part of a training hike, it's a little bit of a disappointment, because it turns out the candles and the music are not there at all times. It's just something that happens during Hardrock. Somebody in the chat's talking about the preparation for being at altitude, and that certainly is a consideration. I come from Florida, and it's not sea level here in the San Juans, and certainly not at 14,000 feet at Handy's Peak. And so a lot of these runners will do what I would do, which is get out here early. I would say if you can get out here at least 3 weeks early, that gives you the opportunity to get acclimated to the altitude as much as possible. Certainly those runners that live at altitude have a bit of an advantage in terms of their ability to handle the lower concentration of what is it? Molecular density is what I was told. Lower molecular density. I think it just means there's less oxygen available to you when you're up here at altitude.
Yeah, and somebody asked in the chat, Maggie's is mile 15.4. So in first place male, we have Mathieu Blanchard, followed shortly by Zach Miller and Ludovic Pomeray.
Ludovic actually came into Maggie ahead of Zach.
And Zach left,
but then
very
Zach
quickly.
left ahead. Yeah.
Zach kind of just walked through. He didn't take anything from the aid station and continued on his way. And then on the ladies' side, we have Katie Scheid, who came through in 3 hours and 26 minutes, and then the next lady is going to be Manon Bohard, which is 3:46. So she's got about a 20-minute lead on Manon, who is on Courtney's course record pace. Manon is, but Katie is about 20 minutes under that right now. So really pretty amazing what's going on out there right now.
It is. People are asking in the chat if they're on course record pace, and absolutely both lead male and lead female are on course record pace, with the lead male being just slightly under the course record pace, but Katie is drastically under course record pace. We'll see if that was a smart move for her this early on, but she certainly knows what she's doing. She hasn't run Hardrock before, but she knows what she's doing on these mountainous courses.
I just think that record from Francois is super stout in this direction. He threw down in 2021 a time that was not beaten in 2023. It wasn't. I mean, Aurelian. So Francois ran 21:45 in this direction, which is incredible, and then Dylan Bowman also ran 22:45, so an hour slower in this direction. But Aurelian in 2023 only ran 23 hours, so he is significantly far off of the time of Francois' time.
Yeah. The female standings that we're seeing on the screen here, I don't think are quite accurate. It's showing Stephanie Case in third, but I think Katarina Hartmuth is actually in third place at the moment, with Stephanie Case in fourth. Stephanie, of course, an amazing runner and a board member for Hardrock, which is pretty neat. So, but I don't think Stephanie has moved ahead of Katarina.
Yep, still looking live here at the Maggie Aid Station here at the Hardrock 100. It's been a great week of really fun events. Looking at the Camp Hardrock schedule, I mean, we did so much this week. There was the Hard Block runner check-in happening yesterday. There were various talks about the San Juans. There were talks about the history of the San Juans, the geology, the mineralogy, you name it. There was probably a learning session on the San Juans. There was a foot care clinic yesterday evening that went pretty well, so people can learn how to take care of people's feet, because the Hardrock course is a pretty wet course. We also had earlier this week more course orientation hikes led by my co-host here, Chris Twiggs, and just a ton of other events going on. We had, move in and set up and just a lot.
We also had our the inaugural class for the Hardrock 100 Hall of Fame that was inducted this year on Wednesday night, and that's something that's brand new. Obviously, we've not done that before, but we decided, as this is the 30th running of the Hardrock 100, we'd do something special and create this Hall of Fame, which I think is perfect timing, and I'm really glad that we did it. I had a couple of people that asked if there would be anyone eligible for the Hall of Fame posthumously. Certainly that's something that the Hall of Fame committee considered. All of the 8 that were inducted this year are still on this side of the dirt, and we had 7 of the 8 that were present to receive the honor. And we had just a wonderful evening, just thanking those people for the contributions that they made to Hardrock, have made over the years, and some of them are continuing to be involved here at Hardrock.
Yeah, Hardrock was founded based on a kind of a whim. Gordon Hartman put an ad in Ultra Running magazine. Sorry guys, it's still early ? They had, they put an ad in Ultra Running magazine that said, "Hey, we're looking to put on a run in the Southwest mountains, in the San Juan Mountains of Colorado." They got quite a few response. The first Hardrock only had 46 people start and only 18 finish, which is, pretty bad finishers rate, frankly. But they didn't think they could do the course in a day.
Many of them we've spoken with that were there the first year, and they, even while they were doing it, they weren't certain that it was possible to do all of this in 48 hours. And obviously, some of them did finish in 48 hours, and since then we've had over 1,000 runners that have been able to complete this Tour of the San Juans and kiss the rock at the finish line under that 48-hour cutoff.
Yeah, 1,010 exactly have kissed the rock. So the first person to kiss the rock early tomorrow morning will be the 1,011th finisher.
Yeah. I feel like last year we were trying to pay attention to the 1,000th finisher, but I don't remember who it ended up being. But that was certainly an interesting milestone for us to have, 1,000 individuals that have finished this event. Certainly some runners have finished it multiple times. The record for the most Hardrock finishes is Kirk Apt, who was inducted into the Hall of Fame. He has 26 finishes. Kirk is out there volunteering this year, which is just fantastic that he's giving back to Hardrock, that I know means so much to him. The woman with the most finishes is Betsy Kalmeyer, and Betsy has also been volunteering out there. She helped with a lot of the course marking, and she's going to be organizing the folks that go out and clear the course. Betsy has 21 finishes, but we have the runner with the most finishes who's in the event this year is the other Betsy Nye, who has 19 finishes, and we certainly believe she's going to get her 20th finish this year, and that's going to be super exciting to see her make that happen.
Pretty clear still at Maggie. Nice to see that the weather is nice there for him. Pretty worried this morning, headed into the run, about the smoke. It is still smoky here in Silverton for sure, but it looks like at the Maggie aid station they've got some good clarity up there.
They really do, and of course Maggie is up higher than Cunningham, and so that makes a difference. We saw smoke down in that Cunningham Valley. They're going to stay high after they leave Maggie. They climb for a little bit, and then they drop down into Pole Creek, which is still a pretty high meadow that they stay in from that drop into Maggie. They'll stay really, really high for several miles until they get over to close to the Sherman, about 3 miles outside of the Sherman aid station, and then they drop down some just really well-maintained trails outside of Lake City. These trails are fantastic. Horses are often found on those trails as they run down those into the Sherman aid station, where you've heard so much about the amazing toilet at the Sherman aid station.
Looks like we got another check-in going on here at the at Stony Pass. Is that Liam on screen with Maj? What's up?
Yeah, I'm not sure who that is that's just come in. I'm trying to get this on tracking. Tyler Fannin is showing as in at Maggie, but not out, so that could be who we've seen come in there just now. 15.4 miles into the race at Maggie Gulch. We can see the beautiful flowers that are up there in the field at Stony Pass. The runners are really getting a treat this year. The flowers are just in fantastic bloom up in many spots up on the course. Again, I'm not sure that the current female standings that are shown on the screen, I'm not sure that's accurate. We show on the tracking for the race, we show Katarina Hartmuth has actually already passed through Maggie, and Stephanie Case has not yet made it through there. We did see Stephanie earlier as she went through Stony Pass with a big smile on her face, and I know that she is just thrilled to be here. Stephanie will finish strongly, and she could, in fact, move up into the podium, but I don't think she's there quite yet.
Yeah, and just an update for everybody, as you're looking at the current male-female standings that we have coming up, that is just basically taking the tracking that we are getting and putting out there. There's oftentimes, in these really remote places, that we don't always tag a bib or don't always get the correct information immediately. So, as the race goes on, it should get more and more clarified, but typically in these beginning stages, it might not show super accurately. So, yes, Zach Miller, by all accounts, is still in the course.
Unfortunately,
we've seen him plenty of times and he looked great.
We know, yeah, we've seen him out there. There's no indication that he has stopped or anything like that. Some people were asking if Ludo is okay. Yeah, Ludo looked great when he came through. So
this is the beauty of getting both visual on the course and also the tracking, right?
Yeah.
You got to compare the both.
And I can tell you, having been out there as a hard rocker, often I will come into an aid station and my crew will tell me that my tracker wasn't working properly.
Oh, yeah.
And that's just, that's just part of the wild and tough nature of hard rock. That it's not an exact science.
Exactly. And we're so remote. We're in such places that are just out there. It only takes a blip of service for a hot second as a runner's going through that you miss that tag. That data packet never gets delivered. So.
Indeed. And really, for my money, the most important aspect of those trackers that's out there is that if a runner is in danger, there is an SOS button that they can push so that they could be assisted to get down from whatever situation that they're in. We hope that none of them have to make use of that, but it's there as a safety thing more than anything else.
Better to have it and not need it.
Exactly.
Than need it and not have it. Especially in some of these places.
Some of these places would be terrifying at night, especially if you were injured. In 2005, my first hard rock, there was a runner who was up on Handy's Peak, which is the high point of the race, and he didn't have a headlamp with him. And of course, this is before trackers, and he ended up having to sit down and spend the night up on Handy's until the sun came up and he was able to find his way down.
Made the smart, safe choice, which we do definitely appreciate. Yeah. And for those of you who are listening, who are watching, no, Dan's voice did not change. This is Zach Marion stepping in for a hot moment. Why Dan has duties to attend to. And, I'm not doing anything. Definitely not producing a live stream.
Dan has a lot of responsibilities here at Hard Rock, and I really appreciate everything that he does. Just a hard worker. Dan hasn't had his chance to run Hard Rock himself yet, so we get to take advantage of all of his hard work here. Hopefully next year will be his year to get in, and we'll be commenting on him out there on the course.
I heard from Dale he's just going to take his name and just slide it to the side for the next couple years because he's too valuable in what he does.
Well, this is true, but we do have 3 board members that are out there running, and also we have some run committee members that are running. 2 doing really well. Board member Stephanie Case is doing fantastically, and Brian Cuomo, who is our finish line coordinator, is up there in the top 10 for men. Running, last we saw, he was running basically right with Katie Scheid.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely awesome to see, and yes, I do love in the chat, Swim Walmsley, Hard Work 100. It's the new name of that's what you're doing when you're not racing Hard Rock 100. You're doing Hard Work 100.
It's true. Well,
whether you're pacing, crewing, it's all hard work.
It's all hard work. And just being out here is hard work. To be honest with you, a lot of people that come from sea level, they tell me they have a hard time just climbing stairs in Silverton, Colorado.
Oh, absolutely. I was out for a little jog a couple of days ago after we got done setting up, and I realized thought that maybe I just spent too little sleep over the last couple of weeks doing broadcasts, back-to-back races and everything. And I was like, man, I just am struggling. And I remembered very quickly that we're at 9,300 feet in Silverton.
It makes a difference. It really makes a difference. And
I'm from Denver, so I'm not like sea level. I'm just not that high.
Well, and I am from sea level, and when I first started coming out to Colorado, it all seemed the same to me. And I remember when I finished Leadville in 2004, I was in the medical tent, and a volunteer there asked me if I was going down to lower altitude. And I said, well, no, I'm not. And they were worried about my pulse ox. And then I said, well, I'm going to spend the night tonight in Denver. Oh, you'll be fine.
You'll be great.
You'll be fine. I didn't think of Denver, going down to Denver, but from Leadville and even from Silverton, Colorado, you do go down in altitude when you get out to the Front Range.
Yeah, and I've run Leadville a couple times. I've run Uray 100 before, and I can tell you that altitude hits different when you're 40, 50, 60 miles in. It's a whole different level of hard.
You're exactly right. I ran Uray 100 in 2019, a year that
on the screen right now
canceled.
In front of you. Well,
before.
Well, we had there. That was Preston running across the field there. He's one of the race directors for Bear 100.
Fantastic.
It's so fun to see the community here in all different aspects, kind of everywhere.
The ultra running community as a whole. In fact, during the runner briefing yesterday, there was a moment when Dale Garland asked all of the ultra. Actually, I don't even think he said ultra. He just said all of the race directors in the room, asked them to stand for recognition. And there were a lot. There were a lot of race and run directors that stood. A lot of them put on ultras, and then, of course, some that put on other events. You can see on the screen here that amazing finish line area that Brian Cuomo is responsible for. We have flags. Those flags represent every state and every nation that is represented in the race this year. I love seeing the Florida flag flying there. Many years that Florida flag was
suffering.
Yeah.
Someone's suffering with some elevation.
Exactly.
Right now.
Many years that Florida flag was flying for me. This year it's Simone Valentin is the Floridian who is out there, and I know she is really excited to be in Hardrock this year. Everybody that's in Hardrock this year is also super excited. 4 hours 6 minutes elapsed time. These people have been going. We've got a while before they kiss that rock.
We've got a little while, but we've got cameras on that rock. We got a special kiss cam.
Oh, is that right?
To capture the kiss.
A kiss cam.
We thought that would be very important to have for sure.
It is.
We want to capture everybody's finish, everybody's race. As much as we love, there's the kiss cam right there. We're going to get nice and personal with it. I might even get a little closer. I don't know. I haven't decided. Chat, what do you guys think? Is that close enough? Do we want to see like the goo spit strings coming off the rock? I don't know.
I think you need a second kiss cam just in case the person is leaning some to the left. You don't want to block the view of the lips kissing. I would also like to know where on the rock are people most likely to kiss. I feel like it's the mouth of the bighorn sheep. That's where I typically kiss, but I don't know. Some runners may go for some other spot because they think I want to kiss in a unique location.
I mean, this conversation can get off hand real quickly. The chat's going to go nuts. I absolutely know it. Have at it, guys and gals. I would go between the horns, a little forehead kiss.
A forehead kiss. That's a sweet way to do it.
Just a cute little hey, thinking about you out there.
That was
fun.
Great. But we do know that your time does not stop until you kiss the rock. And there was one person who came in one of the early years who refused to kiss the rock, and the clock is still ticking on him.
Oof. Still going to this day. It was a long finish.
Yeah.
Long finish.
Absolutely.
Some more runners coming in through here. I mean, God. So a personal story here. Never been to Hardrock before.
Yeah.
In all my years,
yeah.
I've never been.
Yeah.
This is my first trip to Hardrock 100. And I've been out to Silverton before. My partner and I, she took my dog. I was injured at the time, so she took my dog Rosie, and they did a 25-mile section of the Colorado Trail from Maggie's all the way back down to close to Silverton. We went and picked him up. It was an awesome run for them. I've done some of the other stuff around here, Secret Lake, but there's just something different about being out here for Hardrock. You can come out here any other weekend of the year, and it's spectacular. It's amazing. There's nothing not amazing about it, but there is something special about Hardrock weekend. It is so incredible.
It really is. 11-time Hardrock finisher Billy Simpson calls this Christmas in July, and that's absolutely what it is.
Middle badge.
This is a very special aid station here, Maggie, that people are coming in. We don't see any runners coming down from Buffalo Boy Ridge at the moment, but we've got a runner that's there in the aid station getting a little bit more nutrition and then about to head out. You can see there you've got way more volunteers up there than runners, and even when we have the middle of the pack coming through, that will be the case. We want to make sure that all of those runners get that concierge service, get what they need, and then get on their way toward that finish.
One thing I love, absolutely love, is the amount of volunteers at these races. It kind of hit me now that I'm a little bit closer in this role, and I would get to work really closely with Jamil, with Aravipa, and we bring in a lot of volunteers to help us. Who sometimes when you're seeing people out there in the middle of nowhere, they're grabbing our Starlinks, they're taking our gimbals and using their phones to go out there and hike up to a location and spend a few hours filming for us. We couldn't do that without them. This is not a HBO, level of production. We just don't have those assets yet, not in our sport. But we got to start somewhere, and we're committed to making it happen, to help the sport grow, and also to tell all the stories of every single runner out there. It's never just about the winner. I mean, look at that. The gratitude out there is amazing. Out there, not just out there for the winner or the winners, male, female, but we're also out there for the golden hour.
Yes.
We want to be out here for everybody. And because everybody's story is amazing to tell. And it starts with us getting a little bit of access, a little bit of opportunity to be out there, and it grows. But it really grows on the back of our volunteers who have been there since day one, who are helping out, who are helping set stuff up. We had Sean running around here, has got so many other duties, came and helped us with audio because that's his background. And, you know, I had one of my volunteers was unable to get up to not Grizzly Gulch, one of the other first stops. And this morning I was telling somebody about it, and they're like, hold please. And within 10 minutes had a friend who wanted to volunteer somewhere somehow grab my stuff and head up into the mountains.
People
Like,
are
I'm
willing
going.
to do. They're willing to do whatever they can for this event. It's a beautiful, beautiful area, really.
Yeah. So I mean, to bring it all to a beautiful little close, like this sport relies heavily on the back of volunteers, and you know, it's just where we're at, and also, it's what makes this sport special. It really is.
It is.
I don't know a single volunteer who doesn't want it, who doesn't want to be out there. They're loving it.
It's the hype for a lot of the volunteers. This is the highlight of their summer, is to spend time here on this course supporting Hardrock and making all of this happen. No matter what role they are playing, there's no small role at Hardrock. It's all really important that we have those people in place.
Yeah, no, we thank every volunteer, both on our side, Mountain Outpost, and also the Hardrock side. If we didn't have one on either, you wouldn't be here watching this.
You're exactly right. And I think that the coverage is fantastic. I love that people back home can watch how the runners are doing. And I also, this is one of the things, speaking on behalf of mostly myself, but on the board for Hardrock and the Run Committee, one of the things that we wanted to make sure of was that this was not just going to be about the front runners.
Yep.
You know, we did not want this, back when we started this, one of the concerns is we don't want this just to be the Courtney DeWalter show. And you want to make sure that the runners in the middle of the pack and the back of the pack are also being acknowledged. And they absolutely have been. And it's been wonderful to see. And we will see this over the next many hours. Next 2 days, basically, we will see runners that were in the back and middle of the pack coming through Cunningham. Eventually, we're going to see them again here at Maggie. And we'll see them later on at the finish. And it's wonderful to see these stories evolve and to see where the runners are in relation to each other, and then to celebrate every single kiss on that rock.
Yep. That is our plan, is to be there for every single kiss. And, you know, I think about myself, if I were to have ever run Hardrock, I know my family couldn't come out and see this. You know, and a lot of people have loved ones who aren't around, aren't close, can't afford it, physically aren't capable of being out here. You know, I had a grandpa who could not get to elevation. So any of my high elevation races, he absolutely just physically couldn't get to. So it's one of those things that, to be able to do this and to bring, you know, these beautiful shots, whether it be drone, whether it be on the ground, it's telling their story. It's giving them an opportunity to have, you know, this beautiful moment of their race. Their family can see it.
Yes, I do think that's really, really important. I mean, we know that there are a lot of people that are watching that don't have family members that are here. They're fans of the sport, and they want to see how things are unfolding. And we absolutely are happy that we're able to bring this to you. But I think of those folks back home. I think of, you know, last year when I was running Hardrock, my daughter was stationed in South Korea in the U.S. Army. She couldn't be here. She's usually here crewing me. And she was in South Korea, and she was able to watch me run with her brothers here on Hardrock. And I'm so grateful to Mountain Outpost, to everybody that's associated with making this happen. Personally, I'm grateful that my daughter was able to see me suffer out here.
And sometimes you might not want a camera on you, but we're there. And, you know, we try to be respectful as much as we can. Obviously, if you're out, you know, running into a porta potty, we're not going to like Eye of Mordor right on top of you.
You say that, but I absolutely saw Jamil go into that porta potty. Absolutely saw him come out. Maybe he's
some people we make exceptions for. We like to highlight a little bit more. But yeah, and we try to do this in the most like storytelling way. And, you know, we're super grateful for Hardrock. Thank you for letting us be here and for letting us be a part of this. I know that there are always growing concerns when we try something new. And every year we're trying a little bit more, and it's becoming very successful. And we want to do right by you guys, and also by the runners, and none of this would happen, and we just have to be very, very straightforward about this, without Altra footwear and the feed helping us cover this. Without their resources, none of this would be possible. I don't think anybody knows what goes on behind the scenes here, exactly how many Starlinks we have out there.
Yeah,
I think we have.
Well, obviously, I've been up at Maggie. There's no cell reception there at all.
You know, I could tell you, I can absolutely assuredly tell you that there is no cell service on about 90% of this course.
Yeah.
And once you get into U-Ray, you pick some up again.
Yes.
Lose it a little bit going into Telluride. Telluride is good, and then you pretty much lose it after that. So
Uray's you have civilization in Uray and in Telluride for sure, but those are the only real spots out on the course that you get that.
Yeah, so I mean, we're grateful for everyone pitching in for the resources and making this happen. Whether it be volunteers, Ultra Footwear, the feed, Hardrock, everyone pitching in. So huge shout out to all of them. Thank you guys for joining us here in the chat. I would love to know, how far does this reach? Where are you guys from? That is always so fun and interesting to me, because we put that out there, and then I look at the metrics afterwards and I'm like, wow, where are people? Like, these people are coming in from Europe. We got people watching from all over the world, and it's a beautiful thing.
Well, we saw all those flags there at the finish line, and so we know that there are a handful of people at least from each of those locations represented that are watching.
And who doesn't want to? I mean, look at these views. Who doesn't want to take a peek at this?
Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. It really is one of the most beautiful places in the world. My favorite place in the world are the San Juan Mountains. You see Us from Spain. She's now leaving Maggie aid station. Strong runner. I had the joy of running down from Oscar's Pass with her a few days ago, and she's just loving being out here, and I think she climbs as well as she descends, and she descends very well.
And we got people joining in from all over the place. I absolutely love to see it. We've got Hong Kong, we've got Germany, lots of Salt Lake City. Salt Lake City becoming the next hotbed of ultra running, I have to say. Shout out bringing the Cougar home to my former hometown of Salt Lake City. Brett, Denver, Colorado. Never heard of it. None of us here.
It's near Colorado.
Near Colorado? Yeah. Probably kind of like Nebraska-ish.
Yeah, ish. No, we get a lot of runners from the Front Range that are out here. A lot of our volunteers actually come over from the Front Range. We're
absolutely.
About them. Really grateful for them. Bringing materials with them. It's not unusual that we have to ask who's coming this way.
I saw Caleb. Caleb from Hilo 100 had his Starlinks out here. As I was coordinating, he's like, "Yeah, I got a couple Starlinks out there. Feel free to tap onto them and use them."
Thank you.
He sent them over.
Thank you, Caleb.
So
that's great.
Yeah, it takes a village to put on something like this. So if anyone has not been behind the scenes before, please volunteer at any of your local races, or come out to something like this and volunteer, and you will be amazed at the amount of hands that lift this race up to what it is.
Well, I'll go one further, and I'll say that if you are a runner and you participate, if you ever put a bib on and participate in a run, whether it's a 5K or a 250 miler, you owe it to the sport to volunteer at some point, because you could not have done that if it weren't for the volunteers that were out there. So make it a point, at least once a year, get out there and volunteer, and certainly more than that if you can, because these things can't happen without the people that are freely giving of their time.
I love that I love that Hardrock 100.
We're at Hardrock.
Requires. Yeah, High Lonesome's next weekend, guys. We'll be there too. But yeah, I love that they require the mandatory service, because I mean, to keep the trails going, to volunteer at a race, like, this is giving back to the community. If you've ever touched foot on a trail and you've enjoyed it, you owe it to give back. I love that.
Absolutely, you do. And so that is a requirement. And we have seen people every year that are either in the race, got in through the lottery, or are on the wait list, who are dropped off from that spot because they didn't get their service ticket turned in. Now, I assume those people were not intending to run anyway. But we absolutely keep track of those service tickets. It takes a lot of hours to make sure that we're verifying those things, but we take it seriously that people are giving back to the sport so that they, in order to participate in this one.
So I got a question for you. from the chat, not from me. How does one go about volunteering here at Hardrock 100?
Oh, there's an online process. You just submit your name, and we have an amazing volunteer coordinator who takes those names. You let the race know kind of what your interests are and what your talents are and what your abilities are, and so he is able to spread them around to the right places. Because if someone, for example, if someone has a ham radio license, we want to put them at an aid station where we can use them, because we have ham operators at every one of these aid stations. And while that person certainly would be capable of filling water bottles at Cunningham, we would be wasting their talents and their abilities doing that when they could be putting that license to use out there on the course. So we have medical volunteers, we have hams out there, we have people that are working these aid stations, we have people that were working at setting up the starting line, finish line. So, but there's a form that they fill out online. They can come, and we do give, if you volunteer for a certain amount of time and certain roles, we do give extra tickets into the lottery for volunteers.
Yeah, a lottery that apparently is very difficult to get into. So if you want to boost your chances, come on in, volunteer a year or two, earn your way in. I think that that's a very fair trade-off,
It is, absolutely. I mean, again, I don't think most of these volunteers are doing it just to get that extra ticket. And many of these volunteers either are done running, they've done Hardrock and they're done, or they had never had any interest in running Hardrock, but they still want to support the runners that are out here, and we're grateful to them that they've done that.
I love how a lot of people here, A, are wearing their buckle, or B, it only takes one and you're done here at Hardrock. Like that was, that was plenty. Life dream fulfilled. I'm moving on to giving back.
Well, I'll tell you a story. We interviewed for our podcast, and then unfortunately the audio quality wasn't good enough. We couldn't release it, but we did interview Rick Trujillo, who is an absolute legend out here. He actually is in the Colorado Running Hall of Fame. We interviewed him. He ran the first 3 Hardrocks. He won the 3rd Hardrock. He's born and raised in Ouray, Colorado. And I asked him, so you did this, 3 times. You won the 3rd. And then you didn't run it again. Why is that? And he said, well, he just figured that was it, and it was time for somebody else. And I told him my experience of coming out here. I have 17 finishes. I cannot imagine a summer without coming to Hardrock, whether I'm volunteering like this year or running, and how much it means to me, how much of I want to be involved with this event. And I went on and on for a little while, and then he turned to me and he said, "Oh, you're one of those."
You're a lifer.
You're one of those. So
yeah.
I'm one of those. We have others that are one and done, and that's great. But it takes all kinds to be out here. And of course, Rick, even though he only ran those first 3 Hardrocks and then won the 3rd one, he continued to volunteer. He served on the board. He continues to be involved in this event as much as he can be.
I think once you win, that's kind of like,
that's the pinnacle.
Yeah, I think it's not gonna get better than that.
It doesn't.
Just take it and walk away.
It doesn't get better than that. Although we've got people that have won it multiple times.
Insanity to me. Insanity.
Is.
I mean, we're looking at the plaque in front of us, and just the Darcy Pecues, the names that go on and on.
Betsy
year after
Kalmeyer,
year.
five-time
Amazing.
winner. Yeah, absolutely. I see Carl Meltzer's name on there again and again and again and again.
Yeah, that's one that's going to be tough to beat. How many wins he's got here? The Speed Goat loves this place. In fact, I do believe I heard rumblings in the community that he just moved up the road from here, moved out of Salt Lake and is it Montrose?
Ridgeway.
Yep.
Okay. He's in Ridgeway, which is in between Montrose and Ouray. And I understand he's living on a golf course.
That makes sense.
Yes.
That makes sense. The speed golfing, Speed Goat golfing.
Yep. Yeah.
Absolutely love it. And none of these runners here on your screen are going to be winners of the race per se, but in a way they are winners just being able to experience this and to be out here. And this is such a special event to get into. I mean, for many it takes years and years and years, a decade, to finally get your chance to grace the San Juans and to put yourself up against one of the hardest races in the world. Yeah. And so I would say everybody's a winner who started today. And
They all considered themselves winners the moment their name got drawn in the lottery.
Oh, absolutely.
Or it's a lot of
Quite
them got
literally
in off the
winners.
wait list. Yes, they were winners the moment they got in. They were winners. Some of them got in off the waiting list, which meant that they got that amazing phone call from Dale Garland. I got that phone call once when I came in off the wait list. It's a fun thing to get. So all of them are winners already. Now all they have to do is their victory lap, which is 102.5 miles around the
You
San
did all the
Juans.
training, you put the years of dedication in, you got your name drawn, and now it is just the quite literal a victory lap. A long one. It's a hard one, but it's a great victory lap.
It really is a victory lap. Some people will take naps during that victory lap.
Yeah, well earned. We're going to see if Jamil can break the golden hour curse. If he does a double golden hour, I'm gonna have to give him some gruff back at the office.
There he is. We see him there on the screen, actually.
Speaking of,
Yep.
Speaking of the boss man himself, putting everyone to work. He's probably directing over there.
He probably
Hey,
is.
move that camera over here.
Telling him what to do. He's
Jamil, get back to work.
Working with a few
He was
people there.
messaging us. He was literally messaging me earlier.
During the run.
He started messaging me, and I was like,
I'm sorry.
He's like, I'm towards the back. And I'm like, well, it's because you're on your phone. Get off the phone and run the race.
Yep.
No, Jamil, a character. This is what is going for his 8th or 9th finish here. I think he finished 8 and is going for his 9th, or he finished 7 going for his 8. I can't remember. But pulling the double, having just done Western States. And I can promise all of you, every single person here, I think he's slept less hours than just about anybody who's attempting this race. He was here all night, making sure things are working right. Just someone who doesn't love to relinquish control of things.
Well, I mean, he's obviously very good at what he does, but he's also
great at
very
it all.
good at putting together a team, because clearly he's not here with us now directing all this that's going on, and it's going pretty smoothly. So he's got a good team around him to make sure that this can happen while he's focused. He should be focusing.
As well he should be. I mean,
on
that's
the
why
tour.
I've got a job, is so that he can focus on other things, and I can be the executive producer of all the live streams. And it's an honor to work with him, someone who gives so freely to the community. One thing about Jamil that not a lot of people know, and I'm going to tell a little story now.
Please do.
When I first started working at Aravaipa, and he was kind of onboarding me, and I was getting, him and I have a good friendship. I wouldn't say we were like best friends. We have a good friendship for having been in the community together for so many years. And he brought me on as the executive producer for all the live stream, the director. And so we were talking about what's your vision? What's your purpose? What do you want me to execute here? How can I do this? And the way that he described it, he described Aravaipa as a whole. Everything that he's gained from owning Aravaipa, putting on races, everything he does, he literally calls it a gift. He says, this is a gift. I have been given a gift from the running community. And it's my job and my focus to make sure I give that gift back. I pay it forward, so to speak. His literal words are, I've been given a gift, and it's my job to give it back to the community. So one thing that, he'd probably be so mad if he knew I was telling the stories. He doesn't like people to know that about him. He doesn't do it for the show. He does it because he believes so strongly in this community and all the members of it, and what it's brought him, he wants to give back completely. So when you see him show up to things, when you see him do things, he's doing this out of pure love of the sport and the community, and he wants to support the community however he can, whether it's buying Ultra Running Magazine just to make sure it stays afloat. And I can't tell you how many races he's been like, man, so sad that one disappeared. I should have tried to reach out and purchased it, or I should have asked if they wanted me to take over as race director. Or race directors will reach out to him and be like, hey, this race is going to disappear unless you take it. I'm done doing this. I've been doing it for 20 years. It's time for me to move on. And for the sake of posterity, Jamil will take it on. It's not like a money adventure. It is this race means a lot to this community. I'm going to keep it going.
Well, and every race means a lot to the community that it's in, right? They're small 100 milers and other ultras that you're not going to see a live stream of. but there may be somebody who has done that race every year for 10 years, and it means a great deal to them. And so we definitely want to see those continue to exist, because most runners are not their first no one their first 100 is going to be Hardrock. Most runners, their first 100 is not going to be a big name event. They're going to come up through the ranks a little bit, and we want to continue to see those smaller races exist so that runners can learn how to do things, and then eventually, after a few years, you see them here on the live stream taking on Hardrock.
Once upon a time, Hardrock 100 was just a little tiny race.
It really was. It wasn't that long ago. I can remember my first year in 2005. There was already a lottery in place, but I think the majority of people that were on the wait list got in at some point, and it was, I was lucky enough to get in my first try. Very few people get that these days.
I love back in the day when you hear people are like, oh yeah, I just signed up for Western States. I just signed up for Hardrock. And it's like, wait, you didn't put in for 12 years in the lottery and go through that and qualify every single year? It blows my mind how far the sport has come, whether it be what we're able to do here with the live streams or just the pure concentration of the sport, the talent that is in these races. We're seeing course records just every other year just consistently decline.
Always, it seems like every weekend there's a course record that's in danger.
Yeah,
it really does.
And for those, speaking of course records, for those who are watching right now, last update we have is Matthew Blanchard, Solomon athlete, and Katie Scheid, one of our on athletes, are in the lead currently. I would say that no one's got a super definitive lead, especially this early on in the race. There are leads. There are runners who are, out there, but I think the difference between first male and third male, last we saw heading into Maggie's, was like 30 seconds. So it's still a very close, tight race.
It's very close, and a lot of it has to do with the talents that these runners have. The first part of this course for these runners is pretty runnable. Once they get up onto Handy's Peak, it takes different talents to climb Handy's, especially from the Burroughs Park side, than it does to do what you're seeing them do here on screen. And so some of those runners that might be a little better at climbing, especially getting through some of the technical stuff, we may see some shifts as their talents come into play. So I don't think that what we're seeing necessarily is someone blowing away the course record. I think what we're seeing is someone running according to their talents and abilities.
Yeah, and like you said, everyone's got their strength. I am a much better downhill runner. Technical down. You give me the most technical scree field to run down, I feel comfortable as all get out. You give me the worst 4% incline, I'm going to hike that entire thing. I just don't have the uphill gear. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I will excel at the downhill sections, and I think everyone's going to play to that strength. So we're going to see a lot of yo-yoing throughout the day. And one thing that I would definitely keep in mind is, as everybody's kind of, inquiring whereabouts everyone is, if you go into the tracker that we have pinned right on top there, you can pop that open. You can see the tracker. Now, this is where it gets tricky. Look at who's ever you're looking at. Let's say Zach Miller looks like he's in the lead right now. He pinged 2 minutes and 50 seconds ago. Matthew Blanchard is right behind him, but he pinged 4 minutes ago. So that's an elapsed minute and a half-ish between the two of them. They might be neck and neck. Another thing to take into consideration, you go to Ludovic Pomeray. Last recorded, he obviously last year's winner. He was 24 minutes ago was the last time his GPS pinged. So he's definitely not sitting that far behind Matthew and Zach Miller. He's probably right up with him. His timer just has not pinged yet. So look at it, find the runner, and then hover over their name, and you will see the last time they pinged. And then you can do a quick little bit of math, and you can kind of figure out where everyone's at.
It can be really frustrating for the people that are watching at home, the families, or the crews even that are here in Silverton trying to time when they're going to go out to see their runners at the aid stations. It can be frustrating that this is not as exact as what we want. This is not taking place in a big city that has full cell coverage. This is
and it's
taking
not
place.
Europe that has 4G everywhere.
This is true. This is true. We're running in remote parts of southwest Colorado, and so sometimes it takes a little while. This is still, I assure you, this is still way better than in the early days when you had to rely on a ham radio operator to call in someone's number once they got into an aid station, which would then be relayed back here to the Silverton gym, which would then be written up on a piece of paper that was taped to the wall. We've come a long
You're
way
getting old.
since that.
You're going old school. See, when I came into the sport, we were all on Twitter and we were looking for Brian Powell's updates. I think he was, posting some grainy photos with maybe a 3 to 4 word recap of how that person in said grainy photo was feeling. Also, definitely had to describe who was in that photo because sometimes you couldn't really tell. But it was always, he would go get the photos up wherever he was, come back to service, go to a coffee shop in Uray or somewhere, and then update everything.
Right.
So we'd just be sitting there on Twitter just waiting, and then all of a sudden, bring, we'd get a couple photos, a couple updates, and then hours later, you'd get something else.
Yeah, it's changed a lot since then.
A little different. A little different.
Absolutely.
I mean, we're watching runners in, 1080p right now in HD, running in some beautiful places. See, this is why I never made it to Hardrock, because I didn't know how amazing it was. I just heard it's in the mountains. It's cool. I'm like, I live in Salt Lake. I know what mountains look like. I've been there. Like, meh. But
yeah,
this is different.
This is true. And so we're seeing some of that beauty here on the screen, but I can assure you this does not do it justice, because what you're not seeing is how steep some of this stuff is, and how thin the air is up there, how hard you're breathing at 12,500 or 1,300 feet.
Can
13,000 feet.
confirm it's difficult. It's difficult. I think running across the parking lot today to grab gear, granted I was hauling a 25-pound battery, but it's not easy to run at these elevations at all.
No, it's not easy to do anything at this elevation. On the screen right now, coming through Stony Pass, we're seeing Andrew Barney. I've mentioned him a number of times. I think this is going to be his 9th Hardrock. He's in that camo kilt and trademark cap that's got the long drape on the neck, in a good mood as he makes his way across Stony Pass and up toward Buffalo Boy Ridge.
I'd love to see. It's just absolutely amazing to see some of the older veterans of the sport that have been through here. Like, they got their trademark look.
And it's important to have a combination, right? I mean, the majority of the runners that are out here, it's their first time. That's the way the lottery is set up now, is that most of the bibs go toward the new runners. I think it's about a 60-40 split. So about 60% of the runners are brand new this year. Now, many of them will have been out here pacing before. They've had experience in the San Juans, but it's their first time with a bib on at Hardrock. And then we have a lot of runners who have done this race before, but it doesn't mean that they've got tons of experience. A lot of these folks, they're in that finishers category, but they only have one finish, or maybe if they're lucky, they have 2 finishes. We have very few runners that have a lot of finishes. We do have Betsy Nye out there who has 19. She's going for 20.
I heard that yesterday, and I almost broke down and started crying before the race even started. Anyone in this chat knows that I'm going to cry at some point in this race, as I do every race. But that was just an amazing moment. The whole crowd just erupted for her.
It's really, and she deserved it. She's been coming out here again and again, and she's also had some challenges herself in training, and I'm just excited to see that she's here to make this happen. After her, the runner with the next most finishes is, as I believe, board member David Koblenz, who has 12 finishes. And he's going for 13, and then it drops pretty quickly. I think Andrew might be the next after that, going for 9. We don't have anybody. We do landmark finishes. We give awards for people every 5 years, and the only we may have a few people going for their 5th. We don't have anybody going for 10 or 15. It's really going to be at the award ceremony. Of course, we'll honor the winners, but then it's really going to be about Betsy getting that number 20.
It is. I mean, honestly, 20. I don't think I've finished 20 100-milers, period, and I certainly don't have 100% on the ones that I have started. So to knock down 19, Hardrock finishes is absolutely astounding, and whether she finishes today or not, she's a legend in the sport. And I think between all of us here in the chat, all of us watching, all of us here in the studio and out on the course, we're going to will her to that 20th finish because we all want to see it.
We definitely want to see it, and you can just imagine, right? I mean, think about all of the weather that she's encountered over 20 years. Think about
I didn't even think about all of that.
Oh my gosh, the storms that she has had to go through, the lightning strikes that have been close to her, all of those things. It's just incredible, the stuff that she's had to endure. And hopefully this year will be a good year for everyone, and there won't be any of those storms that they have to put up with.
Yeah, and honestly, like, one of the cool things about this race, I'm sure most people know, but for anyone who's listening who doesn't know, it's a washing machine race. Every year it changes directions. You go one way one year, the opposite way the next year. So where mile 9 is now is mile 91 next year. And it makes for an entirely different race from what I've heard.
It's a completely different race. It really is. You were talking about being good on the technical downhills. I think this direction would be your direction, because this is the direction where they're climbing up a couple of spots. They're climbing up Jeep roads, and then they get to run down real technical trails. I prefer that. I really do prefer that.
All right, well, I'm only going to put in every other year for the lottery then, because I want none of the other business.
Well, you maybe go ahead and put in every year, and then just
might take a while,
and then just defer or decline the spot so that you keep building tickets in the years that you don't want to run.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. Speaking of some of the technical difficulties out there, we had 2 of our cam ops blow tires getting to the aid stations.
Oh my gosh.
One in a Jeep, one in a truck, full-size truck.
Same aid station?
No, one was going to Cunningham, one was going to Maggie's, and lost 2 tires out there already.
Oh, today,
this morning.
Oh,
so, wow. That's the kind of day we're having here at Mountain Outpost.
Well, we still had great coverage at both of those. We had great coverage there at Cunningham earlier, and we have amazing coverage here as we see another runner come into Maggie.
Speaking of other runners, we've got another runner here with us now, Mr. Luke J. How you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you guys?
We're doing good. We're having fun. I mean, what better of a way to spend a Friday than to be in a beautiful place, looking at a beautiful race and just talking about the thing that we love.
I couldn't agree more. Can't beat the San Juans.
I know you were pretty close to running yourself. Where were you? Where did you end up on the wait list?
So I was sitting at second on the finisher wait list for about the last month and a half.
Oof.
When the lottery happened, I was 4th. So I moved up 2 spots and then sat at 2 till this morning. And then 15 minutes before the start, Julio got in, who was 1 spot in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
And so I moved up to 1, but
everyone started.
The first non-starter.
Yeah.
I mean, Jamil could have just stayed back and worked and given you a spot. That would have been the kind thing to do, I think. You need to give him a little.
I will.
Well, I'm wondering, what was the offer? I mean, how much were you offering to the people that were in?
If I had more disposable income, I would have offered Jamil some money.
You've already given him some shoes. I mean.
I know. I did see him this morning. I will say he looked a lot better today than he did yesterday.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good. We kicked him out of here at some point last night. We had a couple issues, and it was like one of those like, hey, like, we need you to come, troubleshoot this for us real quick. And he's like, I'll be there. No worries. And then he just sat here and just continued to do what Jamil does, which is just refine and perfect until we were like, dude, go. Yeah. Get out of here. You got to race. He's out there getting it done. My prediction's a double golden hour. I'm going to call him the golden boy.
Yeah, very, very well could be. I saw his ankle brace on, so.
I'm glad he wore it. Glad he wore it. Awesome. Luke, you've been here before. What direction was this 1 or 2 finishes you've got?
So I have 1 finish.
1 finish. What direction did you go?
Last year was my first finish.
Okay.
So clockwise, right? Yes.
I always
We're all
have
thinking
to
about
do it.
that.
I know. Where's
it's
Mickey Mouse? Yes, last year was clockwise.
Yes. It's funny because whenever I think about clockwise or counterclockwise, I have to visualize the Hardrock map, and be like, okay, clockwise. Yeah. Down. I always think of it like down Campbird Road or up Campbird Road.
Right.
There you go. Yeah.
So last year was my first first year after 9 years in the lottery, so super special. You know, seeing a bunch of people out on the course earlier because we went over to Cunningham and hiked up towards Pole Creek, me and my wife Becca, and watched runners, you know, going through. So pretty special to see people, especially if it's their first year, because I know what that feels like.
Can't tell if it's a look of fear or terror or like happiness in their eyes. Like either they're really enjoying this or they are terrified about what they're about to do.
Yeah, we were actually talking about that because, you know, at the start line, everybody's so amped and excited. And then where we were at like mile 12 on the course this morning. And you have that grind of a climb out of Cunningham, and it's steep. Like, we looked down and we had been hiking for an hour and we had gone like 1 mile.
I've had that experience. It's definitely a challenge to get to some of these places out here.
Yeah.
Which is what makes it special.
Totally.
I did Telluride Mountain Run in the area around Telluride, and I always knew the San Juans were steep, and I'm like, I can do steep. It's not a big deal. But no, there's a different level of steep out 100%. Here that is just, it's like, it's one thing to go out there and do it. It's another to race it.
Yeah.
It's so hard to race this level, this like degree of steepness. It's just, it takes it out of you so fast.
Yeah, and I think like the way I approached it last year, and I think like if I was to get back in, it's, you know, this course is you just have to kind of accept what the course and your body gives you at any given moment. And
surrender.
So, you know, going back to the run versus a race, it really does feel more like a run because it's just kind of you embracing the course or figuring out how to synchronize with the course at certain times.
Because
I think if you're trying to run a tactical race, you know, probably going to backfire.
You have to take what it gives you. Yeah, absolutely. And we were talking about it earlier that the order that we're seeing right now for the runners, I think, has more to do with the runners playing to their own strengths than necessarily a race strategy. Or maybe that is their race strategy. But there are going to be some runners that this area right here very runnable, especially once they leave Maggie and they get into the Pole Creek section. Very, very runnable for these folks. And some are going to take advantage of that. Others, when they get to the steep part of Handy's Peak, they'll get to shine.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. And when we were up kind of that big climb out of Cunningham, you could see that for sure. You know, from the front runners, you know, all the way mid-pack, back-of-pack, like if people aren't the strongest on steeps, they're kind of gearing down because, you know, you got a long day and a long night and maybe some more. So, yeah, I mean, you know, despite not getting in, it's hiking around. It was pretty hard not to
Still
enjoy
special to be
myself.
out here.
Yeah, exactly.
It really is special to be out here. You're talking about the steeps, and in this direction, the two steepest parts they're going to have to go up, which are Grant Swamp Pass and Virginia's up to Kroger's. They're going up both of those. Do you remember coming down those last year and what that felt like?
Yeah, so I remember going down both of them. Grant Swamp Pass, you know, last year was so dry and dusty that coming down Grant Swamp Pass, it was like, you know, no matter what, you're probably going to slip and fall, or at least like butt check. And so I tend to go a little faster. If the more I'm braking, the easier it seems for me to fall. So I just kind of sent it off Grant Swamp Pass. And then when I got to Kroger's, I sat down and enjoyed the view and kind of soaked it in, being my first time being at Kroger's during the race.
That's a special
few years
place.
Ago, yeah, it's amazing. A few years ago, I swept that section of the course volunteering.
Cool.
And it was awesome. So being there in the middle of the race, you know, I sat down and soaked it in and then kind of bombed that descent. So they're both pretty techy, pretty loose.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't definitely going up Grant Swamp Pass that late in the race will be a challenge.
Talking to Ludo last week, that was an area that he was a little bit concerned about going up that. You know, the fact that rocks could come down on him or he could knock rocks down on others. I do know that there are switchbacks that have been put in to Grant Swamp Pass going up this year. That was something that was decided in cooperation with the trail crew and with the, I think that's BLM land that it goes on. And because that is a system trail, that was something that they wanted to see us put in. So maybe that will make things a little bit safer for them. I don't think that's an unsafe pass, but I can understand people being concerned about it.
Yeah, totally. I think, I guess the good thing about it coming late in the race as opposed to early, everybody's going to be spread out.
Yes.
And so it'll be probably safer. Because I do remember last year going down that with some of the lead women. It was like you're trying not to be somewhere where you're going to send a rock.
It's
into
like
somebody.
lemmings. It's like lemmings going over the cliff. It really is.
Yeah, exactly.
So I got a little something from the chat that I just noticed.
nice.
If you guys think you're cool, if we all think we're badasses for doing what we do here, we've got a runner, Scott Martin, who is running the crazy hard ass, the Hardrock one, or he's doing the crazy hard ass is what he's called it.
Okay.
Hardrock 100, Uray 100, and Crazy 100 in 3 consecutive weeks.
Actually, Andrew Barney is signed up for those same 3 events.
That is so we got Scott Martin and Andrew Barney rocking 3 tough 100-milers in 3 weeks.
Here's a good question for the chat. Is anybody doing the hard lonesome? Hard rock.
The Hard Rock and Lonesome combo.
Yeah,
I am.
Rock.
I'm doing it.
There you go.
It's not that hard.
You'll be
live
sitting
stream,
for most of it.
Hard lonesome. What's his name? John, spacing his last name, did it last year. And I was working the Purgatory aid station at High Lonesome, and he got to Purgatory like mile 60 something, and I had been at Hard Rock and saw him at Hard Rock, and I was a week off of Hard Rock, so I was like I was wrecked, and he came through mile 60 something, and he laid down, and he took like a 3-hour nap at Purgatory.
I think it's the only way to do it.
Kicked him out. So I'd be curious if anybody's doing that. I think it's been dubbed the hard lonesome, 1 week apart.
But there is a special buckle for the triple that you're talking about. I've seen online. I've seen a picture of a buckle that has been. I don't know who made it, but there's a buckle that's been created for that crazy triple.
I absolutely love this. It is
the
amazing.
person who made it was probably the first person to do it, and they're like,
I'm not sure
Just
anyone
etched himself his
I'm
own
not sure
buckle.
anyone has done it. I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
really?
I'm not
Yeah.
sure that triple has been done. I will tell you that having done, and you said you did the Uray 100.
I did Uray. Okay, caveat. I did it its first year when it only had 29,000 feet of vert, not whatever silly number it has now.
I think it's 44,000 feet of vert now.
Yeah.
And I was silly enough to do it thinking it would be a cakewalk compared to Hardrock. And it handed me my, I mean, I finished it, but it handed me my lunch because it took me longer. Actually, I finished over 48 hours, which thankfully they allow for that. I think it's a 52-hour cutoff.
Yep.
But it took me longer to do that than any of my Hard Rocks by a long shot.
Wow.
So it'll be interesting to see. I think anybody that gets over that hump after they finish Hard Rock, they get over that Uray hump, Crazy Mountain might be the easier of the three.
Oh yeah, it's just a hike at that point. They're like, we're just gonna get this done. Yeah, when I did Uray 100, it was its first year, and it had just under 30,000 feet of vert, and I thought it was the closest I'm ever going to get to Hard Rock. And I literally signed up like 2 weeks beforehand. The race director reached out. I was like, hey, I was with Altra at the time. He's like, hey, like you guys are sponsoring the race. Do you want to come do it? And I was like, yeah, sure. Did it. Had an amazing battle with Courtney DeWalter, and like her and I, we were both nobodies in the sport, and I was like, who is this girl? Like, I thought she was a pacer, wearing silver basketball shorts, and she was just cheering me on. I was feeling absolutely terrible, and like 5 miles later, she was in 7th, and I had like fallen from 1st all the way back to like 8th, 9th. She kind of like encouraged me to get out of the aid station, and so I went charging like past 8th, past 7th, past 6th, past 5th, past 4th, past 2nd. I'm like, where is this girl in silver basketball shorts? And I passed her, like, finally she'd made her, like caught her. And she was like, basically she'd cheer, oh, you look great, you got this. And then when I saw her, the truth came out, and she was like, dude, you looked terrible. I don't know how you got out of that aid station. And I turned around, I was like, I don't know, man, I guess you puke and rally.
Yeah.
And then we just shared an amazing amount of, I think we did like 12 to 15 miles together at that point. And then I had to turn my headlamp off so she would stop chasing me. Because she was battling for first, and I was like, please, dear God, just get me off this mountain and let me get to Uray.
Yeah.
So now every time she sees me, she throws up the horns and is like, puke and rally. So it was great. So, I mean, I loved Uray 100. It was fantastic. If If you look up the results, I'm still number 1 on the time, but
Nice.
it is a caveat. It is a very different
It's a very different race. People are asking in the chat why I would think that it was a cakewalk compared to Hardrock. Well, because I go to Uray every summer. I've been going for close to 30 years, and most of those trails that the race is on now are trails that I've been doing with my kids since they could walk. But the problem is when you string all of those together, it adds up to 44,000 feet of climb. So it's a super, super challenge. But the challenge that's in front of our folks right now on the screen is to get through Hardrock. And they have a beautiful day to do it. I was very concerned about the air quality earlier. The board was very concerned about the air quality earlier. Well, you can see you've got beautiful, beautiful views, beautiful air that they're going through both at Stony Pass and at Maggie Gulch Aid Station.
Yeah. I mean, there's no shortage of vert to be had here on the Hardrock course, and no shortage of beauty, it seems, either. But there is a shortage of time for me today. I'm gonna take off because I've got directing duties. It's been fun chatting with you guys. Absolutely love being on this side of the mic. I do want to say thank you to everybody who's following along right now and encouraging us in the chat. All the kind words are so appreciated. I can't tell you what it means to our team when we hear from you guys, like that you are grateful that we're bringing this to you. And through all of our follies and all of our learnings, we're trying to make it right. We're trying to work as hard as we can out there in the rugged wilderness and bring this all to you. So when we get love from you guys, it means the absolute world to us, and we are incredibly grateful. This specific weekend to Altra and to the feed for presenting this race to all of you and giving us the opportunity to showcase the beauty that Hardrock has. So Luke, Chris, you guys, it's all you. I'm going to actually invite Chloe over here. She's going to have a chat with you guys. Everybody in Mountain Outpost, the world out there, thank you so much. I appreciate every single one of you. I'm Zach Marion, and I am out.
Zach, thank you so much for all you're doing this week with Hardrock and all that you're doing for the sport.
See you, Zach.
Thanks, guys.
It's harder to get out of here than it looks.
Yeah, watch all the cords.
Someone needs to do better cord management around here. Jeez.
You going to come over?
Yeah. Yeah. Hop back there. Are you and me?
I have no idea.
Oh. I was just going to hop on for a little bit.
Okay. Well, I'll stay.
Okay. Yeah. Do we need the earpiece or no?
And we are back live in the Mountain Outpost studio. I have Luke J with me. I know you guys just heard from him a little bit, but now you're behind the mic officially.
Yeah, I started on the couch, and then Zach and Chris were like, we got to go, and they threw us behind here. So apparently it's you and me for a little bit.
Apparently it's us.
All right. So I just asked the people in the chat to go easy on us. We're not pros like those guys.
Yeah, we are not pros at all. I actually sent a text out to a few of my live stream buddies if they had any advice, and no one responded. So I think it's just you and I now watching this beautiful aid station. I know we've commented about the air quality several times. This is amazing. This image we're looking at now, totally different than what we were looking at this morning and even last night, watching it roll in.
Yeah, I'm very surprised at how blue the sky looks compared to what it looked like earlier. I was at Cunningham a few hours ago, and if you were listening earlier, me and my wife Becca parked at Cunningham and hiked the same direction as the course up towards Pole Creek. We hiked to, I think, right around mile 12 on the course, and so we saw all the leaders come through, and it was kind of fun to see them. And then saw my buddy Hannes, and this is his first year doing Hardrock, so gave Hannes a big hug. And then on our way down, you know, we saw everybody else coming up, so it was really cool because we would just pull off the trail, cheer people along. My wife had her cowbell out, so I think most people like the cowbell.
Yeah, the cowbell is important.
Yeah. So that was cool to see. You know, people getting to mile 12 and realizing, like, all right, we got a long day. It's a long race. You know, you're kind of settling in. The adrenaline's worn off. You know, maybe you're kind of making sure you're getting some calories in, settling into some people that might help pace you or kind of move you along the course, soaking in the views. Because even with the smoke we had there, I mean, it was super beautiful, you know, with the sun poking up and looking down. When you leave Cunningham and you get up there about a mile and a half above the aid station, you can literally look straight down into Cunningham. So if you run the direction clockwise, you have a very steep descent into Cunningham at like mile 90. And then you have, you know, you climb up Little Giant to the finish. And then in this direction, you obviously descend Little Giant, come through Cunningham, and then you have a huge climb where we were this morning. So I forgot how steep it was.
Yeah, that section, we were out there with Dale this morning as well, and watching people coming down from Little Giant. You don't realize how big and far away they are, almost 3 miles up the mountain.
Yeah.
And they look like little ants. You have to zoom in on them, and it's amazing to watch them descend into Cunningham. We were there for some of the mid-packers. I saw Tina Ure. We saw several others. We saw some of the board members who were out running. It was a beautiful morning. And that section leaving when you're going counterclockwise is really nice. Once you climb out, you get to kind of that open valley space. It's still a little bit of climbing, but it's so smooth single track, and it just opens up, and the views are absolutely incredible. The volunteers were in full force this morning. Beautiful to see. I think Hardrock has some of the top volunteers in ultra running. I'm going to go out on a limb and say it.
I can confirm. After running this race last year for the first time, in and out of those aid stations, especially the aid stations where you don't have crew, you're really relying on those volunteers, and it's pretty special. And you know, I've volunteered at High Lonesome a few times, and it's really cool being at aid stations where you don't have crew, and you can really help runners, you know, maybe get out of that dark spot or help them troubleshoot some issues. Or, you know, sometimes it's just giving them a high five on their way out. So,
oh, yeah. Yesterday, there was the volunteer briefing, and that was after the athlete briefing. And every volunteer comes, and Hardrock serves them a lunch, and we all sit in the gym, and everyone listens to Brad Bishop and Dale talk about volunteering. And what's the most interesting part is that they told every single volunteer who was sitting in this gym how to help a runner who was in a low point. And I thought that was just so beautiful. They were like, set them down, give them food, but don't tell them to eat the food. Talk to them about something else. Don't talk about Hardrock. Come back in 10 minutes of conversation with them, and you'll notice that they've eaten, they've drank, and they probably are totally different. They've changed their mind.
Yep.
And then he said the next echelon of care essentially is to then go to the aid station captain, because they are like trained for this. And that's who is going to really peel them up off the floor. I just learned that people are not allowed to drop at Hardrock unless they've gone through the gamut of volunteers at the aid station. And I just thought that was really, I've never seen anything like that.
Yeah.
So it was beautiful to kind of witness that and watch the crowd of volunteers kind of really be invested in wanting to do that. And, you know, I think that just speaks to what makes Hardrock so special. And I keep hearing this is very much a family, and that is such a family thing to say to your volunteers. Like, you have the power to change these people's day, and here's how you're going to do it. And this works because it's been tested and it's been proven to just remove the run from their peripheral and just kind of bring them back down to being a human being. And then they kind of remember, it's okay, this is painful, you might be struggling, but you're eating, you're drinking, everything is okay, and we're here with you.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes it's keeping it as simple as possible, because as somebody who's been in those dark spots plenty of times, sometimes you just need like a calm, comforting voice to just tell you everything's fine. So I just, based on the chat, somebody asked if Tara Dower started. She did not. She was first on the wait list for the women's finisher, and she did not get off the wait list this morning. Julio
She was
Palma.
ready.
Yeah,
she was ready. She had a film crew. She had her support team with her. She was ready to go, but, you know, didn't get pulled, and then immediately went out to watch the start line and was filming and cheering. And she's just such a great person in our sport.
Yeah, that's how it goes. You know, this race, what is it, 145? Start the race, right? Somewhere around there. And, you know, the amount of people that put in the lottery, everybody knows how hard this race is to get into. And so when you do finally get into this race, you're doing everything you can to make sure that you make it to that start line. You're trying to dial in your training, your nutrition, your crew. You know, you're crossing all the T's, dotting the I's to make sure you get there. And so, you know, this race compared to other races, you don't see nearly as many drops. You know, evidenced by, I was second on the wait list for the last month and a half, and I did not get in the race either. I wasn't as geared up this morning.
Yeah, were you ready to go?
I was ready to go, but I was like, I had a jacket on and my vest was in a bag, but I could have gotten ready in 5 or 10 minutes if I got called. And it's a weird place to be, like pretty stressful, but also like, you know what, if I don't get in, it's okay. I'm gonna go hike around the course. I'll go cheer friends on, you know, watch the race. And I was really stoked for Julio because he was sitting first on that wait list for so long. And I can only imagine being first on the wait list. And I believe he's from Pennsylvania.
I think that's correct. The chat will definitely fact check us.
And so, you know, for him to basically get in 15 minutes before the start, and then I actually saw him out there near Cunningham.
How was he looking?
He was looking great, you know, and he just told me that he was super grateful.
Yeah.
And just that he was so filled with gratefulness, and that he was so stoked he got a start. And he knew I was right behind him on the wait list. And so he was like, I know you were right there. And he also felt really bad for anybody else who was first on their wait list. And he said he was running to not let anybody down.
Oh, Which
I,
is cool. I think that's just part of what makes our community so special is, yes, we absolutely want to be out here, but at the same time, we love to see a moment like Julio's this morning where they just found out they got in, they get to have this life-changing experience. I think he was a finisher. He has run Hardrock before, so he knows what he's getting into, and it's like another level for them. And I think we're just so lucky to have that and to have those experiences like when you saw him at Cunningham.
Yeah.
Like, we're all here for the same reasons, and sometimes it's just experiencing this event, whether you have the bib on or you're volunteering, you're crewing, you're pacing, or you're on the live stream like we are now talking about it later. But yeah, we are very lucky to witness these things, and the gravity that comes with getting off the wait list, especially right before the run starts, is massive. And I'm sure he didn't have the best sleep last night.
No.
But honestly, who does before
No.
any big event and big effort? And, I see people in the chat calling out Pennsylvania, representing. Ya boy is on the course.
Andrew, good job at the Arvada 2-mile lunch run. A little shout out. Shout out to Junko. I'm sure a lot of people watching the live stream know her. I believe she got into Hardrock this year. I saw her climbing up, and she looked awesome. She was cranking, big smile on her face. You could tell she wasn't going too hard. She is a pro. I mean, she has done so many of these events. My buddy Phil, shout out Phil from BP Run, he is pacing her, and he was telling me that this is she got in on her 10th year of the lottery, and she is also registered for Tour de France.
Oh my
So
gosh,
this
is a training run.
This is her tune-up for Tour de France.
I saw several people yesterday wearing tour shirts.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, this is a good one to train for that, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, I think after doing Hardrock myself last year, I don't think
Would you
this
feel
race is a
ready?
tune-up for anything. This is an all hands on deck effort for sure.
Yeah, we've got the Jamils doing the doubles out here, Western States, Hardrock, and
Yep.
he's
We could
gonna
go to
get
the
it done.
chat and see what the over/under is on Jamil's ankle.
How's
See-
it going to hold up,
How's it gonna
everyone?
hold up?
Let us know.
And then another point, just quickly on the chat, a lot of people will mention, oh, is that Jamil right there? I think that's him. On the screen, he just went to the left of the screen, he's hiding behind
that
the
might be
tree.
him.
Oh yeah.
Looks like Jamil.
All right.
Hard to miss.
Is this course is remote, and there is very limited reception resources on the course, and so the GPS tracking will obviously have its mistakes off and on. But the current standings that you see on the screen, those will be the most up-to-date standings we have. So on the men's side, Matthew, Sherman, and Ludo, 1, 2, 3. Last I checked, I think Zach was right around there as well. And then Katie, how do you say, is it Manon? Manon.
Oh, Manon? Someone in the chat.
And Katerina.
Katerina, yes, Manon. She's a Hoka athlete, so is Katerina. And Katie, of course, is on. They started very early pushing the pace, so it's nice to see them kind of getting little updates. But yeah, I mean, the GPS tracking here is really good. If we look back on ultra running historically, you used to not know where anyone was, and you would rely on ham radio only.
Yeah.
So you had no concept of where anyone was.
Totally.
So, I know it's glitchy. I know things change sometimes, but we are leaps and bounds. And now we're sitting here looking at this aid station, on a live stream via Starlink. It's just the technology's grown like crazy. But at the same time, I think that it does make us a little bit more anxious. We're just constantly looking at the live stream and refreshing, and the GPS hasn't moved, but sometimes they're in like a creek bed between two mountains, and it's just the satellite is just doing everything it can to get you the information. So, it's kind of a give and take out here, and rugged place makes for rugged tracking.
Yeah, when I first started following this race, I Run Far would do Twitter updates.
Oh, yeah.
And that was really the only way to follow the race. And so I remember, hopping on Twitter and following I Run Far, just to try to see. So.
And speaking of the live stream, huge thank you. I think we're getting mic'd up for field.
Yeah, we're going to see if we can hop to the field and maybe get an update.
You can come closer,
Dawn is doing a wardrobe check or something.
Okay. I'm right next to the Jeep, actually.
All right. Can you guys hear us there?
Okay, sick. I can see the tent over your shoulder.
Dawn, this is
I
Luke
get
in
the
studio.
exact mileage of this.
We'll wait until we get the word.
Here.
We good?
I think so. Sometimes they catch you before they tell me, so like if you just kind of just start talking
While
about
we're
where
waiting,
at, it's like
huge
getting
thank
down
you
here, then
to
can go
our
ahead and get
live stream partners,
Just whenever.
Altra and the
Yeah.
feed.
All right,
we
so
would not be
we
seeing
are here
what we're seeing without
just
them.
shy of mile
Head on over to
30
the feed,
at the
check out
Sherman
what they've
aid
got to
station.
offer.
Last checked the map, our leaders are 3-ish miles out. So we're set up here just on the outside of the aid station. So runners will come in the other side and they'll be running through. And then we'll catch them on the way out from where we are standing here. But yeah, set up, ready to go. It is definitely starting to warm up today. So I know our crew are starting to take off their jackets. Our crews are starting to take off jackets. The sunscreens are coming out. So it'll be interesting to see the strategies of the athletes coming in, if there's an ice bandana or not in their future. Not a lot of water in the immediate future on course for them to dunk in. So it'll be interesting to see what their strategies are coming here. I know the crews are ready. It looks like just a few minutes ago bottles were getting filled and people were definitely set to go. So we are on standby for our lead pack here, and we should expect them here probably within the next 20 or so minutes.
Right on. Hey Dawn, can you hear me? This is Luke in the studio.
All right, so a little quip on the journey over here is that this race isn't just difficult for the athletes, this is also difficult for crews. As proven by your camera crew here, media crew, we actually got a flat tire on the pass. So these are not hard roads, or not easy roads for anybody, let alone just the runners. So as you see the mountains around here, know that the crews and all of the media and the volunteers are putting in impressive work just to be here, because again we flatted, we still have dirt on from laying on the ground getting a Jeep tire fixed on the middle of a mountain pass. So right now what I'm going to be looking forward to is seeing these lead athletes come in, how much time they're going to be spending in this aid station. Again, it is starting to warm up down here. Our air here at Sherman isn't quite as clear as we've seen it on other parts of the course, so we're getting a little bit of I don't know, like heat radiating from this smoke layer we have here. So feeling it for sure. And really hoping to just get these athletes in and out of here healthy, get them cooled down, and get them up. And so as soon as they leave here, it's a really nice grade for about four-ish miles up to the Burroughs Park aid station. So they're going to leave here on this road. A little bit of single track that's a little steeper, but for the most part, this section is a nice, chill opportunity for them to gather things before the really big climb to come. So we again are really looking forward to these athletes coming in here any minute.
Talk about this vehicle a little bit.
Yeah, you'll see. So we came over here in a Jeep, and you'll notice that this lovely vehicle, this might be
the mode of transportation of choice to get around these mountains. This I don't even know what you would call this, UTV Mad Max style. So this guy, I talked to him a bit ago. He's a local. He owns this vehicle. He is actually driving Ludo's wife around the course in this vehicle. So if you see this on course, know that Ludo's wife is somewhere nearby and getting transported in absolute luxury. This is the best way to go around here. These mining roads are made for this.
Ludo's from Europe. Who else is from Europe?
Who else is from Europe? So the lead pack from Europe is, I know Mathieu is up front. I saw his crew up here a little bit ago. We have Katerina is going to be coming through here. So if we have some Europeans on the front of the pack, it would not be a huge shock coming into Sherman here.
And then American from.
Yeah, so the last we saw, so myself, I was at the Arasta Creek, the last, and saw the runners there. Haven't seen them in person since then, but I know we're looking forward to seeing Mathieu and Ludo and Zach Miller. Zach Miller, he was probably the quickest, happiest, just bowling through the water when we saw him last, personally, and I look forward to seeing him just absolute come through here. He has a very distinct style running through an aid station, of course, and will be great to see it. I just look forward to. So as soon as I get off here, I'm going to go into the aid station. I'm going to spend some time with the crews. I don't know how far my mic is going to reach, but I'm going to gather some information and I'm going to take a look at to see what people are taking out of here. It is a short little run between this aid station and the next aid station, so opportunity maybe to go a little bit lighter and just have a break from carrying all that water. It's 4 miles, so 7K ish for you Euro followers. It's an opportunity to take some weight off that pack. And I know when I'm running in mountains and you've gone, the last aid station was like 10 miles away or something like that, or after Burroughs it's going to be another 10 miles, and that's a lot of weight and water that you need to be accountable for. And so having this short break where maybe it's just a handheld and they can lose some weight. So it will be really interesting to see the strategy of them coming out. Again, I'm going to spend some time with the crews and maybe ask a few questions of them and get a little bit of feedback on how their athletes are feeling, how they're running, what the strategy is for the next climbs to come, and honestly just get an idea of how they're feeling and maybe what's to come for the next few hours, because it's just approaching 11:30 here in Colorado. The sun is up. The sun is definitely feeling it here. It's gonna get hot. They have some big climbs that come where they're gonna get up really high, and those climbs can be some cookers. So if you're not really cognizant of your water intake, your icing, your fueling right now, it only gets more difficult when you get up higher. For anybody that's been up to 14,000 plus feet, you likely know it's harder to take in calories at times. Those climbs are very difficult. They're long, and if you're not very diligent now, you're going to pay the price later. So hopefully all these athletes coming in are taking an extra moment, getting in these calories, taking advantage of this nice, comfortable section here before Burroughs, because it's only going to get harder from here. And this course, as everybody knows, is known for getting harder and harder and harder. And these hot days, it definitely puts it to them. So again, Don Reichelt here at Sherman. We are hanging out, expecting the leaders to come through. Last I checked, they're about 3 miles out, so don't have an exact location on them yet, but we're going to be hanging out here, talking to crews, following the athletes through, and then updating from there.
Cool. Thanks, Don. Look at that rig.
Pretty impressive. I think we saw that on our way up to Cunningham and stopped and talked to the gentleman who was driving her around. I think he's the most popular person here right now. Most popular local.
Local celebrity. Oh, quick question in the chat. They asked how many 14ers do they summit? On this course, you summit one 14er, which is Handy's Peak. And so depending on the direction, this year, you will summit handies during the daytime. And in the other direction, almost everybody except for maybe the fastest will summit handies at night. So comes a little bit early, like quite a bit earlier when you're running counterclockwise. And then if you're running clockwise, it comes later, like maybe around mile 65 or so, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, and I believe he was talking a little bit about cooling and switching to bottles and things like that. For this run, they do have a tracker, the GPS tracker that we were mentioning earlier, and it does have to be placed on the shoulder of a pack. So every runner has to have that, GPS. That's how you're getting that signal. So got to have the pack, got to have it ready. It's also really helpful to store gear in. It can get really wild and weathery out here. There's a lot of hail. I don't know, what have you experienced out there? I've experienced rain and hail.
Yeah, I mean, I've spent enough time up high to kind of experience all the weather. The forecast for this year, the weather looks pretty ideal. It's going to be warm, and obviously we're dealing with some of the smoke from the fires, so the air quality could be a factor for sure, depending on how sensitive people are to the smoke. Yeah, I mean, I personally, and I think a lot of people are this way, I will carry a waterproof jacket with me, super lightweight waterproof jacket the whole time. And then I will always have 2 flasks with me to fill up at aid stations. And often I will carry a 3rd flask that I keep empty. And if I know that I have more than, if I have somewhere between 8 to 10 miles between aid stations, I'll fill up a 3rd flask, even just to have it. Something Dawn mentioned was the heat. And if you look at the temperature, it's really not that warm. But when you're at 12,000 feet or 13,000 feet during this race, you're above timberline, there's no shade, and the sun is hotter. You're closer to the sun.
The sun is hot. As Brett Hornig would say, the sun is hot.
Yep. Thanks, Brett, for those wise words. So even, 75 in the Rockies at 12K feels a lot warmer than 75 at sea level.
Yeah, and they're dealing with the smoke too, which does kind of change things, and it makes it feel hotter. So that those cooling techniques are going to be really important on these next sections. Just it's going to evaporate a lot quicker, but you're also going to have that smoke that just kind of burns differently.
Yeah. And a quick point about this, and I'm sure everybody's talked about it, but by the time you get into Hardrock, you've already run mountainous hundreds and you spend a ton of time in the mountains, so you're pretty well prepared. But this race, they talk about it at the race meeting. It's in the race manual.
Okay, I think we're back. Happy to have you with us as we continue to watch our runners make their way around this beautiful tour of the San Juans. We've got runners coming into Maggie Aid Station, about 15.4 miles. A light breeze, clear skies, and beautiful running. I see Andrew Barney there in his trademark camo kilt, and he's making his 9th tour of the San Juans today.
Very cool. We word from the field is the top male runner should be coming into Sherman in the next maybe like 10 to 15 minutes. So we'll kind of hang tight and keep you guys posted there. See if we can get somebody in the field to maybe give a little report.
That'd be fantastic. Sherman is that remote aid station. There is crew access, but most crews choose to skip that one because it takes hours to get out there.
Yeah, if I was running this year, because I had to be ready, being high on the wait list, we were skipping Sherman. So
Yeah, the aid station crew there, the volunteers are amazing. You really don't need crew there if there's any one spot, but some families, they really want to lay eyes on their runner. That's one reason why this live stream is fantastic, because the crews and the families back home can look and they can see their runners and know that they're doing okay, see those smiles on their faces.
Yeah, and most people, once they get into Hardrock, they've done a handful or more 100-mile races. So they have that experience of using drop bags, relying on aid stations. Where I know my first couple hundreds, I really wanted to see my crew, or felt like I needed to see my crew as much as possible. And we all love seeing our crew, but it's kind of a tall ask sometimes.
We do love seeing our crew, but I think drop bags are a really important part of the sport, and especially with a run that is so spread out like Hardrock, there are times when a well-meaning crew still can't get to the aid station on time. You could have a bunch of deer that run across a road, and somebody hits a deer, and now the road is blocked for an hour, and now nobody's getting their crew at Telluride. That sort of thing.
Yeah. You can have a plan in place, and there's always going to have curveballs. I think you'll see a lot of veteran runners or people that have been doing this. If they don't get a drop bag, because you've seen drop bags not show up at aid stations at other races, or crew, road closers, vehicle issues, you have to be able to just roll with the punches. The great thing about the aid stations, especially here at Hardrock, is they are stocked. And amazing volunteers. Most people have done this race before, so you're in good hands. You'll be fine.
You're right about that. We have some people working these aid stations, some that have run Hardrock and have put in miles and miles out there. And then we've got aid station workers. Some of them have worked the same aid station for 10 years.
Yeah. And some people love it, and that's what they look forward to every summer. I've talked to volunteers that have no desire to do this race, and for them, the highlight of their year is coming and helping at the aid station, whether it's Hardrock or, any other 100.
Well, it might not be the case for most of the people that are watching the live stream, but most people in the world have no desire to run this race. They see what's involved, and they realize that's just not the way I want to spend a weekend.
Yeah, I guess we have a pretty biased audience.
We do, because we had over 3,000 people that were trying to get into Hardrock this year, and we'll probably have more next year, which is fantastic. It's wonderful that we have folks that want to be here. Looks like we're finally getting some shots from Sherman Aid Station, I think.
Hey, Dawn, can you hear us?
I don't think they can hear us yet, but we are getting some live shots from Sherman Aid Station. This is a major aid station. We've seen them at Maggie. They've gone through a remote aid station, a very remote station, Pole Creek, and now they'll have their first real touch of civilization, really, down here at Sherman. They'll be well taken care of, and then when they leave Sherman, they've got quite some time on the dirt road, the Jeep road, between Sherman up to the other remote station out there, which is Burroughs.
Free Trail just commented they saw 2 enormous bull moose right outside Cunningham this morning.
Oh, I'm so jealous. I've seen 2 moose this summer, including one that charged some of us up on an orientation hike, but they weren't the big bull moose. These were it would have sounded cooler if a big bull moose had charged me, but this one was kind of puny, but I'm punier.
Yes, we are the puny ones in the mountains.
We are indeed.
I ran into a mama moose and a baby moose last year in the middle of the night on the collegiate loop.
Oh my gosh.
And in the moment I realized how lucky I was I ran into them in the middle of the night, because I had my headlamp on and the headlamp was kind of blinding them. So they were kind of confused, couldn't tell what was going on, hit my poles together until they took off. And I think if it was during the day and the mama moose saw me, I probably would have been charged.
Mama would have seen how puny you are.
Easy takeout.
Oh, gosh. Well, moose are not the worst things that people could encounter. We heard Jeff Browning talk earlier about a couple of mountain lions that he's seen out here. Thankfully, I've never come across any of those here in these mountains. We're about to see our first runners coming into Sherman, which is going to be fantastic. They might spend a little bit more time. We've seen them spend almost no time in the aid station so far. They may actually sit down, may actually eat some food here at Sherman. We'll see.
Yeah, it'll be super interesting to see kind of what strategies we see here because, it is getting warm. We talked about, the temp isn't necessarily super high, but when you're this high elevation, the sun is hot. And I think you'll see a lot of people using ice, taking some time to cool down. Or if you're going to see maybe like some early moves of somebody trying to break away, because we can see those top 3 or 4 guys are all pretty close if we're looking at the GPS. So it'll be super interesting to see.
I mean, from their perspective, once they leave Sherman, there's a tiny climb, and then it's flat. And for several miles up to Burroughs. Now, it's not flat for me, especially a marathon into this run. I take every excuse at every little uphill to walk. But I imagine these folks are going to be running that whole way up to Burroughs.
Yeah, it would be awesome if we actually had a cam on a bike or something there. But the terrain is just too remote and too rough to really get those type of shots. Here we go.
Loading up bottles, pre-mixed. Do have the ice bandana coming out. Again, it is getting quite warm here. They have an exposed road climb ahead. He is switching his bottles out. They clearly know what they're doing. Obviously, being a returning champion here means you have a pretty good clue of what's ahead of him here. He's smiling, drinking some Coke. Got the Hoka kit, looking clean, filling up his energy. Tell you what, when it starts warming up, that Coca-Cola goes down super smooth. He is quite enjoying that. I love about Ludo and the experienced Euros, there is absolutely no rush whatsoever. He is as collected as you could possibly be right now. Like, he's dancing, he's literally dancing. The crowd is cheering. We're clapping for him. This is really good stuff. He looks great, guys. Like, he looks so strong, so happy to be here. Obviously, Handy's is still to come. So that's kind of the real start of the race this year. But he's singing. He's literally singing "We Will Rock You" right now. This is on request. So we have a DJ out here at Sherman. He has requested the song and is singing and dancing to it. So, all right, he is out. Just kidding. Now he is out officially. So just under 2 minutes here in Sherman. So 1:55 at the aid station. Still no sight of M2, but Ludo is in and out. That was a great aid station. Under 2 minutes, but still taking everything he needed. And it sounds like we have M2 coming in right now. All right, and this is Matthew coming in about 2.5 minutes back of Ludo, and Zach is right behind him. So M2 and M3 coming into Sherman together. Matthew getting the ice bandana put on by his crew, drinking some La Croix. a little bit of soda water. Zach also throwing the ice bandana on. His crew with the pro move, setting up a chair in the shade. So he is nice and cool here, doing a vest change instead of any bottle. So his crew had the North Face pack ready for him, all set to go. All he's doing now is putting his little GPS transponder between the packs, and he is out. So that's a super impressive aid station from him. About 30 seconds in the aid, passing Matthew on the way out. Matthew looks like he is taking his time a little bit, drinking that Coca-Cola, maybe a sunglasses change for him here. Still super controlled. Similar to Ludo, just absolutely no rush. He knows the race hasn't even started yet in the pro field. So these guys are just taking the time, making sure they have everything they need. They have the calories, and it looks like Matthew is out. So M3 out of the aid station. They are out about almost 4 minutes after Ludo came in. So M1, 2, and 3 all within 4 minutes. Pretty exciting stuff here at Sherman. And now we await the chase pack, if you will. Looks like more and more crews are starting to scurry and get their things ready. Really cool to see Abby Hall here out at the aid station, just coming off of a Western States victory. Actually, both Abby and Cordis Hall are out here. Like, I don't know if they're pacing, but they're definitely crewing somebody. Rachel Incan looks like she's getting ready to crew. Coming up next weekend. So, gosh, one of the things I love. It was like I was pacing Western States a couple of weekends ago, and you come into the final Big 8 station, and it's freaking Scott Jurek, Jim Walmsley, and Hal Corner like asking you what you need. So, like, if you want to find a sport that gives back to its peers better, I'd love to hear it, but I don't think there is one. So we are just standing by here for the rest of the men's field, top of the men's field to come in. I'm still looking for Katie Scheid to be coming in. We are just a little past 5.5 minutes from Ludo coming in and out in M1. Matthew Blanchard was M2 and came in basically with Zach Miller in M3. Zach Miller left. Like, he was in and out. It was a very efficient change for him. He had his crew ready with a new pack. He threw on a fresh ice bandana, a new pack, and was in and out. Whereas Ludo and Matthew spent a little bit more time. They both went to the Coca-Cola. Matthew with the soda water as well. Took their time, got the water they need, and headed out. So again, while we have a minute here, they're heading out on this road. It's about 4.2 miles to the Burroughs Park aid station. A lot of it is on this smooth road. But this is a good opportunity to get your stuff together, because after you leave Burroughs, you have about 4 miles to go to the high point of the course, which is the top of Handy's Peak. So that climb from Burroughs to Handy's is gnarly. I've paced that section down. I've never gone up that side of it, but I can tell you that those athletes, these guys are going to feel worked, and these ladies are going to feel worked when they get up there. From there, they get a drop down into Animas Forks and continue on to Ouray. And it sounds like we have our next runner coming through, so I'm going to step back to the aid station and see who this is. Looks like an Adidas athlete based on Abby and Cordis Hall scurrying over to help, maybe? That's just a guess. With as remote as we are, it's hard to always look at the standings to see. All right, this is Sergey. Serge, in and out, looking good. He's about 740 behind when Ludo came in. That's the fastest stop of the day.
Yes, well, kind of.
Serge. So the best stop of the day, most efficient. Like,
okay.
He had the hauls in his on his team, and they were ready for him. They gave him what he needed really quick, and he was in out. That was the fastest station we've seen here yet. All right, so now we are about 8 minutes behind when Ludo came in, and that was M4 coming out in a surge. So it's really one of the cool things about the Hardrock aid stations is most of these volunteers come to these aid stations every year, year after year after year. They know these aid stations so well. They know what athletes want. You can just see how coordinated everybody is. Athletes will come in and it's like little ants just getting to work. And this isn't unique to this aid station. It's across this course. If you have the once in a lifetime opportunity potentially to run this race, the volunteers here are just second to none, asking you what you want, what you need, and they'll get it for you. They know how to work. They know how to treat these athletes right. And even what I'm noticing now between athletes, right? We have 4 elites through. We're waiting on M5. The volunteers don't stop working. They're preparing for the next group of athletes to come through and guessing their needs. It gets a little harder once the pack comes through, but they still work just as hard to ensure that every single one of these athletes has that pro experience in every single one of these aid stations. So, just like they treat Ludo or Zach, they're going to treat anybody else that's coming behind them and make sure that they're having the day they deserve out here at the Hardrock 100. So again, I'm Don Reichelt. We are out here at the Sherman aid station. This is officially 28.9 miles here on the course, so 70-ish to go. They are just about to go up to the high point of the course. We have 4.2 miles from here to the Burroughs aid station, and then Handy's. So Handy's is a 14,000 foot peak here in Colorado, and it's a heck of a climb. It's beautiful. It is the crown jewel of this course. When you get up there and see that, you can see everything. It is absolutely breathtaking. So if anybody has a chance to come out here, whether you're volunteering or running or just hiking, go check out Handy's. The San Juans are absolutely pure magic. There's a vibe in these mountains that you cannot replicate outside of just about anywhere. So it's such an honor to be out here, just getting to yap about the thing that I love here in ultra running while we wait for the rest of the front of the pack to come through. But I tell you what, we have a full DJ setup out here at Sherman. There's a awesome DJ. He's asking athletes when they come in what song they want to hear, and is able to play it for them. So that's why we were able to see and hear Ludo. He requested "We Will Rock You" as he came in. And then as he was chugging Coke, he was literally singing and dancing. So that's something that you don't get to see too often, but pretty dang cool to see that happen here at Sherman. The other thing that this aid station does really, really well is kind of make food per request. So especially when it gets later on in the day, athletes might have some specific requests. If they want a burrito or something and they don't have it, they'll make it for you. That is one thing that Hardrock is known for throughout the course, is just the willingness to do whatever it takes to get an athlete from aid station to aid station. And it's like, hey, this aid station's job isn't necessarily to get you to the finish. Their job is to get you to Burroughs. And then once they hand it off to Burroughs, their job is to get you over to Animas Forks. And it works so well when you know whenever you come into an aid station, you have the full support of every single person and every single volunteer. You can feel that as an athlete and as a competitor. I know when I run the races that I do that the volunteers are with me, and that helps. This course is not easy. 33,000 feet of climbing over 100 miles is no joke, especially when you factor in the altitude here. I live at altitude. I've lived in a mountain town for a long time, and still you can feel that we are very thin in the air here. As I stand at this specific aid station, I'll get you an altitude here. We're at 9,490 feet at this aid station. So if you want to think about what's to come for these athletes, so we're at 9,000, let's say 9,500 feet. The next 4 miles, they have a 900-foot climb, and then after that, they're going to 14,000 feet. So that climb to Handies it's a monster. It is truly a challenge to get up and down, especially the heat of the day. It is going on noon. It is full sun. Handies is going to be roasting, and it's a fully exposed climb. So, you know, we're talking a long grind of a climb up to 14,000 feet from roughly below 11,000 feet, and that climb is only 4 miles. So I was told there'd be no math, but that's getting close to 1,000 foot a mile going up to Handies. Nobody fact checked me on that because that's on the spot math, but that is a big climb. And again, I've been up there, I've seen that. It is worth it for the views, but quite honestly, I can say that with this heat right now and some of the smoke conditions here at Sherman, I'm not particularly jealous of how hard those front 3 are going to be working, or the front 4 now are going to be working to catch up to each other. So it'll be really, really, really interesting to me to see the strategy of those top 4, to see if there's any racing on Handies, or if it's still going to be a super chill, no rush, and you know, what's the strategy? Because once you get up over Handies, there's still a ton of climbing, but you're dropping down in Animus Forks. Things are going to cool down. So hopefully there's some legs saved, and those guys up the front have the ability to give us the race that I think we're all looking for with Ludo and Zach and Matthew and Serge. It was just so cool seeing them come in, and I absolutely love just being able to sit back and watch aid stations, because every athlete, once you get to this point, right, Hardrock isn't a race that you just wake up and do. This is a race that I don't care if you're Ludo or you know, somebody that's just doing math for cutoffs. A lot goes into this, and that means you have to control every margin you can. You have to control every ounce of the race that you're able to. Stuff's going to happen today that you cannot control. Like, it is going to happen, but what you can control is what you do at the aid station, how you keep yourself composed under pressure, and how you're fueling yourself. And it's just so inspiring and so amazing to watch the different strategies to come in. And you know, you have Ludo, who took the longest of the top 4. He came in, he's dancing, he's happy. I would say, like, probably left here more emotionally fulfilled than the other 4, right? Whereas Zach was just a bulldog. He grab it and go, similar to Serge. So seeing these strategies and seeing them not just once, but seeing them throughout the day, like, really allows you to determine, hey, like what are these guys racing for? What's the strategy on the bigger picture? I remember I was crewing here a couple years ago, and it was an early aid station, and it was the showdown between Killian and Francois, and they came into the aid station together. And Francois sat down, and Killian just left, and Francois looked a little panicked, and he had to get out, and he got up and left, and it looked like he wasn't quite anticipating Killian to run through like that. And these are these little mind games that some of these guys out front might start playing eventually, but that hasn't started yet based on what we saw here. Even with Matthew and Zach coming in together, they were solely focused on what they were trying to do. There was no at all consideration of what another athlete was doing. It sounds like we have some more folks coming in, so I'm gonna kind of wander back to the aid station and see who we have here. Gosh, this aid is gonna be such a party here later today. All right, I'm not going to be invasive to the aid station. That's definitely one thing you learn from being out here. Is just don't get in the way of the athletes and their crew. there's nothing.
Hey everybody, I
that
have
I'm doing
something
that's
to
as
read
important
from
as what
the
they're doing right now. So I'm
Hardrock
gonna
family.
give them the
We are
space
deeply
and
saddened
let them
to
take
share
care of
that a beloved
themselves.
member
I
of the
still
Hardrock
don't
100 Mile
see-
Endurance Run family
I think I heard the name
has
David,
passed away
but I don't
during
have
this year's
eyeballs on.
event. Our hearts are with their family, friends, and fellow runners as we grieve this tremendous loss. We are committed to caring for runners, crews, volunteers, and all members of our community through the event's duration and beyond.
Gabe is
Please
is a
see the
race
press release
director
from San Juan County
himself.
for
I've
details
actually
regarding
done
this
one of his
incident.
races
Grief
up in
counselors
Lander.
will be available to any and all in the Hardrock community at the Silverton gym. More information will be available at the conclusion of this year's run, a to-be-determined time on Sunday. Until then, please direct all communication to Deanne Gallegos, Public Information Officer for the Office of Emergency Management, San Juan County. Her
I got a
number
little
and email
excited
address can be
and
found
wandered
on our
towards the
social
DJ
media
a little
post
too
as well
far.
as shortly on our website.
Ah.
To read from the San Juan County statement, on Friday, July 11th, 2025, there was a fatality during the Hardrock 100 near Little Giant Basin west of Silverton, Colorado in San Juan County. Silverton, Colorado, on Friday, July 11th, 9:02 a.m., the San Juan County Sheriff's Office and the Silverton Medical Rescue Team received a search and rescue call about an unknown medical reason at the Little Giant Basin near Gold Lake. The 60-year-old female patient was pronounced deceased at 10:27 a.m. in the San Juan County, Colorado. San Juan County, Colorado Coroner's Office has identified the 60-year-old female as Elaine Stipola of Michigan as pronounced deceased at 10:27 a.m. I want to extend my condolences to the family, friends, and community of Elaine, said Carrie Metzler, San Juan County, Colorado Coroner's Office. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Dan. We can see more runners coming into the Sherman aid station, continuing at this event.
Yeah, this is a hard moment for everyone here in the race. Has no idea that this has happened. I'm sure they will be finding out. We are trying to do our best to respect the family and the race at this time and focusing on Hardrock 100 and the race. I'm certain that I know that if it were me, and I'm certain I can speak for this runner and their family, they would like us to focus on the race. If anybody has anything to say, we're going to be monitoring the chat. Please just respect the family at this time. And again, we're going to direct everybody to Hardrock Communications through their social media. If any more information is to be disseminated, it will be through that. It will not be through us here at Mountain Outpost. We are focusing on the race. So sobering news, but we still have a beautiful day ahead for all of these runners. And I think that it just means that much more when you get to run for someone who can't.
Absolutely, and it's wonderful to see that these runners are continuing, and there'll be a moment later for them to process this once they hear the news. But right now they all have their own task before them, and they're doing the best that they can. And we can see the volunteers are doing a great job of taking care of the runners at this aid station as well.
Yeah, so Sherman here at mile 30. Not even a full 50K in. How much climbing are they at this point? As the expert of the course, I'm going to defer to you.
How much climbing have they already put in?
Have they already put into this point to Sherman?
That's a good question, and I haven't added that up. They've gone over 4 passes already, but they've got a lot more to go. The biggest climb, of course, the highest point will be Handy's, which is coming up in just about 8 miles from when they leave this aid station.
Yeah, that's which we will not be at here at Mountain Outpost. There are a few places
Katie
here on the course that we
is
have
now in
determined.
the
We
aid
worked
station
with
here in Sherman. She is
Hardrock
up and
100
out.
board
We're gonna have this cool look of back-to-back. Our last 2 Western States champions here. Talk about a pretty cool look here. Yeah, Katie!
We've got our first female through.
Go get it. She looks so happy.
That is one chill Katie Scheid.
Obviously very happy with her position in the race right now. We know that Ludo came through about 5 minutes ahead of course record pace. I've not checked to see where Katie is relative to course record, but I imagine she's crushing it.
Almost 6 hours on the dot to Sherman.
Aid. Again, Gated, awesome race director from up in Wyoming. Good job, buddy. Good job.
Thank you.
puts on a
Fellow
race up in
director there.
the Wind River area of Lander.
Where's your camera? Oh, it's pointing this way? Oh, I see.
So Courtney DeWalter's time into this aid station was 6 hours 34 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah.
So she's just a chill 34 minutes under course record point.
She is. She
Wow.
is. Let's hope that the chill remains and she's able to do something special here. And let's hope that the other women are able to make a race out of it.
Oh, absolutely. You know, Katie is a phenomenal runner in her own right, but there are many great and talented female athletes behind her. This is not going to be the Katie Scheid show by any stretch of the imagination, and I'm sure she knows that running. She's running her own race, clearly. But she knows she's got some stiff competition behind her, and there's really no opportunity for her to really push the brakes at all. She's got to be going all the way to the finish, because if she does not have a good day, or if she's not maintaining and taking care of herself, she stands the opportunity to get into a low point and get caught.
Yeah, and it's not just how she does during the day. We know that they're all going to go into the night, and things change. Things are different in the night, especially out here in the San Juan Mountains.
Some people are phenomenal night runners. Other people are terrible night runners. And I don't think you really get as much of the center. You usually get one extreme or the other. You get the sleepies, or for some reason, I'm someone who loves to run at night. I think I do my best work at night, which really sucks because the race is almost over by then in most cases. But other people, struggle a bit more, and I think that we'll kind of see that play out over the next 20-ish hours, kind of see where things lie at that point. So, Katie, again, strong lead. By no means is she in first place by the end of this race. This is not a guarantee of being first at Sherman.
No, it's not a race to Sherman. It wasn't a race to Cunningham. It wasn't a race to Maggie. It's not a race to Sherman.
It's not even a race to Putnam.
That's right. It's a race to Silverton, and we will be delighted to see how it all shakes out for all of these runners. We've got them all still moving, and hopefully we see most of these folks kiss that rock by the end of 48 hours.
Yeah, we've got a lot of professionals up front, which means they all know what they're doing. They're all capable of doing great things. So I think that we've got Don on the mic here. Don, who do you got? Don, all to you, buddy.
All right, so we are here at Sherman, and I have a special guest joining us, Celine Pomeray. This is, of course, Ludo's wife. So we want to grab her real quick. She's about to leave before they head to the next aid station. So just give me a real quick recap. We saw him. He was dancing. He was singing. He looked great to me, but you know him better than anybody. So how's he feeling? How's he looking? And what is he looking forward to come?
At this aid station, he was okay. He feels good. But first in Cunningham, he told me that he was worried about the smoke. But now it seems to be better. Hope to see. And let's see. It's only the start of the race, so it's not finished.
Wonderful. When will you see him again?
I will see him in Animas Park because I have a very good car to go there.
Wonderful. Well, we will see you along the course. Actually, throwing a question from the crew, what's he most excited about to come? He obviously is a returning champion of this course. He knows it so well. It's a different direction for him, but still a champion. What's to come for him? What's he most excited for today?
Oh, it's a new race because it's another way. So he's excited to do this part and to finish, of course.
Yeah.
To finish. Yeah.
Excellent.
First of all, finish.
All right. Well, thank you so much. We're rooting for Ludo, champion here last year, and his wonderful crew. I was watching them go through there. You have him dialed. You know what he's doing. My wife is also my crew, so I have so much respect for spouse crews. So
it's a big job.
well, thanks for talking with us, and we'll see you.
See you.
Bye bye.
Yeah, it's so awesome when you get to see that, and the family supports so well. All the way from France, nonetheless.
Oh, absolutely. And
he's been here for quite some time.
We spoke to him for the podcast a week or so ago, and they've been here in the mountains, really enjoying all of it, especially the vehicles that they've been able to use to get around to these remote places so that they can do runs. Ludo did 2 soft rocks. He did a backpacking soft rock and a running soft rock, all in preparation for this. And of course, his win last year.
That's why he's a champion.
That's why he's a champion. He treats this like it's his job. Speaking of treating things like it's their jobs, this isn't my job. I'm going to get off the mic and let the professionals handle it. I'm Chris Twiggs, and I've been delighted to be with you guys. We're going to a 3-minute break right here coming up.
Chris, it's been a pleasure. I'm Zach Marion. We'll kick it over to these guys.
Good luck. Thanks, guys. See you out there.
You're on the girl side.
Yeah.
Go. Good afternoon. Welcome back to the Hardrock 100, the 30th running of the Hardrock 100, presented by Altra and the Feed. I'm Chris Warden.
I'm Andy Jones-Wilkins.
And we are going to do our best to keep the ball rolling. Thanks to Dan Ryan, Zach Marion, and Chris Twiggs for keeping things going this morning. Looks like that was a shot of Sherman right there, but now we're back in the studio. Oh, yeah, let's keep it on the field. They
There's Sherman.
They want to see them and hear us, perhaps.
So we're awaiting the lead men, probably arriving in Burroughs in a couple of minutes. It's about 4.5 miles from Sherman to Burroughs. It's all on pretty smooth gravel road. It's one of the ramps that we talked about yesterday, and so it's gradually going uphill over those miles. And here we do have Don with Western States champion, Abby Hall.
Because you were so scared you were going to drop them.
Don, can you hear us?
Yeah. We're waiting for going live.
What do you have for us, Don?
I don't know if you saw Sean Hotworth's recap video of the finish of you coming through. And he had this like ethereal.
I didn't see it.
I'll send it.
Oh, cool.
Okay, you're on.
All right, we are live back here at Sherman. Ran into a special guest here, 2025 Western States champion Abby Hall. So let's just start with the easy stuff. How are you feeling? How have the emotions handled since the win? Like, just give us the last week or so recap.
It's been a really big couple weeks, just processing it all, taking it all in, celebrating. But yeah, I've been out here in the San Juans for about a week with Cordis and a bunch of our friends, just camping and hanging and getting some easy runs in. And then also remembering that, recovering at 10,000 feet is kind of hard, but
it slows things down just a touch. So we've seen you crewing a few people, it looks like already. What are you actually doing out here today? Are you doing any pacing, or are you just crewing and taking it in? What's your role today?
I am crewing today. My main duty has been out here at Sherman. So for those who aren't familiar, Sherman's like a super remote aid station. So we actually rode over on an ATV this morning. So my husband Cordis did most of the legwork for crewing Sherman, and then I was crewing Katie. So she came through looking super strong, super smooth, right where she wanted to be. So that's mainly my job today, but you'll see me out at some of the other aids. I'm gonna maybe help run her into some of the aids and things like that, and just cheer and kind of help out the crew.
So you've seen 6 through now here, maybe 7 through. Give us the recap of the aid stations. A few different strategies, a couple in and out, a few a little bit slower. So, and for everybody that's just tuning in the recap, we're heading out on a road-ish, mostly a road for 4.2 miles uphill, and then the big climb up handy starts. So, it is getting hot out here. The sunscreen is coming out, the ice is coming out. So, I'm just setting up your answer based on kind of some of the conditions we're seeing. So what have you seen? What would maybe you have done in these conditions, and what do you think is going to happen going forward here?
It's definitely feeling like a day where the runners are reaching for cooling. Like almost everybody came in and, Zach was reaching for a pitcher of water. People were grabbing ice bandanas. I gave Katie some cold, icy soaked towels. So I think I don't know. It's interesting to see that some of the Western States cooling is starting to spread so far beyond that, and we're seeing it at more and more races. And it's the heat still hits here. I mean, it's they're getting ready to do a longer exposed kind of dirt road climb right now. I think it's gonna kind of bake on there. Fortunately, they'll get back up to altitude soon, but it's gonna be kind of a hot, dusty climb for a little over 4 miles.
Yeah, we're definitely feeling it, and it's super exposed here for the next 8 miles or so to the top of Handies from here, and it's pretty much all exposed. And we're sitting at noon here, 12:15, so they're gonna feel it. All right, last question. What's next for you? Anything on your radar? At least public anyways. I'm sure there's some things tinkering under the surface, but
definitely I've got a flight booked out to France in August, but who knows what the future holds.
All right. No idea what's happening in France in August. That will remain a mystery, I guess. But well, congratulations again.
Thank you.
I know everybody that I know is just so happy for you and your story, and just great for the sport. So thanks for coming out and chatting with us. And I know you have a ride to catch, so thanks for a minute.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thanks to Don Reichelt for bringing us a Western State champion, Abby Hall, who happens to be out on course, not stepping away from the sport for a moment.
Not at all. Great Western States champion, and really happy to have her here. And I also ran into her Adidas Terex teammate, Emily Hawgood, yesterday, who's out here helping out also.
Yeah,
so
she's going to be pacing Hillary Yang later on in the race.
Yeah,
so
cool.
It's one of the nice things about this sport is that the cross-pollination is wonderful, and it looks like
there's, by the way, just a quick, we might be able to get a report from Don, but it does look somewhat clear. I know Sherman's at about 9,000, about the same altitude as Silverton, where we are, and it does look clear. Of course, there's trees, we can't tell, but we're keeping our eyes on the smoke in some of these lower elevation areas. But for now, that looks okay. I think that might have been Brian Colmoth coming through. The start-finish line supervisor, who's also running the race and ran it last year. From Salt Lake City, Utah, at the 8th place man, 8th place overall, 7th place man through Sherman, approximately mile 29.
Of course, as they depart Sherman, what awaits them soon after that is the highest climb on the course, up to the peak of Handies. The summit is just over 14,000 feet. Some people might think of that when they hear that being the high point of the course might be the toughest point of the course, but I think it's more of a, it's just kind of a slog up there to the top from both sides.
Yeah,
really.
In this direction especially, when leaving Burroughs, it's just a long slog. There's a section that's kind of down in this basin, and then it switchbacks up to this ridge, and you can see the fellow competitors way ahead of time, way up in front of you, and you can see the peak way up in front of you. So it's all laid out for you right there as you begin grinding up from Burroughs to the peak of Handies, and then the descent, which has a little bit of a fake ending. You drop down into American Basin, and you have to come back uphill a little bit before the final downhill into Animas Forks, which will be the next stage. It's a big stretch, long distance between Burroughs and Animas Forks.
Not only in terms of overall distance, it being one of the longer stretches on the course, but just what you have to endure to get over there.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, Julie and her crew out at Animas Forks are going to be taking excellent care of our runners this year. She is no stranger to this race, having been the aid station captain out at Animas for several years. If you're somebody who likes hearing about the history of aid stations, we did have an interview with her last year, and we had a lot of fun discussing what it takes to put together an aid station that, whether they're going clockwise or counterclockwise, is essentially pretty much just about the midpoint.
There was a time where they didn't have an aid station at Burroughs. You could have crew go out there and crew you. It's basically just a place where there's a trailhead, a small parking lot. And back in the day, first time I ran it, for example, 2009, you could be crewed there, but there was no aid station.
Yeah.
And so that was a huge section. That was about 14 miles from Sherman to what was then Grouse Gulch, which was about a mile below where Animas Forks aid station is right now. I'm glad they've added Burroughs. It's a nice aid station.
And also, changing it from like a crew zone situation where those who are, rolling solo, are at a disadvantage in that case.
Right,
so
right, and of course we want to encourage, as few sort of crew vehicles out there as possible. So Burroughs has become a nice aid station, and especially in the other direction, you come screaming down Handies, and it's nice to have that little aid station before the 4.2 mile road section into Sherman. We would expect any minute to see, or at least hear about, Ludo Palmeret and Zach Miller and Mathieu Blanchard making their way into Burroughs. It's about a 4.2 mile section, predominantly uphill, all on road. I would guess they'd make pretty quick time at that aid station, although they might do some cooling there before beginning that journey up to 14,000 feet.
AJW, I don't want to pat myself on the back too much here, but I do have to say that it feels like the race is not yielding a lot of surprises yet.
We got another. Sorry,
let's bounce to
we'll get back to your backpacking in a second.
Don Reichold.
All right, so we are here at Sherman. I have Kelly with me. Kelly is crewing Gabe Joyce, and we're just going to check in a little bit. How's Gabe doing? How's he feeling?
He looked really good. It's definitely a little warm out here. You could tell he probably needed some more salt, but he looked really happy and he was moving really well, and he was 6th in and 7th out overall, and so pretty cool.
That's awesome. So talk us through your role today. You were originally going to be with another athlete, and now you're with Gabe, who is your coach. So you have a good relationship there. So you know him a little bit, and you can maybe spin some things on him that he's told you over the years. But just walk us through kind of what the rest of your day looks like, how you're supporting him, and what your role is with Gabe.
Well, actually, my role's pretty much done for today because this aid station's so far out there. But, if we're lucky, my husband and I, who's also helping crew, we might be able to meet him towards the end of the race, just sort of depending on how the road back to Silverton goes, since it's a pretty far out remote road with a lot of bumps.
It is gnarly. All right, so leading into this race, what were some of Gabe's expectations, thoughts? Is there anything he's really worried about today? What's he excited about? Just give us kind of a look inside Gabe's head.
He didn't mention anything he was too concerned about. Like, he really just loves running in the high alpine, and he's really good at it, and he's a very strong, very fast mountain runner. And he put in some really big training days, so I think he's going to do pretty well today. I'm pretty psyched for him.
Yeah, he looked super happy coming in and out of here. You're lucky your day is mostly over. You can kind of enjoy the race unfold. He's right there in that contending pack, within striking distance of the front. So I'm a fan of Gabe's. I know you're rooting for him, so we're looking forward to see how he does the rest of the day. Anything else for you up on the docket? I know you've dropped, in the few times we've talked, you've dropped a few races, a few things that you're doing. So we're gonna put you on the spot because, like, one of the cool things about Hardrock is if you talk to the crew is as accomplished runners as all of these athletes. It just takes 10 years to get into the race for a lot of people. So you have like absolute savages. So I'm totally putting you on the spot. What are you doing next personally?
I did one of my big races this year already. I got to go back to the Barkley for my second time, which was amazing, and it was probably the hardest year ever. So that was a whole deal. But I've got an adventure coming up next week that I'm hoping to finish this link up through the Gros Ventre range, and then a big possibly mountaineering running project later in the summer. So that's what I'm training for right now.
Yeah, anybody that can just casually drop Barkley as their first race of the year has earned my respect. So Kelly, thanks so much for having a chat, and we'll hopefully see you at the finish.
Thank you so much. Thanks for being out here.
All right, thank you, Don. We now have our camera on Burroughs Park. Tracker's indicating that Ludo has come through. The runners would be coming towards us on this view here. As I mentioned, Burroughs, a small little parking lot before they get onto the single track, cross a bridge, get onto the single track, and begin that long climb up to Handy's. If it looked like Ludo did about a 40-minute split, straight up 40-minute split for the 4 miles from Sherman to Burroughs, and in the distance, it does look like, Chris, we see another runner. I would guess it's Mathieu Blanchard or Zach Miller.
Yeah, it
Or
could be
both
both of them. Yeah. Matthew and Zach coming in M2, M3 into Burroughs. Looks like it's about 25 after, so maybe about 5-6 minutes
Maybe
back.
about 5-6 minutes back. So Ludo did get a little bit of a gap, extended a gap. He had about 2 minutes back at Sherman. So he's extended a little bit. I suspect those guys are just going to fill up, top off, maybe cool a bit, and get out on the climb. Again, that shot looks okay, too, from a air quality perspective, just looking down towards Sherman. So that's looking south.
Yeah, it has seemingly gotten better over the course of the day.
Mm-hmm.
I can't say with any certainty or any expertise, but it's just from looking up. When we first started off this morning just after sunrise, if you looked up towards Kendall Mountain here, it did not look great, and now it's cleared up somewhat. So
I did run down from Little Giant with Trevor, who is he runs all of the trail work for Hardrock, and he had been tracking the fires pretty well. He's a Ouray local, and he had mentioned that they did a really good job late yesterday and early this morning containing at least that closest fire to the course out in Montrose area, and he was expecting at least a potential for a little dissipation of the smoke. So maybe we're seeing that. Looks like fourth place man is coming into range now.
And if things are holding for him, that should be Serge Grenier.
Looks like it would be, and in that case, it would be a little bit of a close on Zach and Mathieu. Again, very early in the race. This is mile 32.6, Burroughs Park. just a bit over 50K. And right before the launch up and over handies. 10 miles, 10 long, arduous miles from here to Animas Forks. Previous aid station, which was at Grouse Gulch, it just became kind of a parking nightmare out there. And so they moved it about 1.5 miles up the road. Much better location. Just means runners have to do 1.5 miles of that ramp before they get to the aid station.
So basically, we've got our first 4 men hitting Burroughs, basically the 50K mark in under 6.5 hours.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that,
Well,
AJW?
well under 23-hour pace.
Yeah.
In this case, again, there's always some slowdown. This direction be interesting to see what happens on some of those technical descents in the back half of the race. But yeah, right now, as we expected, taking it out in course record pace, and really four gentlemen pretty close together.
Yeah, and as I was starting to say before we had that interview with Don,
you were patting yourself on the back.
I totally was patting myself on the back. Mainly because when we did our preview show yesterday, one of the things we talked about was, that there was going to be a very strong French contingent at the top and Zach Miller, and so far that has held true to form. And I think that also our preview on the women's side, with Katie Scheid, coming out to the lead, Katarina Harmut giving chase, and several other women a little bit further back. I don't think that we've really seen a ton of surprises as of yet.
No,
now,
and Graham Shalvoy's pick, David Ayala.
Yeah.
Also Kyla from Janji, 5th place, and I expect he would be the next guy coming in here to Burroughs.
Yeah, there is a group of American men, running about the 5, 6, 7 point. You're talking David Ayala, Gabe Joyce, Brian Kulmo, who are all experienced, accomplished runners. I mean, you talk about somebody like Gabe, who's got multiple top 5s at Hardrock qualifiers and at Hardrock. David Ayala, if you look at his Ultra sign-up, you're going to see a lot of podium finishes in high mountain races.
I just looked it up after Graham made the pick, and I was like, whoa, this guy should not be under the radar.
Absolutely. And what's funny is that I know that some of the people that I was listening to were saying that David at 43 might be a little bit longer in the tooth than some of their high-end picks, but this is Hardrock. Like, the average racer is about 45 years old.
Well, Ludo won it at the age of 49 last year.
Absolutely. Yeah, and looking to go back-to-back so far. Yeah, no, age ain't nothing but a number here in the San Juans.
Indeed. By the way, on Gabe Joyce, I know we heard from his crew in that interview with Don. He writes a fantastic column for iRunFar.
Really?
Got to get a plug into that. It's called Ask Gabe, and he basically does, takes reader questions throughout the month, and every month answers those questions. Everything from polls to cooling strategies to how to pick a race to all kinds of cool stuff. And he's a great writer. He's funny. He's creative. I encourage you to check it out. And iRunFar, Ask Gabe. It's a great column. And by the way, if you have questions, send them in. I mean, we're talking about a top 10 Hardrock guy here, so he's got a lot of wisdom. Lives in Lander, Wyoming, home of the National Outdoor Leadership School, an incredible outdoor organization, been around for over 40 years. I know two of my 3 sons are National Outdoor Leadership School graduates, and it's a great little spot in Lander, Wyoming. But take a look at Gabe's column, Ask Gabe. It's good stuff.
Also want to note that one that definitely did not come up during our preview, but maybe this one's on us, but Usue Frail out of Spain. It's one of those situations where you have to do a little bit more digging than an Ultra sign-up page. Now, if you look at the UTMB index, you're talking about somebody who has UTMB podium finishes. But we'll definitely be following her progress. And also, again, like I said, age doesn't matter in the San Juans. It doesn't care when you were born, because she's 51 years old and currently running F3.
Thank you, by the way, for the help on that pronunciation. Usue Frail. I like that. And from the Basque region of Spain.
Yeah, that's one of the things I love about Hardrock is that it has such an international flavor, at the front of the pack. And actually, having gotten an opportunity to talk to multiple international runners yesterday, we get to, meet runners from China. There's a runner from the Philippines for the first time, a 7-time winner of the Hardcore 100 on the women's side. That's another name we'll be watching. You know, if you're able to take down a Hardrock qualifier 7 times in a decade, that means you definitely should be getting some looks, and that would be Maria Liao out of Quezon City in the Philippines. So,
and like we said yesterday, anytime you win any race 7 times,
yes,
I mean that's consistency, that's longevity.
Yeah,
we cannot sleep on her.
And races don't become Hardrock qualifiers by accident.
No. By the way, I do have some hot off the presses information about Hardrock qualifiers.
Yes.
Is this an okay time to share? So, as often happens in Hardrock, I found myself an hour or so ago in the Coffee Bear coffee shop. Mm-hmm. And Chris Kern, a longtime board member and the sort of overseer of the qualifying committee, let me know that there have been some significant changes in the qualifiers for Hardrock.
I'm looking at your laptop,
Okay.
and my eyes are popping out.
So a couple of key things to take note of. As Scout Mountain, this was announced. Luke Nelson's race in Idaho, Scout Mountain 100, has been added to the qualifying list. A race that Killian recommended, Sandnes Ultra Trail in Norway, in April has been added. By the way, it's a 95-miler with 37,000 feet of vertical climbing. Crazy Mountain, which is a race up in Montana.
I think
in
we
July.
saw that one coming.
We saw that one coming. That's been added. L'Échappée Belle in France has been added. And a race I had not heard of in Washington State, the Dark Divide 100.
Yeah,
which is replacing the Plain 100. I'm also sad. I was saddened to hear, but kind of understood that they are phasing out Bighorn as a qualifier. And once this cycle runs its course, they're going to remove all of the 200s from the qualifying list. So that's Tour de Gens as well as the 2 in Tahoe and Bigfoot. So their feeling on that is that there are enough 100-mile qualifiers now that they can certainly anybody can find a spot to qualify. So this is big changes in terms of the qualifiers, and I think most people know as soon as a race becomes a Hardrock qualifier or a Western States qualifier, it fills up. We're seeing Hellbender is coming in and replacing Grindstone for a second East Coast 100 along with Cruel Jewel. So some great news I got hot off the presses. I did find out, Chris did assure me that all the race directors know that that they've been accepted. So we're not speaking too far out of school, but that's great news.
Yeah, it's on the page, so I figure we're okay on that.
Yeah.
But no, actually, and I want to touch upon the notion that you discussed with regard to the 200 milers, and that does make sense.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there are so many great qualifiers. On another note, personally, there's one question that has been asked of me for the past several years, and it's when is Cocodona going to become a qualifier? Well, the answer to that looks like never.
I think
so.
Never.
Unfortunately.
And I do know that our friend Jamil has pretty much told you that.
He told me that from jump.
He never expected it to be a Hardrock qualifier.
No, and that was kind of a narrative amongst Cocodona files, but Hardrock itself, I think that it definitely does need to be focused on, or the qualifiers need to be focused on the 100-mile distance.
There's also another Australian race, Grampian Peaks 100, which takes place in November. That's been added to the list. And they're still looking for something else in Asia. Right now, it's Lake Biwa in Japan is pretty much it. They've got 2 Australian races and a New Zealand race, but they continue to look for that. So if you're an Asian race director out there, aside from hardcore in the Philippines, mainland Asia, get in touch with Chris and see what you can do.
I think Lake Biwa was the one that replaced Ultra Trail Mount Fuji.
It did.
I believe.
Replaced Fuji. Yeah. So that's some cool news. I was excited to hear that, and I made sure to ask Chris if it was okay if I shared that with the listeners.
All right. I think you might have set off some alarms in the chat. I want to give some clarification here, and I want you to be able to verify this. People that were asking, what about people who qualified this year during Bighorn? They're still in for the next cycle, correct?
Yes. So if you qualified in this year's Bighorn, and in fact, because registration has already taken place for 2026 Tahoe 200,
Yeah.
that one will be grandfathered/grandmothered in. So if you're registered for the Tahoe 200 that takes place in 2026, you can use that as a qualifier, assuming you finish it.
That makes sense.
Dark Divide in Washington State, which comes up this September, is a qualifier this year. That was confirmed by Chris as well. What else is going on in the chat?
We did have some people asking about what happened on the course earlier today, and we definitely need to not shy away from sharing the statement that's been presented by the Hardrock Race Committee, and we will provide that for you here momentarily. Unfortunately, we did have an incident, a tragedy on the course today, and we're going to be very careful with how we address that. We are not going to offer any speculation or any sort of analysis. We are simply going to offer the statement as provided by the Hardrock Committee.
The statement, I'll go ahead and read part of it, Chris, if you don't mind. The statement from the Hardrock organization is as follows. We are deeply saddened to share that a beloved member of our Hardrock 100-mile endurance run family has passed away during this year's event. Our hearts are with their family, friends, and fellow runners as we grieve this tremendous loss. We are committed to caring for runners, crews, volunteers, and all members of our community through the event's duration and beyond. Please see the press release from San Juan County for details regarding this incident. Grief counselors will be available to any and all in the Hardrock community at the Silverton Gym. More information will be available at the conclusion of this year's run at a to-be-determined time on Sunday. Until then, please direct all communication to Deanne Gallegos, Public Information Officer for the Office of Emergency Management, San Juan County. By the way, this is pinned to the top of the home page of the Hardrock 100, including a link to that mentioned press release from San Juan County. It is our job to report this news. We have no further information about this at this time.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, AJW. Somebody was asking whether Menon and Katerina had made it through Sherman. To our knowledge, they have not. Katie Scheid is starting to open up a bit of a big lead here. Obviously, it's still in the early going, but we'll be obviously keeping tabs on that. You can see Shermanade right there on your screen.
Yeah, again, Sherman is at mile 29. You can see well below tree line.
Yeah.
And warm, as we've heard in a couple of Don's interviews, a relatively warm day seems to be in the offing this year.
Yeah, and one of the things about this race, for those that aren't familiar, the majority of this race takes place above 10,000 feet, above 3,000 meters.
Yeah.
So you're talking, if you're that much closer to the sun, 70 degrees hits way different up on top of
certainly does.
When you're above the tree line and it's 70, 72 degrees, you really feel it. I mean, you really want to, probably take as many precautions as you can to cover, whether it be sunscreen or long sleeves. I personally, whenever I'm out in the San Juans, I make sure to be wearing long sleeves because I'm just more comfortable that way.
And it's dry. I mean, as we're talking a little bit about the fires not in the immediate area, but in the region, it is dry. I understand there was a little bit of rain in mid and a little bit in late June, but it's been solid dry now for 2 weeks. A little sprinkle yesterday, but otherwise not much rain and certainly not much. Of course, thunderstorms can always pop up in the San Juans at any given time, but not much in the forecast for any of those crazy lightning years, at least yet.
Yeah, no. Yesterday I was actually awoken by thunder, which is probably the first time in several years that's happened for me on a July morning here in Silverton.
And it was morning thunder.
Yeah. Usually it's an afternoon thing here.
Unfortunately, it was also the thunder and lightning that caused these fires.
Yeah.
Or they think, I should say. They think caused these fires.
Of course, shout out and, thinking, offering support to those firefighters and those first responders who are helping to fight those or those fires here in Colorado as well as in Utah, because we're actually getting some of that air interference here from Utah as well.
Yeah, I think if I got it correct. At least 3 fires, 1 in Utah, 2 in Colorado, are sending smoke this way.
Yeah. Shout out. Hey, there you are. Good to see you.
So we're back on the Burroughs camera here. Is that Bryce? Is that our friend Bryce with the hood? Is that Don? Oh, nope.
Oh, we've got runners coming in.
I think we have Katie. Yep, Katie shied into Burroughs Park.
Wow, Katie looks like she is hitting Burroughs before any of the other women have hit Sherman.
There's a male runner coming in just behind Katie. Could be Gabe Joyce, Brian Kumo. They were very close together, leaving Sherman.
Possibly David Ayala.
Possibly. You're right. Possibly David Ayala.
Yeah.
We didn't have him into Sherman yet, so I'm guessing.
But there was a pretty tightly wound pack there as well. After, the first 4 men, you had David Ayala, Katie Scheid, and Gabe Joyce all departing Sherman within 2 minutes of one another.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, what you're seeing here is we've got on your big shot, we've got Burroughs 8 at mile 32.6, and on the inset we've got Sherman at mile 28.8. Our lead, our top 5 men have hit Burroughs, and our lead woman has hit Burroughs, and Sherman, I believe that we've had 9 or 10 men come through there. Most recently, looks like Kyle Curtin, and we actually have yet to see our F2 through Sherman.
Here's another male runner into Burroughs Park. Again, that road that you see, that's pretty much the 4.2 miles. It's all like that between Sherman and Burroughs Park. It's wide open, so the sun will hit hard in through there. Very little shade, nice smooth road, sort of gradual uphill. What you don't see on the screen is leaving this aid station. They get onto single track, they cross a little bridge, and begin the long, arduous climb up to Handy's Peak. So our first 7 or 8 runners are now on that climb up to Handy's.
I'm going to see if I can find the progressive splits from the last couple of years, because it is interesting that Katie Scheid has already moved her way up into the top 5 or 6. I believe that Courtney actually took a little bit longer to make that move upward. So I know that 2 years ago when she finished, I believe, 4th overall, just ahead of Arlen, she was the top American overall finisher that year, that it was kind of a later move. But if Katie is already starting out this far ahead of the women's field and basically entered into the discussion of top 5 overall, this is a very early point to be doing so.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about a 5+ mile lead right now, at least right now.
Yeah,
with no recorded women, second place woman into Sherman, and Katie now through Burroughs. That's a commanding lead, and 6 hours and 45 minutes into Hardrock 2025, the 30th edition, by the way.
So Courtney finishing 4th overall the last 2 years. I'll see if I can figure out where she was. Well, I guess the last year would be a little bit less relevant. 2 years ago, though, I'll see if I can find. She hit Burroughs at 7:20.
In the chat, Golden Hour Greg, it's great to hear from you again. He always finds me. Is it too early to crack a brew? For now, yeah, a little bit too early, but feel free on your end to crack one. But yeah, Golden Hour Greg is one of the great chat names, I think, and love having him here. Thanks a lot, Golden Hour Greg. And we'll try to engage with the chat as much as we can. Again, I know many of you might still be hearing about the very tragic news of the fatality that took place earlier in the day today. I would direct your attention to the Hardrock 100 website. Right on the homepage is some information about that officially coming from the race administration. In addition, I think most people know that there was some concern about smoke at the start of the race. Runners were given the option to defer their entry to next year based on the smoke. To my understanding, no runner did that, but that's unconfirmed. And at least looking at our pictures and what we're hearing on course, that we are beginning to see the smoke dissipate. Question in the chat: the aid station in the smaller window is Sherman, which is mile 28, almost 29, and on the large window is Burroughs. And again, it's a 4-mile road that you can see right there between the two.
So when you're a runner in this race, AJW, of course you are a true hard rocker, having completed it both ways. When you get to Burroughs, like I'm looking at these in and out times for some of the lead men, and they are flying through there. I would have ventured to guess that they probably would have wanted to gear up, especially with the fact that they've got handies in front of them. Are you a little bit surprised by that, or do you think it's just the nature of the game nowadays?
Well, yes and no. I am surprised. However, it's possible that they geared up at Sherman. Okay. Just 4 miles down this road. Again, for these guys, it's taking 45 to 50 minutes.
Yeah.
Right. Then the journey over Handy is going to take 2+ hours. Right. But if they, for example, get the calories they need in Sherman, they can get to, just grab them, put them in. That's where they're going to have their crew and everything. There's no crew here at Burroughs. I think if they do that, they can get into Burroughs, just top off their fluids. They should definitely top off their fluids and get going. There are also a couple of creeks on the backside of Handies, in between Handies and Grouse American Basin, that you can definitely drink out of. Right, so if they have, say, 2 500 milliliters and that's all they're going with, and they needed some water if it got hot on that far side, there's creeks they could easily drink off of. So I'm surprised, sort of, that they're not spending a ton of time. I mean, just looking at the Burroughs splits, 1 minute, 0 minutes, 0 minutes, 0 minutes, 0 minutes, 2 minutes. Those are the splits coming in and out of Burroughs. So I'm guessing, my guess is they spent a little bit of time taking on what they needed to take on at Sherman, and will probably give away a little time when they get to Animas.
So we do have our F2 Manon Bohard having come through Sherman at 12:46, 45 minutes back of Katie already.
That's 45 minutes at Sherman. Wow.
It's not insurmountable, but it's definitely a stamp as far as that movement right now. So that's a statement.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, basically an aid station plus ahead.
So Courtney hit Sherman last year at 12:36 p.m. And Manon was 10 minutes back of that. And Katie was 35 minutes ahead of that. Katie shied 35 minutes.
This is the 23 in this direction. Yeah.
In the counterclockwise direction, Katie Scheid is 35 minutes ahead of Courtney DeWalter's course record time.
That's impressive. Keep in mind, Katie did chase Courtney's ghost the year after Courtney set what I felt to be a completely unbreakable course record at Western States, and was within about 16, 17 minutes of it. Katie was the very next year. She never really trended ahead of that.
Mm-hmm.
She is trending ahead of that right now. I would argue this race plays more into Katie's strengths than Western States. They both play into Courtney's strengths, but the Euro style pulls. I mean, I remember talking to Jason Coop, Katie's coach, about her preparation for Western States, and that she had to really get used to, traveling light, training without poles, things that you have to do at Western States. Here, she's much more in her Euro comfort zone with a little bit heavier load, poles, and big, huge climbs and descents.
I will say, okay, so that was actually based off of the Sherman splits. Courtney hit Burroughs at the 7:20 mark, which would have been.
So 7:20. We're only at 6:51.
So 6:43 is when
6:43.
Katie hit it.
So that's almost 37. Not to do public math, but that's 37 minutes.
Yeah, so picking up
Mhm.
steam on that course mark. So we'll be definitely following that closely as the day progresses.
And interesting to note too, I will say that the ridge line up to Handy's, it doesn't look like we're talking about thunderstorms right now, but for a lead pack, that is kind of the first time it could happen. It's nice to have company up there. Right now it looks like Katie Shy, David Ayala, and Gabe Joyce all kind of left Burrows together and could work together on that climb up, because they are fourth through sixth respectively.
Yeah.
And again, that ridge line is such that you get to a point when you're coming out of the basin, I guarantee you all three of them are going to be able to look up and they're going to be like, okay, there's Ludo, there's Matthew, there's Zach, boom, 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 all unfolding right there in front of you.
Yeah, once you're above the tree line, and especially up that climb up Handy's, you can't hide.
No, you cannot hide.
Of course, we spent some time at our live stream headquarters last night watching old video of some of the runners on Handy's, and it really is pretty amazing. We are restricted nowadays from having too much coverage up on Handy's Peak, which is just kind of the way it is. But we will be doing our best to at least try and handicap the up and over that takes place between Burrows and Animas Forks.
I think we do have a hiker up there. Maybe they'll be able to get some footage, but we're not going to count on it.
Yeah.
This is every year, this stretch between Burrows and Handy's, Burrows and Animas Forks, no matter which direction you go, tends to be a little bit of an area where we've got a little quiet. Probably can get a camera down where the trail comes out onto the road, the site of the former Grouse Gulch aid station, where you can get some footage of the runners going up what is the second ramp of the day.
I believe that was about 2 miles further now.
It is. It is.
And that actually resulted in some mid-pack carnage in 2023. I remember one of the more significant memories that I have of the 2023 race was watching several true veterans of this race, 10-time, 15, 20-time finishers of the race. When they got up and over Handy's, I don't know if it was just the elements and everything, kind of cutting them off, but we had how many classic names, now Hall of Famers, that's been established, who missed that cutoff at Animas Forks because of that extra distance.
It's tough. And I mean, the race is smart about their cutoffs. They know they set the cutoffs in a certain way that you've got to get to Animas and, in a certain time. But you especially if you've run the race a lot, like all those veterans that 2 years ago, and now you've got, now I'm here and I have to go 2 more miles, mostly uphill, completely exposed.
Yeah.
It's rough. So, I mean, I think now most people know, but the cutoff is tight there, and probably intentionally so. After Animas, you begin grinding up Engineer, and then you have a seemingly interminable descent down to Uray that spills you out on the Bear Creek Trail. We'll talk a lot about that a little bit later on when the leaders get there. But yeah, this is a tough section.
And then, looking a little bit further ahead, I guess, as the afternoon progresses, one of the things I'm really looking forward to is seeing how the front of the men's race handles the Camp Bird Road climb, because that, and correct me if I'm wrong here, because you've done it and I haven't, but it's part of the Imogene Pass Run course, and it's basically about a 6-7 mile steady uphill slog of, between 5 and 9%, where you just basically, it's relentless.
Yeah, we had a great conversation about that on the preview show yesterday, because there was a little bit of a difference of opinion about which direction is harder / easier. They're both hard, by the way, spoiler alert, but I believe that the Camp Bird Road section is the first pinch point of the race. It is like you said, 5 to 8% grade. So it's one of those grades where if you're just out on a regular training run, you're probably running the whole thing, but you're going to be doing this with 57 miles on your legs, maybe having had some heat. Oh, sorry, we're going to interrupt this because we have a camera. We can get a location on it. This is the climb out of Burrows now.
That's the backside of
It's the way up Handies. This is the way up Handies, and looking at the socks, it looks like that's Ludo. So again, this is the lower slopes of Handies, single track. It goes along this creek.
Ludo had a pretty colorful kit. Could that be
perhaps Machu? Ludo or Machu? I don't remember if Machu had, we're going to call it Ludo. I'm not sure Machu had the tall socks. He might be too young for tall socks. Ludo is fully in tall sock age. But yeah, this is a great shot, by the way, looking up towards, now that's not Handies. Handies is to the right behind those trees.
You are right. That is Ludo, because Ludo, looking at the start line photo, Ludo's the only one with long socks.
Yeah.
And that would definitely put him in the right age group.
There's a good shot. That is great. Handies, it's all out there before he gets to follow this creek for a little while, and then it veers to the right, turns away from the creek, goes up from the basin, and hits the ridge line for what we've already talked about, a long slog up to the peak.
As we've mentioned, for those just tuning in, this is the up the ramps, down the walls version of the course.
Right.
What does that mean, AJW?
Up the ramps, down the walls. There are 3 key points of the course that are on road that that are about 5 to 8% grade and relatively smooth compared to the rest of the course. If you add the mileage up for all 3 of those sections, it's about 20 miles, so about a fifth of the entire course. In this direction, in the counterclockwise direction, you're going up the ramps and down the walls. And in the other direction, you're going up the walls and down the ramps. And conventional wisdom says that the other direction, the direction we're not going this year, is faster because you can run faster down the ramps than you can up. Now, I think it'll be interesting, too, with a lot of the Euro-style racers like Zach Miller, Katie Scheid, obviously Ludo, Machu, how they take the running down the walls, particularly what I think is going to be the second key pinch point, which is after Virginia's Pass, where the famous Kroger's Canteen aid station is, you have a massive screaming descent all the way down to Telluride. Now you're talking about between mile 73 and 78. I know we're getting way ahead of ourselves here, but that's one that that will separate folks in a hurry.
Watching some of the video from classic races again last night as we were doing some of our research and recon, those of us that have not run that section, that descent from Kroger's Canteen looked wild. Of course, they had painted a good luck sign in the snow, way below Kroger's Canteen, but yeah, it definitely looks like the kind of thing where if your quads are not fully prepared for that descent, it is going to make for a very long last 20, 30 miles of this race.
100%. Real quick, we've got Maggie Gulch back on the screen. This is mile 15.4. We may be nearing the cutoff, actually, at this aid station. I don't know it off the top of my head, but I bet you Chris can look it up in his handy-dandy encyclopedia that he has on his laptop. But again, this is back at mile 15. It's the second aid station of the course. Our leaders passed through this hours ago. But runners come through those green meadows, they actually descend out what we're looking at right here. So this is a good shot of the aid station late in the race.
So Maggie is a non-cutoff station.
Oh,
just to give you a heads
non-cutoff
up.
station, because we just hit 7 hours elapsed.
Yeah, so Cunningham and Sherman are both cutoff aids. Maggie and Pole Creek are not. So the next cutoff that these runners have to worry about is not for some time. It's not until tonight at 8:15. So they've got until 8:15.
Where is that?
That's at Sherman.
That's at Sherman. Okay.
So they've got basically what amounts to 12 hours, 14 hours and 15 minutes to go the first 30 miles of this race. There are some people who have mastered that art. We've talked, about some of the people. I shared a story of a friend of mine who has finished this race in the double digits, Robert Andrulis, Mongo, for those who are familiar with him locally. Robert Andrulis, I believe, is a 10 or an 11 time. I apologize if I robbed you of a finish there, Mongo. But the amazing thing about Mongo, he is one of my idols in this sport. He has finished this race double-digit times, never once under 46 hours.
Right, that's amazing.
Every single time he's run this race, 10-plus times, he has finished between 46 and 48 hours. Only one DNF.
Tell the story of what he would do every year to determine whether or not he would even start.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
So the old Grouse Gulch, I mean, Grouse Gulch still exists. It's just not an aid station. But basically, he would start from the bottom of Grouse Gulch, which is near Animas Forks. And if he couldn't make it up to the top of Handy's and back down, which is I think it's about a 7 mile each way. It's about a 14 mile, and it's a climb of about 4,000 feet. Yeah. And you actually climb up to the top of a ridge and then down into American bases, and it's so cruel. And then you climb back up, and you basically have to pick up another 1,000 feet that you lost. But if he couldn't make it from Grouse Gulch to the top of Handy's and back in 5 hours, his rule was that he wouldn't run the race. 1 year,
I just love that.
One year, he cut himself off from the race, dropped out of the race because he finished it in 5:08 during it. Like, he would not even give himself that margin, that 8-minute margin. He said, if I can't do it then, and then I'm not going to do it. But that speaks to something we talked about earlier with all of those veterans, at Animas Forks a couple of years ago. Like, those runners who have run this race, 10, 15, 20 plus times, they know this course and the cutoffs like the back of their hand.
Absolutely.
And any sort of change like that, for instance, with the Animas change, probably kind of messed with their calculus.
I've done a little bit of research and written a couple articles about some of the legendary runners, Robert Ballard and Uli Kam, for example, who made a habit of walking every step of Hardrock. And they did so exactly on that point. They had an absolute schedule that they knew they were always going to finish between 46 and 48. They knew that. They had a schedule that they spent virtually no time in aid stations, and they walked every step. With a 48-hour cutoff, you can do it, but you've got to know, those guys know every single rock on the course.
Looks like we have
We've got an interview ready.
Some course intel from
Don is back on.
Don Reichelt. What you got for us, Don? Looks like we're going to work on Don's audio issues there. Looks like that could be Zach heading up
total athletes that
backside.
have come through the Sherman aid station.
At Grizzly
And
Gulch.
just another
And as
recap,
we
coming out of here, they have a 4.2 mile stretch to the Burroughs aid station. A lot of that is going to be on road. It's on this dusty dirt road, but about 900 feet of climbing to be had between there and between here and Burroughs. Once they get to Burroughs, that is where the fun starts. Another 4 miles up to the top of Handy's. So you're seeing a lot of the folks come into this aid station, taking their time.
Looks like we lost
it is hot down
Don's
here. The
audio
sun
again.
is fully hitting. We're just past 1 p.m. and definitely
Do we have
feeling
that
it. So
Grizzly Gulch footage?
pretty much every single athlete that's come in and out of here has taken an ice bandana or dumped water over their head. To some degree, they are thinking cooling. This is not just a Western States strategy.
Like
this is now a Hard Rock strategy too,
Blanchard.
of focusing.
Let's go back to the car and try it again. I think this car is interrupting her.
All good. All good.
So not far behind.
Do you know where they lost?
Ludo.
Looks like we have our F3 through Sherman A. That is Katarina Harmuth. Hitting Sherman at 12:57, out at 1 p.m. exactly. That would put her 59 minutes back of Katie when Katie was at Sherman, and 14 minutes back of Manon Bohard.
I like this. We've got this hiker cam out here. This is fantastic. This is, I'm guessing, about a mile, maybe a little bit more than a mile out of Burroughs Park. We're calling it Grizzly Gulch. Grizzly Gulch is the name of the trail. And the slope you see in the left there with the snow patches, that's their objective. Handies. We would expect to see Zach Miller next. And we're now ready to go to Don.
Our happy spot as far as service is concerned. We're running into some issues. This is starting to fill up. We're to the point of the day where people that are going to be coming and crewing from Sherman are starting to arrive. So you're seeing people cracking some cold sodas and hanging out, waiting for the runners to come. But I don't know how much of my last report came through, so I'm just going to go through it again. We have just seen our third place female runner come through, which was Katarina. And she was almost to the minute 1 hour behind Katie Scheid as we saw her. She left here about 7 minutes ago looking good. One of the consistent things we've seen from every single athlete here at this aid station is that they are thinking cooling. So we're seeing ice bandanas, we're seeing water over the head. They're definitely mindful that from here to the top of Handies is about 8 miles and it's all exposed and hot. Not a lot of breeze, but we're just feeling a little bit and it feels great when it happens. But even just standing here, it is getting very warm. So those athletes are 100% feeling it. A total of 14 runners have come through here at Sherman. So we're waiting for more and more to come through. The thick of the pack should be starting to trickle in, which is again why you're starting to see more crews out here. Now this is an interesting spot on the course because it is very remote, so you don't see every single crew here. It is a choice to be out here because it's about it's a little more than a 2-hour drive on a pretty gnarly mountain pass to get out here. You go up over Cinnamon Pass, and my videographer David and I found out that Cinnamon Pass is difficult. We had a flat tire on our way out here, so a lot of crews are opting to just skip this section altogether and head over to Animas Forks or Ouray and see their athletes there. So again, we've had 14 athletes come through, all of them cooling. It is warm out here. The skies thankfully are clearing. It is much, much less smoky out here than it was when we first arrived, and much less smoky than it was this morning. So we are actually getting blue skies, which to me feels like it's allowing some of the heat to come out of this little canyon we're in and maybe give some relief to the heat. So we're going to keep watching athletes come through. This is a very tight, small aid station, so lots of cars coming in and out, turning around, trying to park along the roads, and it's awesome. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Watching an aid station like this, where all of the volunteers also had to drive multiple hours to get out here, dedicating most of their Friday, most of their Saturday as well to helping athletes, is just incredible to see. It's inspiring. They're a well-oiled machine out here at the Sherman Aid Station, as they are across Hardrock. But every time an athlete comes in, they have a team of people here to help them. And it's one of the things I love most about this sport, is it's not just your average everyday people. You have Western States champions hanging out over there. You have Rachel Enkren, who is there. She is a 2-time Cocodona champion. She is just helping people out, coming through, and it's just giving back to this sport is just so incredible. Rachel, of course, is racing High Lonesome next weekend. Fingers crossed that the forest fires in the Buena Vista area get taken care of as well, because
looks like we might have lost Don's feed there, but once again, thanks out to Don for being out there, and he makes a good point in the fact that if you're working out there at Sherman, you're probably not seeing the start of the race or the finish of the race.
That's
You're,
right.
you're
Oh,
kind
yeah.
of disconnected from it, except for when things are actually happening in front of you.
Well, yeah, we heard Gabe Joy's crew, and she was basically like, "Yeah, my job is done. I'm so far out of this right now. I'm just going to go back to Silverton and go to bed." I do want to get a plug in if there's anybody out there who has a little inside track into Rachel Entrican. I'd love to have her here in studio. She is hilarious. I love chatting with Rachel, a 2-time Cocodona winner, and yes, she has a High Lonesome coming up in a week or two.
We know you're out there, Rachel.
Great, we know you're out there, Rachel. So come on in the studio. We'd love to have a chat with you.
I want to go a little bit further into the weeds here as far as the runner standings and give some updates on runners who might not have been in our broadcast eyes so far because they're not at the very front. First off, I want to mention a shout out to Chris Roberts.
Mm-hmm.
Chris Roberts is running the 24-hour national team in the most recent cycle. I also saw Chris as he finished Western States, and he looked like he was done. And he actually, I talked with him briefly there, and he was reminding me that, oh, yeah, I've got to go head to Silverton now and taper for about 10 days. And Chris is currently looking pretty strong, 22nd overall right now. So shout out to Chris Roberts. That's one name I know we're going to be following.
A little more on Chris, if you don't mind. He lives in Missouri now, but he lived in Virginia for a long time.
Okay.
And had a very friendly and vigorous rivalry with one of the local legends there, John Anderson. He has 10 Hellgate finishes. And in addition to 24-hour national team and Western States, he did 4+ days at Big's Backyard Ultra a couple of years ago. So very versatile runner. And I think he'll be around for the finish. I'm pretty sure. I saw him this morning going up Little Giant, and he looked comfortable, grinding into his poles, just making conversation and having a good time up there.
Absolutely. Fan favorite Michael Wardian currently sitting in 37th. Mike Wardian definitely not a stranger to this race by any stretch.
And Wardian up there shared with me as he was making the jump from the double track onto the single track that his last 100 had 37 feet of vertical. The entire 100 miles.
Oh my! The dean of the men's race, David Koblenz, who has the most finishes of all hard rockers with 12, currently in 85th.
I want to interrupt. We have a drone shot. This is further up the course. This is several hours. This is Governor Basin. So this is the top of Camp Bird Road. But this is historic, by the way. We have not had drone coverage here at Hardrock before. I think this is Mike McTeer out here. Is that correct? Mike McTeer, expert drone pilot. He was flying at Cocodona when I was feeling particularly down in the dumps, and he made me feel a little bit more down in the dumps. But he's up there at Governor Basin. Again, this is about mile 64, so we won't be seeing runners here for a while. But Governor Basin aid station is the runners will hit the aid station at the top of Camp Bird Road, spill onto the trail, and bring the climb up to Virginia. So there's the aid station site. We'll jump onto single track and bring the climb across that river there and climb up to Virginia's Pass and the famous Kroger's Canteen aid station. Really great to see Hard Rock 100 providing us with the opportunity in a few locations to provide drone coverage for all of you.
Yeah, this is fantastic. I mean, look at that color palette right there. It just it warms my heart to know that people that are watching from home finally get to see what we've experienced for years. I was talking about 12-time finisher David Koblenz going for lucky number 13, currently sitting in 83rd. I believe the oldest competitor on the men's side. I had him in my sights just a moment ago. Now, where did he go? Tommy Stockton, I believe, 65 years young.
Oh, yeah. Oh, by the way, sounds like the chat's doing its thing, and someone's already texted Rachel.
Yeah, we can depend on them for that.
Thanks,
for
everybody.
Sure.
This is beautiful. This is what I remember when we first hatched the idea of doing Mountain Outpost coverage of Hard Rock. Jamil was just desperately hoping that eventually we could get drones up here. And again, in a few locations, not a lot, but in a few locations, we will have them That's one. Governor Basin, we know. I don't want to even mention any others because we don't want to make any commitments we can't keep. But Mike McTeer will be flying at Governor, and that'll be really fun to see, especially as some of the leaders probably bring that climb into view right around sunset.
Yeah, that was the lead. And I also, you mentioned Jamil. He is currently holding in 70th place. On the women's side, some notable names that have been outside of the top 5 so far. Eliza LaPierre currently sitting in 6th. Becky Bates. Becky is one of my runners to follow this year. 63 years young, has 3 Hardrock finishes, none lower than 7th. And Becky, true to form, is currently in 7th place.
And you mentioned her age. Is it 60?
63.
63 years old.
Yeah, she finished 7th last year.
Incredible.
Hillary Yang, a friend of the program here, currently 70th overall, I believe, currently 11th woman. Let's see, Sarah Lavender Smith, prolific.
One of my human interest story.
Currently in 96th. Lee Connor, somebody who has a lot of strong Beast Coast finishes, and somebody who I met at a gas station outside of Yosemite a couple weeks ago, randomly. Currently in 99th. Amanda Grimes, 2014 DFL, and local favorite, very beloved runner, going for her fifth finish, currently sitting in 115th. Betsy Nye going for finish number 20, rolling along in 116th. Looking like maybe she and Amanda have paired up, and that wouldn't surprise me in the least.
That wouldn't surprise me at all.
Majo Liao, our first Filipino runner to run this race, currently sitting in 119th. Ellen Silva, one of my personal picks, currently 125th at about 19.6 miles. And as of right now, let's see if I can determine who our current DFL as it stands is. It looks like just about everybody has made it through Maggie.
Makoto Kitamura?
Yeah, Makoto Kitamura and Wei Law look like they're the only ones who might not be through Maggie Gulch as of yet. Of course, as we mentioned, there is no cutoff at Maggie, but the runner's next cutoff would be at Sherman at mile 29, but that's not till 8:15 tonight. And while that does sound like a long time, have you seen these hills?
Yeah. Someone's like, 28 miles, 14 hours? Well, guess what? Sometimes you need it. I want to say, too, I'm so appreciative of you going through the list there. This is our trademark here at Mountain Outpost. We cover the race from start to finish. Yeah, look at this beautiful drone shot, by the way. This is absolutely historic. I know many of you would love to be seeing runners go through aid stations. Right now, our lead men and our first place woman are in kind of a zone where there's not a lot of coverage between Burroughs and Animas Forks, so getting this view is just fantastic. But we will cover the race from start to finish. Yes, for the first day, plus a lot of our attention is on the lead pack, but I know I can speak for Chris. Our favorite time is when we come back on the air at at midnight on Sunday evening, Saturday evening into Sunday, and cover those final 6 hours. I know we call it the golden hour. It's almost the golden 6 hours at this point.
And it's going to be emotional. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be really emotional. If you've got the bandwidth, we invite you to stay with us for the next 41 hours. But if you don't, tune in whenever you can, because we're going to be wall to wall. If it's not us, it's going to be somebody else here on these microphones and on these cameras, making sure that we have footage of, I think the goal is to have footage of every finisher.
Footage of every finisher. And I want to say Chris is a real data geek. He's gathering as much data as possible on all of our runners. If you are in the chat, or you know somebody who's in the chat who knows one of our runners, maybe we might not have even mentioned yet, feel free to get us some information in the chat, particularly if you see them, if they pop up on the live stream and it's like, oh, there's my friend John. Give us a little information about John. It looks like
we have another runner at Grizzly Gulch.
I know Katie had a yellow shirt. That looks an awful lot like Katie Scheid in Grizzly Gulch. We may have missed Zach Miller, or we may have...
I think we saw Zach, actually.
Yeah. But yeah, that's definitely Katie. 4th place overall, unofficially.
Katie Scheid, the year that she's had leading up to this has been absolutely. I guess the last 13 months rather have been, truly amazing.
Just incredible. And she's making good time here. Look at that nice, assertive stride. Again, there's a grind up this gulch, kind of following that creek grade before it begins.
You know what, Richard, thank you very much for the reminder. Amber Weibel is doing the double as well. I actually did see Amber finish at Western States as well, and I made a mental note of it, but it has slipped. There's a lot of things going on. But, yeah, Amber Weibel is somebody we'll be keeping tabs on as well. Let me see if I can find out where she's currently at. She is running in, she's currently F5 as we're... I thought she looked pretty tired after Western States, but then again, everybody does after 100 miles.
And
but
she's also a big FKT person. I
Yeah.
think. Yeah. Which always kind of gets me off guard because I don't always keep track of all those FKTs, and I know she's had several. I had a chance to chat with her crew member at Michigan Bluff at Western States.
FastestKnownTime.com, of course, a great resource. Shout out to Allison Mercer, the keeper of the details over there. And a friend of our program as well.
There's a good shot. You can just see Katie kind of right in the middle upper part of the screen going around that lone pine tree there. Boy, really making good time on the lower slopes of Handies, which you see right under that 121 clock. That's their objective.
Of course, yeah, as you can see right there on screen, it is 121. Shout out to Altra and the feed for making this Hardrock 100 endurance run live stream possible. Of course, we've now been doing this for just a few years. It has been a dream and vision of the people behind Mountain Outpost to bring this to you, and I hope that you are enjoying these visuals as much as we are.
Yes, good information from Ben McDonald on John Brower, who's currently in 34th place at Knoxville, Tennessee, formerly of Jackson, Mississippi, and they worked in the same Fleet Feet store. Yes, let's hear it for those shoe slingers.
I want to know how many shoe stores have us on right now.
Yeah, yeah. If you're listening or watching in a running shoe store, let us hear about it in the chat. I know you may not be able to have your volume on. Some of those running stores might not want the blaring volume of Chris and I just driveling away. But if you're watching in a running store, let us know. We'd love to hear about it.
Absolutely. I think that's one thing that we should recognize is the partners in this community. That's one of the things actually I loved about my first experience here at Hardrock. I wish I could remember the guy's name. He's been floating around here, but he's the owner-operator of Berkeley Park Running Company out of the Denver suburbs. And I was actually buying something from him because their shirts were super cool looking. And I said, these are amazing. And he actually told me, he said, wow, I just wanted to say thank you for that Cocodona coverage. And that was 2021, the inaugural year. And I said, oh, really? You watched it? He said, I didn't get anything done.
All right, another runner at Grizzly Gulch. By the way, we're getting while we watch this runner, we are getting the shoe store.
There's that.
That's Surge, as they say.
Surge.
Right? Germont?
Germont.
La Sportiva in Boulder, Varsity Sports in New Orleans. I have to imagine they're watching in Soul Sports Tempe.
Unless they change the channel on you.
Foot Traffic in Vancouver, Washington. The Foot Store in Mount Pleasant, South Carolina. Here's to all of those folks out there getting comfortable shoes on our friends.
I like to think that maybe somewhere in one of these stores, somebody who is a future Hardrock competitor or even champion is trying on their first pair of trail shoes.
That's right.
That would be such a cool idea. And you know what? Frankly, in 10, 15 years when we're still doing these broadcasts, we'd love to hear about it from them on the couch here someday.
So we're thinking five runners, and here's a sixth coming up Grizzly Gulch. So we do have five. We can confirm Ludo, Pomeray, Blanchard, Miller, Scheid, and Grangier. If that's the case, we would be waiting on David Ayala, Gabe Joyce, and Brian Coolmo. I think the tracker stalled a bit at Burroughs, which happens from time to time. That's a pretty remote spot. or at least the mat. Hard to identify that runner if anybody knows the kit.
I'm a firm believer in runners communicating their kits to us beforehand.
Indeed. Fleet Feet in Prescott, Arizona. Good. Our friends in Prescott, BP Run Co. One wonders if it's streaming in the Aravaipa office. I'm guessing so, if there's anybody in the Aravaipa office. I'm sure there is. There's always people in the Aravaipa office.
If not, it's definitely on in the warehouse.
Snail's Pace Running Store in Bria. That's a top-notch store. Snail's Pace.
I am really loving the engagement and interaction we're getting from these stores. And
Yeah.
I hope that in some of these cases, maybe they're having a runner who's coming in for a pair of road kicks. They see this for the first time and they say, wait, what is that? And, they're able to explain it and they're tuning in. And who knows, maybe they're buying their first pair of Lone Peaks out there or
By
their
the way,
first pair of Olympuses.
support your local run specialty store. Bricks and mortar is not dead. You go into a running store, you're going to meet a bunch of cool people. You're going to learn about some great products. You're going to have great conversation. You're going to share your passion with people. It's a great experience. It's so much more than just shopping anytime you go into a run specialty store. So please do that. And thanks a lot. Run More in Westminster, Maryland. Thanks a lot for that. Chris, it took almost 7.5 hours to get some Anton references in the chat. So good on you, folks. You're keeping yourselves under control.
Looks like we now only have one runner yet to hit Maggie, and that would be Makoto Kitamura out of New York. Makoto is bib number 159, giving you early intel on the DFL watch.
Yes, and you might recall, Chris, I know it was the other direction last year, but remember we had a camera on a runner. You might remember her name in Telluride because it was in that direction.
Oh, yes.
And she just barely left with a few minutes to spare, ended up missing the cutoff, but came in here and chatted with us afterwards, and that was just fantastic.
Makoto Kitamura out of New York, 56 years young, ran Cruel Jewel as a qualifier.
Oof, not an easy run.
Yeah, prior to that, ran the Bear in 2021, so has been, ran Bighorn in 2019. Definitely been trying to get into this race for a while, and hopefully Makoto is able to have his story end in a way that we can all celebrate.
Indeed. We like to right about this stage sort of start eyeballing those potential golden hour finishers. It's never too early to do that. Get the collective energy of the Hardrock family pointing in their direction. Look at the little pooch. Who's our Grizzly Gulch camera, Jordan? Do we know? We don't know.
I don't know, but they have a dog, and I want to pet it.
They have a dog, and they're doing a great job getting us some wonderful Healdsburg Running Company. Oh, some guy named Tropical John checking in the chat. Good to hear from you, Tropical John. Aloha from Healdsburg Running Company.
He's been around a few of these races in his day.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, and you know what I forget with a race like Hardrock? It's one of those that starts on a Friday. So there are people that are actually in the office or maybe working from home, with us and maybe at a corner of the screen while they're sitting on a Zoom meeting, talking about sales figures and whatnot. So shout out to those of you who are doing that as well.
If you're watching in your lunch hour in the Pacific time zone or whiling away the last few hours of your workday in the Eastern time zone, thanks for having us on. This is a great way to spend a Friday afternoon workday.
We are just 7.5 hours into 48 hours of the Hardrock 100 2025 presented by Altra and the Feed. As we mentioned, the next cutoff that we're watching for runners would be at Sherman 8 at mile 29. That would mean Makoto Kitamura, who left Sherman roughly, or actually has not made it to Maggie, rather. Has probably about...
Well, Maggie to Sherman's a bit of a haul.
Yeah, Maggie to Sherman, about 14 miles.
Mm-hmm. All pretty high.
Yeah.
Those last couple of miles descending down.
And has about 6 6 hours 45 minutes to do it. While that sounds on the surface like a literal walk in the park, that park is all uphill and above 10,000 feet.
Yep, that's a rough park. It's not Central Park.
No, but it is beautiful. And that's one of the things about this race is that in order to finish it, basically you have to average a 29-minute mile for 100 miles. But that includes everything, obviously, as every other race does. That includes sleeps, naps, shoe changes, what have you. So, the clock doesn't stop.
It does not. Oh, good. It's on in the Aravaipa office. Tori tells us that. Very good.
I forgot it was a Friday entirely. Yeah. Like my sense of the calendar is completely out the window during Hardrock Week. But yeah, we have our, the story to this point is the fact that the French contingent and Zach Miller are leading the way overall. Katie Scheid opening up a big lead in the women's race. Manon Bohard and Katarina Harmut actually currently in second and third. Usue Frail out of Spain, currently in fourth. Stephanie Case in fifth. Amber Weibel, who we talked about doing the double, currently the top American woman in this race so far. So that's it's funny because we talked earlier about the European, for lack of a better term, the European domination of Hardrock, and that whether or not Zach Miller could be the first American man to break through since Jeff Browning in 2018. Conversely, on the women's side, it's been an American
juggernaut.
Yeah,
Almost, yeah.
I think it's 27 or 26 out of 29, perhaps. I know we had Anna Frost win one year. I think that we've had a few international women, but there haven't been many. It looks like so far, if things are going to...
Usue would be the first... No, Manon is the first non-American, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like there's definitely a very heavy international flavor on the women's race at the lead. So,
again, this camera shot from our hiker on the ground at Grizzly Gulch. This is about a mile above Burroughs Park Aid Station. Trail Dogs is telling us we're missing 115 degrees in Phoenix today, Chris.
I wouldn't go so far as to say we're missing it.
Yeah. Big event coming up that shall remain nameless next weekend in the Valley. If you know, you know. There will be no live stream of that.
Nope. It's a little on the down low, run amongst friends. That it's when it's hot as heck. They go round in a circle.
One of the great trail running events in the Valley.
It's like Fight Club. The first rule about it is that you don't talk
Doug,
about it.
You ruined it. Oh, you got the name kind of wrong. So again, this is an area for the front runners. 10 miles between aid. I would say 5 up and 5 down, but Animas is a little bit higher than Burroughs, so it's a little bit more up than down. You've got that second sneaky climb up Grouse American Gulch on the descent down Handies. I'm looking at this, and I'm reminded, it wasn't this exact location, but in my race here in 2016, we was going the opposite direction, so I was coming down Handies, and it got dark, and I had to change the battery in my headlamp, and I was sitting on a rock, and I dropped it, and it bounced off a rock, and it went all the way down into the creek.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so it was a backup battery, but my pacer... Bless his heart, Scott Wolf, he went down and got it for me.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he went down and got it. Fished it out of the creek.
For sure.
I watched it go down. It was like it was going down in slow motion.
Okay. I'll ask you.
It really was. Oh boy.
Our most recent runners to hit Burrows are Kyle Curtin and Brian Kulmo, and our most recent runners to hit Sherman Aid are Tyler Fannin and Hannes Gehring. And do we have some intel on the field?
Yeah, I grabbed Abby.
Looks like we have a special guest about to join us.
Back and I was like, what are you doing here?
Oh,
Oh, my wife's
I know that voice.
Yeah, I sent him a DM and I was like, yeah, let's go trade sometime. Feel free to bring your cooler and more famous wife.
It was so cool that like she ran out with Katie, and it was just like
Don, what do you have for us?
excellence. Leaving the age.
Ask and ye shall receive.
Dude, Katie looks incredible. She looked so calm and like collected, and like all her shit was together. 34 minutes under CR.
Okay, you're on.
Oh, okay.
All right, we are back here at Sherman. We are having some fun, meeting some people. We're here with Rachel. Say hi, Rachel.
Hi, Rachel.
I love it. All right, so Rachel is out here crewing Hannes, who just went through. I think he's about 15th place overall, give or take. Give us an update how Hannes is doing. Sounds like good things coming from your side.
Yeah, so he's waited almost a decade to get in the race, so he was really excited to come. But yeah, he took all his food, jumped in the creek before he got to the aid station, got a bunch of ice, left pretty quick. He was in and out in like well under 5 minutes. So he's doing great spirits. The best day of his life, probably.
Yeah. So for those that don't know, Hannes is he had like a viral video after the lottery with him just losing his mind to get into this race. So
Yeah.
I think there are a lot of people cheering for Hannes today. So when he came in, I was kind of watching you two interact. You know aid stations pretty well. You as an athlete know. So you asked him a bunch of questions. So kind of what are you looking at as a crew member for him to know maybe what he wants, maybe the things that he's not telling you? Like what are you looking for?
He was actually I'm an idiot when it comes to aid stations, actually. I'm only good at running. I will run through aid stations. So fortunately, Hannes was smart enough to make a spreadsheet. So he basically listed everything that he wanted.
Love it.
And then I just made sure to ask him, do you still want these things? I just gave him all of his, he wanted everything from his drop bag, so that made it pretty easy. And then, yeah, like ran to the bathroom. I don't know. He made it very easy to crew.
I love that.
Yeah, it was
well,
nice.
Well, he made it look like you were doing a great job too.
Oh, well, cheers. Thanks, Hannes.
All right, so he's 30 miles in now, assuming he's up the road far enough to call it 30 miles.
It's 30.
70 to go-ish. What does your day look like from here?
So I ran here from Eureka, so it was about 17 miles to get here this morning.
Casual.
So hung out at the aid station, which was pretty fun. And then, yay! Good job, Guy.
Good work.
But yeah, so I...
Guy love
Adios.
going through.
Oh, his name's actually Guy.
His name's Guy. Yeah.
Oh, that was so lucky then.
I thought you knew him.
I know,
Yeah,
I didn't know
that
him.
was Guy Love going
Anyway,
through.
Okay, well, that was funny. But yeah, so I have to run back to Animus where he'll be paced. So I'm just going to run back up the road.
All right, so you're racing next weekend.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah, I hope so.
A couple fires over in the Buena Vista area. Plenty of time to get taken care of. So what do you do next weekend? How are you feeling?
Chat's going off for Rachel, so just like, what up?
Oh, what up, chat? Good to see you all. I don't see any of you, but thanks for tuning in. Hardrock is cool.
Anything else? You want to say hi to your mom?
Hi, Mom.
Yeah, there we go.
My mom is definitely not tuning in, but
My mom might be. I haven't said hi yet. Hi, Mom.
Jake, my buddy Jake's mom might be. So hi to Jake's mom if you're there.
Jake's mom.
Yeah.
That's what's up.
Jake probably is too.
All right. So we're gonna now rewind.
Okay.
Let's for those that aren't going off in the chat, let's give them a reason to fangirl a little bit. Walk me through your year so far. It's been pretty cool.
It was pretty cool. Yeah. So I did like the whole year, or like
Yeah.
the part you're asking about.
The part I'm asking.
Okay. Well, I ran Cocodona and I won it for the second year in a row this year. Yeah. And I'm running it again next year. And it'll be exciting. Well, I don't know. We'll see. That's the goal, I suppose.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
Okay.
yeah, but it'll be exciting. I'm excited about it. I know the course pretty well at this point.
I would hope so.
Yeah.
Sounds like you might have a new training partner.
Yeah, I do have a new training partner.
That might be secret, so we're not going to go there. But
Oh,
You
yeah.
you can say it if you
Yeah,
want.
well, I met, so Abby and Cordis Hall were both here, and I fangirled super hard. But Cordis Hall is running Cocodona next year.
There it is.
So we were chatting, and they live in Arizona.
Yeah.
So we were chatting a little.
Sorry, Cordis, if that wasn't public yet, but
I think
is.
he was like first up to sign.
Oh, okay.
I think
It's on Ultra Sign
I don't
Up,
know.
so it's
Yeah,
public.
It's public.
All right, so what have you been up to from Cocodona to now?
Mostly running. I felt pretty good after Cocodona, so I started running immediately. And then, yeah, my partner and I road tripped up to Washington State, where I was like a speaker at a women's race. So that was pretty
Awesome.
cool. And then, shout out Wild Woman Marathon. And then we went to States. So went and fangirled Abby and
course.
everybody else.
As
And then, I came here. And then next week I have High Lonesome.
There it is. So High Lonesome next weekend, pretty stout field.
Yeah, especially on the women's side. It'll be fun.
It's super deep. It's a super open race. What about High Lonesome appealed to you? Why that race?
I love altitude,
Yeah.
and I love climbing. I hate descending, but I do like climbing. So I don't know. And my partner is actually working on 10 finishes. He'll be going for number 7. And so he, if somebody's crazy enough to do a race 7 times in a row, it must be good.
There.
The race directors are really cool people.
Yep.
Buena Vista and like that Collegiate Peaks is gorgeous.
Yeah.
So,
and it's a Hardrock qualifier.
and it's a Hardrock qualifier, which shows Crazy Mountain, which I also did last
That's
year.
right. So you're putting in for the lottery here.
Yeah. Everybody wants to do Hardrock.
So it's the dream to come race.
It's one of many dreams.
Okay. What else is on the bucket list? You've done a lot.
Yeah.
So let's hear it.
Yeah. There's a race in Bhutan next year that I really want to do. The snowman. Yeah, I want to do that one. I put in an application for it.
We interviewed Kelly like an hour ago who did snowman.
Nice. Ugh, yeah, I want to.
She casually dropped that and Barkley as her
Oh.
last few races. So
That's cool.
pretty
Yeah,
neat.
I want to do that. And then I'm interested in UTMB.
Yeah.
I have a good enough score now. I just have never done a single race, so I need to get stones.
Yep.
Hello.
See you later.
Yeah, see you later. Tell Guy good luck.
Yeah. Guy loves crew walking back.
That's so funny. I can't believe his name was Guy. Anyway.
You never know what's going to happen here at these aid stations.
Yeah,
Some random
so
things.
But yeah, I don't know. There's not really any races I don't want to do. Badwater seems weird. That seems pretty hot, but
It's miserable.
it's so hot.
Yeah.
Why? Anyway.
Why
But
not?
my buddy Sierra does it a lot, and she loves it. So I don't know. Maybe one day.
It's rough. I
Have you
did
done
it
it?
once, and I'm glad I did somewhat well there the one time I did it, so I never have to go back.
Yeah, that makes sense. I don't think I'd want to go back.
Yeah.
I don't know though. Maybe it's
Chat's asking about Luke Daddy.
about Lou Daddy.
Yeah.
Okay, well that's Gus. He's here somewhere. I had no idea that would be such a thing. But yeah, I said, are you familiar with this?
I'm clueless, so fill me in.
Apparently on the Cocodona live stream at one point, Gus asked me if I needed any, I can't remember it. Voltaren. It's like the magic elixir.
Yeah,
he
like
got.
the
And I
arthritis
was-
cream.
And I was like, yeah, arthritis cream. Yeah. But I said, yeah, lube me up, Daddy. And like somebody caught that on camera, and now it's like the thing. But yeah, that's Gus Gibbs. So, Gus Gibbs,
It's-
ladies and gentlemen. He's not single.
You never know what's going to come out of an athlete's mouth in an ultra. Hey, nice job.
Ay.
He's looking another athlete coming out. I think that's
I didn't say his name because I bet it's not Guy.
Yeah, you got your one guess right. You're not going to get him again. I think that's 16th or 17th maybe now coming through. So we're closing out the end of the top 20. Which
Top
is
3
still,
ladies are all in.
Top 3 ladies look really, really good.
Katie looked sick.
Katie
looked so collected, and like Abby is crewing her and
Yeah.
like did a great job.
Yeah,
with
so
that
break
transition.
down that race.
women's field?
The women's field, right?
Yeah.
So about an hour separating F1 to F3.
Yeah.
And
I think Katie was 38 minutes in front of here at least. Was 38 minutes in front of F2, and then F2 was about 25 in front of F3.
Okay.
But both, I mean, dude, F3 like 8 soup. It was like,
Katerina at soup. and
dude,
it's
it was
like-
wild.
it's
I was
super
like,
warm.
it's not cold. But yeah, but everybody, all the women look fantastic. Everybody really has looked pretty good coming through so far.
Yeah, it's one thing I think. Well, it's such a hard race to get into. You have your ducks in a row when you're
Yeah.
coming to this race for the
Well,
most
it
part.
just takes it's so hard to get into.
Yeah.
You really have to like
One
make
shot.
it your day.
Like
you know?
Hannes, right? 10
Yeah.
years, happiest guy in the world.
Yeah.
who knows if he ends up where he wants to, but I guarantee he's
Where
gonna
he wants to
live.
end up is at the finish line.
Yeah,
so
he wants
better.
to kiss the rock,
Yeah.
which is what we all like. Whether you're 21 hours or 47, 59, 59, like we all want to kiss the rock. So, well, thanks. This has been fun. I'm super stoked. I get to be in studio next weekend to watch you crush high-low.
Yeah,
so
there's a show.
I'm gonna ask the live chat about Lube Daddy next weekend.
Oh, gosh, okay.
We're gonna keep it going now that I'm.
Well, Gus will be in Hilo, I think, so you can meet Lube Daddy himself. Maybe he'll give you some lube.
Well, we'll find out. Maybe day 2.
Cool.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
Yeah, no worries.
Thank you very much,
I don't know if
Don Reichel, and 2025 and 2024 Cocodona champion Rachel Entrikin joining us and giving us the information behind a story from the Cocodona race, and also somebody who I would expect to see in this race sooner rather than later.
I think she'd be great here. And can I just say, like, if you're feeling down in the dumps, just find Rachel Entrikin and she'll cheer you up. She is just funny and witty and doesn't take anything too seriously, is a beast of a runner. But thank you, Rachel, for coming on and chatting with Don. We could have had that all day. It looks like, to interrupt myself here, looks like we have another runner coming up, Grizzly Gulch. We'll try and identify the kid if anybody out there recognizes it. So great to have Rachel on. Yeah, I think, man, Hardrock. She said she likes altitude. Good stuff.
Looks like that's long sleeve white on
David
light
Ayala?
color. I'm thinking, is Ayala bib number 104?
He is.
That's my guess right there, David Ayala. David Ayala of Bozeman, Montana, 43 years young. In his first Hardrock, a 3-time IM Tough winner, which tells you right there.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
it's a tough race. It's a tough
absolutely.
race, yeah. We're thinking it's Kyle Curtin. We're
you
getting
think?
correction from our crew. Thank you very much. Again, we've got a remote camera. It's a little distance away from the trail.
I kind of love how this cameraman is posted up.
I really do.
Looks like they are just having a grand old time out there.
Yeah,
Just
we're
nice,
getting-
comfortable
this is
little
great
post up off of the ridge. Not too close. Not
Maybe it's Brian Como we're getting from Ben Silberman in the chat. It takes a village here.
I
so-
thought Como was wearing darker shorts, but I could be wrong. That's why I was thinking it was Ayala, because Ayala had kind of like maybe a kind of like an off yellow greenish type of shorts. That's why my guess was. And I thought Kyle had more of like a peach or reddish. Yeah. I think I stand by it being David Ayala, but that's just.
I saw them all this morning, but I was so in oxygen dead I couldn't realize who any of them were.
Yeah, Brian's. Yeah, that's right. Brian Como's in the all-white kit, channeling his inner Killian.
He's got a little, okay.
And that wasn't an all-white kit. So.
No, I'm thinking Jordan might be right on the call with Kyle Curtin, or. Well, did we say Brian's in all white?
Brian's in all white.
Friends in the chat are pretty sure it's Kulmo. Thank you, friends in the chat.
Well, if Mike McMonigal is going to get up off the couch and share his opinion, I'm going to trust him. He's been out there He's been out here in these streets.
We've heard from him. Okay,
yeah,
then we'll take it.
If
We'll take
Mike
it from
McMonigal on his Instagram handle is speaking up,
well, we'll take your word for it, Mike. That's Grizzly Gulch there.
Grizzly Gulch, I think this camera person is probably sitting about 11,500 feet above sea level at this point.
Still 2,500 to go to get to that summit.
And looking at the tracker, I mean, could be cool, Mo. Of course, the course deviates from the creek as they head up towards the summit of Handies.
So Ludo now is about an hour and a half out of Burroughs. He left Burroughs at 12:20 local, and it's 1:50 local. It's an hour and a half. Most front pack guesstimates would be about 2 hours to do the Burroughs Animas Traverse. But that's back of the envelope.
It's pretty much how we do our math on these events.
Yeah, reminder too, we do have the live tracking pinned to the top of the chat if you want to look up a runner or take a peek at
We have 60 of 145 runners having hit Pole Creek at this point at about mile 20. We literally just got notification that Makoto has hit Maggie Gulch.
Oh, all right.
So we are all accounted for, all remaining 145 runners. Makoto Kitamura currently sitting in the DFL position. Got his work cut out for him. There's no doubt about that. Came into Maggie Gulch 57 minutes behind the previous runner.
Mm-hmm.
So
wow, he's out there alone.
Yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on this, but positive vibes for Makoto. And as we've mentioned, we will be following this race from the champions to the DFLs, the final finishers, giving a shout out to some of those names that are currently at the back of the pack. We've got Tina Yuri out of California, Shannon Dye out of Tennessee, Wei Law out of Bethpage, New York, Denise Klatt out of Brookline, Massachusetts, Cal Mitchell out of Ottawa, Ontario, Canada, and the aforementioned Makoto Kitamura, kind of bringing up the rear here at the Hardrock 100 2025, presented by Altra and The Feed.
Also want to mention fourth and fifth place women, Stephanie Case and Ushui Frail, are through Sherman. Looks like they each spent about 5 minutes there, 5-6 minutes, and left more or less together. So they're on that road, that ramp between Sherman and Burroughs. I saw Stephanie this morning, all smiles like she always is, and just out there ready to have a good day. A board member of the Hardrock 100, activist for women's participation in the event. We've now gotten a couple years running of over 30 women starters in the race. It was just a few short years ago. We were barely getting 15 or 16, and a lot of that is thanks to the hard work of Stephanie Case and Darcy PQ and others. Great race for her too, in the top 5 currently, and through Sherman on her way to Burroughs.
As we can tell, it looks like our top 3 women have made it through Burroughs. As we mentioned, Katie Scheid making it through in 6:43. Has about, according to that, about a 54-minute lead on Manon Bohard and an hour 3 on Katerina Harmuth at this point at Burroughs.
And here, this is back at the static cam at Burroughs. Again, runners come up from that valley, all on road. Road very much looks just like that the entire way. At this point, three women through Burroughs. All right, and we will take a quick ad break and be right back with you.
Focus. Exhilaration. Euphoria. Running is dope. Experience a new high. Altra, stay out there.
TheFeed.com presents Athletes in the Wild. Of all the wild animals, the athlete is the most ferocious. A high-strung, muscle-clad creature with two speeds, feast and nap. These creatures require constant feeding, gels, bars, electrolytes, supplements, protein, and they forage at the feed, delivered fast like them. Please feed the animals. Shop today and get a free animal bottle at the feed.
This is the 2025 Hardrock 100 presented by Altra and The Feed. This is Mountain Outpost. I'm Chris Warden.
I'm Andy Jones-Wilkins.
And for those paying attention to the people bringing up the back of the pack, Makoto Kitamura has left Maggie Gulch. Makoto Kitamura left Maggie Gulch at 1:53 p.m. Now has until 8:15 tonight to make it to Sherman 8 at about mile 29. So that is about a 14-mile journey between now and 8:15 local time.
And as we've mentioned, that section is all above 10,000, much of it above 11,000 until about the last 2 miles when it drops back into tree line and descends down to Sherman. There's a couple little tricky parts where you've got some sort of marshy kind of willow thickets in there, and as well as some really nice runnable parts on the Continental Divide Trail. So really fun little section, but it's gonna be a slog, and it does look like, you know, Makoto is out there on his own. The second to last runner out there, Cal Mitchell, at least according to our data, departed Maggie almost an hour before Makoto.
We had a question in the chat, and I think this might be a fun one to mess around with. Shikao mentioning that they read that Ludo's Pacers are Vincent Bouillard and Jim Walmsley, which is pretty much well confirmed. Are there other big names pacing as well? And the cool thing about Hardrock is that, first of all, it is so hard to get into, but because it is such an amazing event, you have runners coming. I mean, Walmsley's here pretty much every year, whether he's pacing or just hanging out at what they call the compound back in the woods. If you know, you know. But it's the kind of event that people just want to be a part of, whether or not they have any obligations, you know, maybe as a racer or, you know, professionally. But yeah, I mean, we had Stephanie Case in the studio yesterday, and she mentioned that like she was trying to secure Darcy Picou as a pacer. I mean, talking about a 3-time winner here. You know, I mean, there Hillary Yang going to have Emily Hawgood as a pacer later on in the race. There are. It is a who's who of American ultra running.
Yeah, we just heard from Rachel, and I think she's going to take Katie for a little bit.
Yeah.
And on the other side, I think Zach is going it alone.
Yeah.
Which is surprise me.
That is not surprising one bit. But yeah, there are a lot of high-profile individuals that are, you know, that you see all around the streets here. Of Silverton, Colorado, and the surrounding areas out on the trails. You know, conversely, you know, for instance, we had Hillary in the studio yesterday for an interview, and one of the things that she said was that her very well-known husband was not going to be pacing her because they know where their strengths lie, and I have to tip my cap to them as a family.
Yeah, good
like
stuff.
Knowing what they're good at and knowing how to navigate those waters. You know, I think that that's an admirable thing.
And there are for some runners, you know, a pacing gig at Hardrock is a full-blown assignment. I mean, some of these pacers in mid back of the pack could be out there, you know, in excess of 20 hours themselves.
Oh yeah. A 50-mile stretch of this race absolutely could be 20 plus hours.
Again, this is our dog cam out at Grizzly Gulch, a mile or so above Burroughs Park Aid Station.
What's the dog's name? Nutmeg.
Nutmeg. All right, well, we know the dog's name. Still waiting on the camera person's name.
It's only going to be a few minutes before a dog named Nutmeg ends up in the chat.
Oh,
we know how you people operate. I mean, there's nearly 5,000 of you tuned in out there. Shout out to all of you tuning in on this Friday afternoon.
That's right. Thanks a lot for taking time out of your busy work day to join us on the live stream.
Katie and Nutmeg. Thank you very much, Zach.
So our camera is Katie. The Nutmeg cam. Great little pan view here of the mountains.
It's just gorgeous. It is absolutely gorgeous up there. Haven't taken in any of the course yet this year myself. Did take my son up to Grand Turk on the west end of town. Always wanted to go up there because you could see the entirety of Silverton from the. Well, you could see like the top of the mountain from there, and sure enough, I was right. You could see the entirety of Silverton from the top, from a completely different perspective from Kendall Mountain or something like that. Just above 13,000 feet. So he bagged his second 13er. His first time above 4,000 meters elevation, but my son loved it. We started to go over towards Sultan, but wasn't happening.
Yeah, a little bit too
it was
sketchy.
dicey. But that's the kind of thing that these runners are encountering all throughout this course. I mean, there's
exposure out there. For
exposure regularly above 13,000 feet. And, when you go out for a fun hike in the San Juans, you either are inspired enough to try and qualify for and run Hardrock, or it helps you realize why you're not running Hardrock. And I am definitely in the latter camp.
Well, I had a great time getting up before sunrise this morning, and just going up to about a mile below the summit of Little Giant, where the fire road merges onto the single track, and it was great to see the sort of exuberance of the morning. So many of these runners, as we've heard from so many people today, waiting years to get into the race, and you could just feel the energy as these runners were making their way up that first climb. It was a lot of fun. I think I might make that a regular occurrence to do that in this direction, and maybe go up to Putnam in the other direction.
There is a runner who attempted to qualify for this race. I can't remember his name, but for the first time in 2010.
Wow.
So somebody has been trying to get into this race for 15 years. I wish I could remember his name. I'll see if I can pull it up.
They have long held that you can keep your tickets, so to speak. You do not have to qualify every single year, but you can't be in the lottery unless you qualify. But also many of the qualifiers last 2 years.
Yes.
Which means you can sort of extend that out as well. So that's incredible.
Yeah, it was actually pointed out to me by Patty Curry at the Runner Info session yesterday. And I hope I can find this individual's information, because if you think about it, like, the amount of grit, determination to stay with it for that long of a time frame is pretty impressive and amazing. And I get it. Like, some people look at that as, an insurmountable thing, but apparently this individual did not. And guess what? He's going for his shot to become a Hardrock finisher.
After 15 years. Couple more runners through Sherman. Amber Weibel, Chris Roberts, we've spoken about him a bit.
Both of them doing the double.
Do two doublers, they're kind of together. And Masazumi Fujioka out of Redmond, Washington, all coming through shortly before 2 o'clock. So again, that's 8 hours to go 28 miles. Sounds hard, and guess what? It is hard.
So a little bit more on Amber Weibel and Chris Roberts, two of the individuals that we know of that are doing the double, the Western States Hardrock double, just, what is that, technically 12 days apart?
13
days apart
I
from the
suppose it
start.
depends when they finish.
Yeah. So Chris Roberts.
For Jamil, it's 12.
Yeah. So Chris Roberts finished Western States in 20:05:51, and Amber finished in 21:28:17. And they both have made their way over now to Hardrock to finish the run.
And that's tricky. I mean, it's they're such different events. They have such different demands, and the 13 days apart has to have an impact on you. But you just take what's in front of you and you go.
Yeah, and you've been one of those people to do that double.
I did
in
the
years
13-day double many years ago, but yeah, it was kind of fun. We finished. I finished Western States. My kids were little at the time. We loaded all three of them into the car, and Shelly and I drove here to Silverton. We actually camped out up at Molas Pass, and basically went on hikes and played in the snow, and kind of just had family time. Went fishing, and came down, stayed at the Wyman Hotel the night before the race, and ran the race. And I'd like to think I probably would have done better had I not had Western States on my legs.
Probably,
but I wouldn't trade it. It was a great experience. Probably one of the most fun summers of our family's life. Just not a care in the world, just sort of traveling around the mountains. It was a blast. So it was a lot different back then. There were no poles, by the way. It was the no pole era, and I would say probably half the runners didn't have packs on either.
Yeah, they had handhelds.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing now that you look. It looks like our lead men have actually started the descent from Handies into American Basin.
And let me remind you, many people might, and there's another runner coming up Grizzly Gulch. Kyle Curtin, it looks like. It is not all downhill from the top of Handies. It is mostly downhill. You've got about a 2,500 foot descent right away, but then it gets down into American Basin and grinds up. It grinds up, goes through a couple more willow thickets, crests that little ridge, and then from that ridge, which sits at just under 12.5, it's all downhill to Animas.
Yeah, I was going to say, I just saw that. Is it all downhill from there to Animas Forks? The answer is a resounding no.
Yeah.
It's kind of a savage thing to actually head down to the bottom of American Basin and then have to head back up another 1,000 feet to get out, and then you get full descent. But even then, from Grouse to Animas is still a climb on the road.
Well, that's good. That's good to remember too. The old aid station, which was at Grouse, was literally at the bottom of the hill. Now you get to where the former site of Grouse, the single track gives way to Fire Road, and you've got 1.5 miles back uphill.
Yeah. It's you're off of the high point of the course, so your net is significantly downhill, but it involves a little bit of yo-yoing between the top of Handies and the Animas Forks aid station.
And so there you have it. So there's Handies to the left there. Thankfully for the runners, just a few puffy clouds, nothing to be afraid of.
Shout out to the folks that are out at Animas Forks that are going to be taking in these runners here in the next probably couple hours. Julie Blanda and her crew out there. Actually, I saw Julie on the streets of Silverton yesterday, which kind of surprised me. Usually she's having to be out.
She's out in the field
at Animas Forks, but she said that everybody was so dialed in. They actually had, I guess, a bit of a furlough, as it were, because
little time off.
Yeah, and from what I've heard, I have friends who have had. I know that our friends Noel and Meg are out there at Animas Forks. Yep. Volunteering, and
well, that's usually a somewhat of an Aravaipa heavy crew there.
It truly is, But working out at Animas Forks is no joke. I mean, you're basically concierge service for runners that, the front of the pack, they might be getting there still during that first daylight, but as the day drags on in this direction, a lot of them are going to be hitting it at night. They're going to need to gear up for the cold. It's a little bit. There's a different set of circumstances no matter which direction you approach from. I mean, here they're coming off of Handies and they probably need to recharge from that. But, in the clockwise direction, they're getting ready to go up Handies, and typically that's in the dark. So equally brutal. But then again, if you can tell me what the easy section of this course is, I will go out and gladly run it. There is really nothing about Hardrock that is easy.
No. So the course does get just over 14,000 feet here at Handies. Our top three are over it. And then on 7 other occasions, hits 13,000. These runners have already hit 2 of those, right out of the gate over Little Giant, and then again up and over Green.
updating the back of the pack. Everybody, as I mentioned, is through Maggie Gulch at mile 15.4. The next destination for those runners at the back is Pole Creek at mile 19.7. Currently, we have 59 runners in pursuit of Pole Creek, so we'll be keeping an eye on them. As we mentioned before, there is no cutoff at Pole Creek at 19.7. The next cutoff is at Sherman at mile 28.8. But realistically speaking, AJW, we're talking about it's 2:10, so they have 6 hours, 15 minutes to get to Sherman. Realistically, what time do these runners need to be at Pole Creek in order to have a puncher's chance at getting to Sherman? If you had to think about it.
Yeah, the section from Maggie to Pole Creek, it's about 4.5 miles, and then it's a good 9 miles. So they're gonna want to be there to have that cushion. They're gonna want to be there by about 4:30, 5 o'clock.
Okay. And that's going to involve some running then if they're going from Pole Creek to Sherman at a 15, 16, 17-minute pace.
Yeah, and part of that is due to the fact that you do get a nice descent for the last 2 miles. You're back in the trees. It's sort of a smooth. It's very uncharacteristically non-hard rock-like section. It's soft underfoot. There's not very many rocks. You're in shade. So, but you got to get there. And as I mentioned, you also have to traverse some. I don't want to say route finding is a problem, but you're all above tree line. Most of the markers are just pin flags stuck in the ground. And you need to make your way through there. Sometimes it can be sort of soggy and boggy up there. It's just weird, and it's almost all over 11,000 feet.
Yeah, Maggie, for reference, Maggie Gulch is at 11,838, Pole Creek at 11,244, and really until those last couple miles before Sherman, you're above 10,000 because Sherman is at 9638.
Right. So Sherman's not even that low.
No.
Right. But so you're up for and as we talked about. I think this section is harder on the body in the other direction because it comes later in the race.
Yeah.
So the wear and tear on your body, particularly on your breathing and your cardiovascular system, has been greater as you get to Sherman at mile 72. That being said, it's still got a wear and tear on your body. When I did the race in this direction, I just felt like I was going so slow through here, like I just couldn't. I would see a section like, oh, I can totally run this, and then I would just find myself sort of walking it, So the other thing is too, I would say for that group, and and I wouldn't call it a group, but certainly for Makoto, but possibly even Y, Denise, and Cal, they're going to want to regroup at Pole Creek, but not spend a lot of time there.
That makes sense.
Because it would be nice for them to get down to Sherman, with some time on the clock and really regroup down there. Maybe they have a crew that's come out to see them, and sort of get into night mode once they get to Sherman.
Yeah, and one of the things about following this race in the time that I have is that even if somebody's at the back of the pack, I'll still give them every chance in the world in my belief that they're going to finish this race because the finish for the race or finish rate for this race is, given the difficulty, astronomically high.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
The finisher rate for Hardrock generally trends around 80%. A couple years ago, we had a situation where the women 27 of 29 finished for a 93% finisher rate. And the reason I believe for that is that you can't get into this race on accident. You're either somebody who has run this race before multiple times, so you know what you're doing. Or you're somebody who got into the lottery through running, in some cases, several Hard Rock qualifiers, which in some cases have more elevation gain and descent than this race. Or you're an administration pick, which is, typically you're an elite runner to begin with. Like, you can't get into Hard Rock. You can't backdoor your way in. It just doesn't happen. So the level of runners, even the mid and back of the pack of Hard Rock, are just absolutely amazing, and they're going to be battling for the entirety of this 48 hours.
I would say, that the Chris Kern and the qualification committee, they take that role very seriously, and as they vet the qualifiers every year, they want to be able to say, they may not always be able to say, but they want to be able to say, if you can finish X race in the cutoff, you can finish Hard Rock. Now, there's variables in every day, there's condition changes, there's so on and so forth, but that's what the qualification system is designed for. So if you take that, then you take the fact that so many people spend, as you mentioned, in some cases 15 years trying to get in the race. When you finally get in, you're going to do everything in your power, from training to race day execution to gear to nutrition to everything, to make sure you're as prepared as you can be. I think those two factors are why we see, for example, higher finishing rates here than we do at Western States, or even something less hard than like Javelina.
Yeah.
Right? Leadville, we know, really, really tight cutoffs. You're going to see invariably low finishing rates there. But I think we've got another camera shot here. We'll find out from our crew what this is. It might be further up. No, this is the descent into grouse.
Okay, so that's basically...
This is right where the single track drops onto the road.
Oh, yeah. So the creek's to their right.
Yep. It's usually, the old aid station is to the right of this. This is usually where Megan Hicks of I Run Far hangs out. I'm not sure if she's there today. There would at least be an I Run Far person there, though. But that's, as we've been talking about, that's where the descent proper ends. And you've got about 1.5 miles of single track road. So I know our crew will be looking, our Jordan and our producer crew will be looking at that camera, because that is, Ludo is nearing the 2 hours out of Burroughs mark, which we were thinking ballpark would be a time up and over Handy's that would be a target for him. Got another runner coming up, Grizzly, on the nutmeg cam. Manon, second place woman, we think. I think she was definitely in blue.
Underway on that climb up to Handy's. Yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on the end of that descent into Grouse Gulch on the way to Animas Forks, because based on what I'm seeing, we're probably not too long from seeing our lead men there.
All right, Coach Fitz. I know Coach Fitz well. Says that Jeff Rome is on his way towards the nutmeg cam. Again. Manon Bohard here in the blue, just getting to that lone pine tree. We're keeping an eye on that camera down there at the base of Handy's. Eight hours, just almost 8 hours and 20 minutes into Hardrock 2025, our third time live streaming it. And we got a sneak peek. Oh, that was so much fun. We got a sneak peek of some of the drone coverage coming out of Governor Basin that we'll see later on in the broadcast. First time ever at Hardrock. Not in a ton of places, not in the number of places that you all might be used to from Cocodona coverage or Javelina coverage or Western States coverage. It's a much more fragile ecosystem here in the San Juans, with drone permits being very few and far between, but we do have a few that'll be out there this weekend, and we can't wait to bring you those shots. Meanwhile, we got the nutmeg cam, which is almost just as good. You got a report on Katie?
It looks like Katie has and making moves heading down the hill off of Handy. So Katie is descending into American Basin. Of course, once she makes it to the bottom of American Basin, which bottoms out at about 12.5, which is just a crazy thing to say.
Yeah, bottoms out at 12.5.
It jumps back up to the 13,000-foot level, about 13.1, 13.2, and then finally descends down to into Grouse Gulch, which, again, down around 10.8. So the lowest these runners are going to get are when they hit the two big towns along the course.
Yeah.
Ouray is the low point at about 7,700 feet, and Telluride is around 8,700 feet. So
When you get down to Ouray, you feel like there's so much oxygen. You feel like you could eat a steak and a burger and a pizza. It's such a great feeling. And then you turn around and you grind up Camp Bird Road.
I'm super excited to see if we are able to catch Ludo coming down off this trail right here.
So this is the single track coming off Handy's. This is at Grouse Gulch. Again, this is where the aid station used to be. It's now another 1.5 miles up the ramp, the second ramp of the day to Animas Forks.
Yeah, and Animas Forks is a very interesting place. It's kind of like does anybody actually live out there? Because it looks like it's a ghost town, but then it also looks like
there
some.
might be a couple of residences that are inhabited, or maybe vacation.
Yeah, because there were.
I'd say it's mostly ghost town.
Yeah, part of the Alpine Loop, really gorgeous section of the San Juans that you can access. Very popular Jeep traversing.
Yep.
I have made it out to Grouse Gulch in a 4-door sedan. Would not recommend it because that was about 7-8 years ago, and the road has deteriorated significantly since then. As of now, I am in an SUV, and it is not a 4-wheel drive SUV, so I am actually debating whether or not I am going to make a Handy Summit this weekend.
In a sign of the times, in 2009, when I ran the race for the first time, my wife and sons made it in a Prius. In 2016, 7 years later, they only made it a mile short of the aid station in an SUV and then hiked the rest.
Yeah. Well, we've seen, there's a guy in town who has made it anywhere on the map in a Prius. I mean, we know that.
Well, we know that, yes.
Shout out Brian Powell.
Brian Powell's he's built a little different, and so is his Prius.
Yeah, Brian Powell's Prius has definitely seen some things. So
our camera's doing some work there at Grouse, seeing if there is where those trees are. There's a switchback where if you hike out, you can see the runners coming down from the left.
There's kind of like a little bit of a curve there, and then it kind of switchbacks up into that narrow trail that follows the creek that comes down off of American Basin. So looking forward to hopefully seeing a runner, whether it be Ludo or somebody else.
Here we are back on Nutmeg Cam. I'm going to guess this is Katarina Hartmuth. Might get confirmation from our producers, but it does look like Katarina. Nutmeg Cam, our camera coming up out of Burroughs Park. Called Nutmeg Cam because that's the name of the dog. We're going to have to make this a permanent fixture, especially in this direction. Again, we're now a little over 2 hours from when Ludo departed Burroughs. I can see another runner there by that boulder. Again, they're beginning from here. They've got still about 2,500 feet of straight up. It's relentless. It's steady, and then it gets steep, and then it gets really steep and loose, like most 14ers that are hikeable in Colorado. Kind of follows that pattern.
Got another runner coming up on the Nutmeg Cam. Trying to see if I can figure out exactly where the Nutmeg Cam is positioned. I'm going to believe that's... It could be Jeff Rome.
Well, I did get the word from Fitz that Jeff Rome was leaving Burroughs, and it was about 15 minutes ago, so my little English major math is suggesting that might be him.
Yeah, that's a good point in the chat. More people inhabited these places in the mid-1800s than do today.
Yeah, oh, for sure.
That's absolutely true.
Yeah. Yeah, not a lot of services out here in the San Juans, and that's the way they like it. Just doing the math. Yeah, I do think Katerina, there's Nutmeg. I do think Katerina is through and around that lone pine tree there that we've been using as a landmark.
On the other end of the spectrum, we have about 55 runners that are still making their way to Pole Creek at mile 19.7. Those runners actually have to make it to Sherman for their next to make the next cutoff, and that's in just under 6 hours. They have to be there at 8:15 local time tonight. As you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, it is 2:25, just below the sign, recognizing the sponsors that make this event possible, Altra and The Feed, the Hardrock 2025. Presented by Altra and The Feed.
And Altra, I mean, a company rooted in trail running culture. I mean, now of course they've got a whole range of products, but they started on the trails. They were born on the trails. They're, kind of stick to their guns of being a unique company, just like Mountain Outpost and Hardrock. So Altra, thank you. There's so much for your sponsorship of this iconic event. Could not do it without you. We're looking at what we've renamed the Nutmeg Cam, camera about a mile up from the Burroughs Park aid station along Grizzly Gulch on the way up to Handy's Peak. You can see Nutmeg looking longingly at the peak right now.
Of course, you can also see one of the features of the San Juans, the wildflowers in bloom in the background.
Mm-hmm.
The color palette out there is nothing short of amazing.
Yeah, incredible wildflowers.
Absolutely.
And one of the nice things about Hardrock, we've always been known, even though it is competitive up at the front for the vast majority of the participants, it's a run, not a race, and stopping literally to smell the flowers, to take pictures of the flowers, to take in this scenery, especially for so many people for whom it's a once in a lifetime experience. Gotta take in this experience. Mike, I am not agreeing. I did not say nutbag.
Well, you did just there. Looking around the course, we'll see if we can give some updates on some people that are further back from the front of the pack.
This looks like, hang on just a second while you're doing that, this looks like another camera further up Handy's. Looks like it's still on the Grizzly Gulch side. Nice shot there. But you were going to give an update on some of our other runners.
Yeah, I was going to look back a little bit at some of the runners that we are rooting on that are not near the front of the pack. Four-time finisher Amanda Grimes made it through Maggie Gulch at 11:41, moving pretty well based on that. Maria Liao attempting to become the first Filipino to finish the race, has gotten through Maggie Gulch as well. Sarah Lavender Smith got through Maggie Gulch at about 11:25 this morning. Liza LaPierre at 10:49. Lee Connor has made it through Pole Creek at 1:06 p.m. I guess we can just do it. Let's do a top 10 each of the men's and women's races based on our trackers. To the best of our knowledge, based on our runner trackers, our top 10 women are Katie Scheid, Stephanie Case, Uche Frail, Amber Weibel, Becky Bates. Becky Bates, another great story, 63 years old, going for her 4th Hardrock finish in 7th place. 8th place, Hillary Yang. 9th place, Shelby Johnson. And rounding out the top 10 in the women's race, Maria Submergian. On the men's side, Ludo Pomeray, Matthew Blanchard, Zach Miller, David Ayala, Gabe Joyce, Brian Coolmo. I think that this is about the point where we saw Serge Grenier, so I'm going to slide him in there. Kyle Curtin, Jeff Rome, and Adam Barrett rounding out the top 10 as near as I can tell. Because I know that Grenier's tracker has not pinged. However, I do know that we saw him some time ago. We have is that American Pass? We have at least 2 runners coming down at us here right now. Is that 2 or 3? I think that's 3 runners.
2.
No, there's 3 people there. Is that?
All right, this is good. Good footage here. Zach
and
Miller,
Matthew,
and a cameraman.
Let's see. Let's pivot around.
That was good stuff. Good. Up, and we're back to Nutmeg.
This is our first shot of Uray.
Our first shot of Uray. They are awaiting. It's several hours away, but they're awaiting. Great aid station, low point on the course. Tons of crew access. Beautiful spot there in the park, right in the center of town, near the hot springs pools.
We're keeping an eye on whether or not our camera person can be composed.
Yeah.
It looked like they were a little bit disheveled trying to keep up with Matthew and Zach right there.
Looked like Zach was bombing.
Oh, they both were, absolutely. Yeah, we saw 3 people coming off of the descent from American Basin. Looked like, as we mentioned, 2 competitors and somebody filming. And now we're looking at the other side of Handy's.
Back to the Nutmeg cam.
That, I think, is Katarina Harmut. Kind of a reddish top with black shorts. Yeah.
Real quick, Chris, it sounds like our audio was down for your top 10 reading. So I'll just give it running real quick. Ludo first, Matthew Blanchard second, Zach Miller third. These are the men. David Ayala fourth, Gabe Joyce fifth, Brian Coolmo sixth, Kyle Curtin seventh, Jeff Rome eighth, Adam Barrett ninth, and Herman Grenier 10th, although his tracker's been stuck for a little while, so that's certainly unofficial. On the women's side, Katie Scheid, Menon Bohard, Katarina Hartmuth, Stephanie Case, Ushwe Frail, Amber Weibel, Becky Bates, and Hillary Yang. Thank you for letting us know that. Again, judging by that camera, it looks like it should be any minute that we'd see that group bop out onto the road at Grouse Gulch. But I got to say, a little bit slower than I would have thought.
Hopefully we'll have some eyes at Animus Forks here fairly soon.
So here's that section of trail that juts down onto the road to Animas Forks.
Is that who I think it is?
Couldn't tell.
I thought that was Brian Powell.
Yeah, he doesn't usually wear a hoodie like that. Don't know. Yeah, it is Brian. Yeah, Brian Powell is on duty, on I Run Far duty at Grouse. That's his camper. Yeah, looking again, awaiting the arrival of the lead men here at Grouse Gulch, which is site of a former aid station about 1.5 miles downhill from the Animas Forks aid station. This is the bottom of the descent off of Handy's. It's about 3,000 feet down. We have Jeff Browning here.
Bronco Billy himself, 2018 Hardrock champion. Hey, Jeff, what do you have for us?
We'll get Jeff in just a second here.
Testing, Malcolm, you guys here? All right. Hey, guys.
Jeff, what do you got for us?
So, if you guys can hear me all right, sorry, we had some
Turn him up.
Ludo just came through about 3 or 4 minutes ago, and I jogged with him a second, asked him how he's feeling. He said, feeling pretty good. He's been getting wet. It's hot, so he's been getting wet in the creeks. So he's keeping himself cool, and he's got a good little gap here at Grouse. So he looks like he's running well. He ran this climb out of here as you go onto the road up to Animas. He didn't hike any of it. And now we're waiting on second and third. They should be coming together, I think. Mathieu and Zach. We're waiting. We can see up the hillside a bit, so we get a little bit of a wind. Yeah, and I think the other thing to note here is not very many clouds today. There's a couple, but mostly just bluebird sky, so UV index is high. It's definitely warm standing here in the sun, especially in these south-facing roads like Engineer Climb here out of Grouse will be a hot climb out and over to the other side over Engineer. So there's quite a good breeze up on top. I went up to Grouse American Pass, and which is the little pass that looks toward Handy's. It's about 2.6 miles above here, and it was nice and windy up there. The skies are fairly clear. They've cleared up a little bit today. They're better. It was a little smoky when we first got up here, but it's definitely improving as far as air quality.
For those, I wasn't sure if the audio was going through entirely. Jeff mentioned that Ludo had gone through several minutes ago, and we were expecting Zach and Matthew on the descent here. So,
Are you guys still having trouble with my mic?
That's a good split. A little over 8.5 hours. Let's call it 8:33, 8:35 to the old Grouse Gulch aid station spot. It's going to be around 23-ish hour pace. Remember, this was a point in the other direction that Ludo really began to open up his lead last year. Ended up winning by over 3 hours.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
It's good to see that Carl Speedgoat Meltzer has joined the chat to keep everything cheerful. They don't come much more curmudgeonly these
Does
days.
this sound better? Testing,
but
testing,
Carl,
1, 2,
great to
3.
hear from you. Sorry I missed seeing you at Cocodona. We need to get out and play some golf one of these
How's
days.
the sound level here?
So again, Ludo Pomeray.
So it is good.
Down into Grouse Gulch on his way up to Animas Forks. About 1.5 miles on road, uphill. Here's Jeff.
Yeah.
We got
I
Jeff
think
back?
the mic's better, hopefully. Yeah, let's switch to the right mic. This is not really working.
And we're back on that camera, still on the near side of the climb up handies. Really gets exposed up there. They're really lucking out with no weather to speak of.
Yeah. Yeah, we're trying to keep an eye on Ludo through the open split time. As we've mentioned, the runner tracker is just having some difficulties, and I'm sure that once Race Command is able to get their hands on him, if they can pause him for even the slightest moment while he's refueling, they'll do their best to make sure that that is amended.
So Ludo's got, like I said, about 1.5 miles up to Animas Forks. Then once he gets through that aid, it's about 3.5 more miles on the gentle road. Oh, hang on, we got Jeff.
Hey, we got a mic now.
Yep. We got you.
Sorry, technical difficulties in the field. So we've got second and third coming in. We think maybe a cameraman running with them. Well, we spot them on the hillside. They should be in shortly. And I know we were having mic problems earlier. Ludo came through here probably about 10 minutes ago. So he's probably at least got a 10-minute lead. And I ran up the road with him a minute and chatted with him. He said he's been keeping himself cool in the creeks. He feels okay. You know, so he definitely was calm, cool, and collected. Sorry, we got motorcycles. Anyway, we should see these guys any second here. Here we go. And here they come.
That is
Matthew, it looks like, and Zach. And a cameraman, I think so. Good job. Good job. Allez, allez. Good job, Zach.
Good job, Zach.
Yeah, buddy. Good work.
Yeah.
How'd they look, Jeff?
So, quiet. They do not look. They were not as talkative as Ludo. They look like they're working, to be honest.
What's the temperature like that out there, Jeff?
It's warm. Like UV index is high. Yeah, I mean we're starting to get a few afternoon clouds are starting to build. There's like a 30% chance of afternoon thunderstorms, but it's mainly just been bluebird and warm. Especially this right here, there's no wind where we are. So this road climb up Engineer, at least this bottom half up to Animas is going to be calm. So it's hot. And you're definitely going to need more hydration today than normal.
Well, that's actually interesting that you mentioned that, because I know that one of the things that Zach Miller said in his pre-race interview was that he's looking to travel as light as possible. Oh,
hey, I think we got Sherman here. 4th place Mayo.
All right, Sherman.
Katie Scheide's other half.
You look so much stronger than the last two.
Yeah, good job, man.
You look so much better.
You look smooth.
Allez, allez.
Germain Grenier.
He looks good,
On 4?
actually. He looks pretty good. And I feel like he's kind of been back a little farther today. He didn't really get caught up in the early miles with them. So we'll see who can hold out and who ran a good 60 or 70 miles and who's going to run a good 100 miles.
Jeff, what do you think the key is for the next stretch of miles for these runners? You've done this race, obviously, so you know what they need to do.
Yeah, I mean, we have a long south-facing sunny climb on a dirt road where there's a lot of Jeep traffic, so you're going to deal with some dust and annoyance as you're climbing up, especially for these front runners in the middle of the afternoon. So you go up and over. Once you could gain Engineer, it's all a four-wheel drive road. And then you drop into the tundra and single track. It's pretty primitive in the first maybe mile and a half. And you get down a tree line to the aid station. And then you have really nice running sections where it's pretty buff single track. There's some technical sections where it drops off pitches. But as you go down into Bear Canyon, it gets pretty good and a good grade for running downhill. So if you're a good downhill runner and you got legs, you can make up good time there. But if you're struggling, you'll obviously lose time.
We're probably going to see Katie Scheid here roll up on you here real soon, Jeff. So
yeah, I think on the tracker it looks like David Ayala and her running really close together. So David will be in 5th. So we should see them pretty soon. But they did just come up over a 14er. This is the 14,000 foot peak. Just over 14 at Handy's Peak. It's about 5 miles above where we are right here. and about 3,700 feet of down. And there is a good little climb out of American Basin with about 2.7, 2.8 out of here where we're standing.
Based on your
Definitely the
experience,
heat's a
would you
factor
rather be
today.
hitting the 8 now or at Grouse where it used to be or at Animas Forks where it is now?
It doesn't really matter. I mean, I think it, it's probably better for crews and parking at Animas because it definitely was hectic for crews up here when it was at Grouse because there's just not that much space. I mean, maybe 10 vehicles can fit up here.
Of course, what you're seeing right now is the base of the descent into Grouse Gulch from American Basin, basically, for lack of a better term, off of Handy's Peak, the high point of the Hardrock 100 course. We are here with 2018 champion Jeff Browning, and he is giving us details on the runners. We've seen M1 through M4 come through. We are expecting the next couple of men as well as the potentially F1 Katie Scheid coming through. We will be spinning back there shortly. This is further up that trail right here.
Still on the near side of Handy's.
Until they start coming.
As Jeff was saying, as they get to Animas Forks, it's mile 42.6, and they've got a 3.5 mile Jeep road climb to this Engineer Pass. It's somewhat of a nondescript kind of just gap in the road where they'll get off the road and onto single track through the tundra and drop down to the Engineer Aid Station, a very remote aid station, kind of just out just at the edge of the trees as they're descending down on the way ultimately to Ouray. But once they top out at that pass, it's just about all downhill to Ouray.
Pretty sure.
David Ayala?
Yeah, David Ayala right there.
That gives you a good idea of the steepness of the descent off Handy's after they've crossed through American Basin.
And for somebody who was asking about mountain bikes, there's not a lot of leeway there for that kind of descent.
Yeah, this would not be a section for a bike cam. The sections for bike cams here would maybe be, the last couple of miles into Ouray, Camp Bird Road, maybe into Telluride. But of course, cell service is so limited out here, you'd have to be biking with a backpack of a Starlink on your back.
Exactly.
I don't think we'd have much success getting anybody volunteering to do that.
Yeah, and some of these other descents. Such as Bear Creek, can you imagine trying to take a bicycle on those slate fields? Well, these are just some people out enjoying the trail.
Great shot. So Jeff is down where Jeff's been reporting from, is just in that little saddle there.
Okay.
Okay. Sounds good. We're going to swap the stream and be right back.
Do we have to do it the second? Can we wait until Katie comes in the can? We're gonna get.
How long is it?
I don't know. Are we on? Are we done?
Okay.